Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to CDL Challengers. We are jumping straight into the game. Here we have losers round 2 in the playoffs. Houston Spartans and Omit Brooklyn already throwing down.
Yeah, fighting for their tournament lives now as they are in the elimination side of the bracket. And they're still, it should be said, crucially fighting for that spot in EWC as well. Right now, these guys have guaranteed top 6. Now they're looking for top 4 and the spot for EWC. A lot to play for here as the tournament lives are still on the line.
Still going for it though. Cammy opening up 4-1 of this one. Didn't have the greatest showing last time we saw him on the control, but has continued to fire. And now they're looking for this rotation. It's a big one as well. Awakening taking down Glow Frosty there. Opens up a little bit of a gap in the defense.
Already you're starting to see these kills coming through. Houston Spartans is a big flurry considering the start that Omit Brooklyn had. You really do need to pick up these gunfights. Cammy playing his life perfectly right now. Sat inside that vent. Now looking for the kill as well. Surely he does not bet that. That would have been egregious if he could have walked away with that gunfight, but he will not. Omit Brooklyn here going to be denied this time. That could have been disastrous if they got broken.
And this is for Omit. It's all about trying to put a little bit of pressure forward. They want to try and get this one without losing the spawn. With 26 seconds left to go, it's high risk. Now they're pushing for it as well. You can see just continuing to pile that pressure in. The spawns are still good for them. They'll be watching very, very intently as well their teammates spawn up. Perfect from them in the end. You take away some scrap time. You at least contest them onto this and you are ready for next. The big problem comes is that Houston Spartan are pouring through mid-map.
If you're awakening towards the backline here, you're going to have a hell of a lot to do. Of course, Houston Spartans know that's where a lot of pressure will be for Omit Brooklyn to control these spawns. They're going to try and make this one happen. In from behind, enemy lines. Glow Frosty tries for the first gunfight. Will get shut down by Purge. Traded out. Is going to be Spark with that gunfight. Wiz able to make the jump up over behind enemy lines. Camping wasn't ready for that fight. Neither was Proloop. Now Wiz is a real issue here. And he continues to be so. He picks up another frag.
Gets 3, almost gets to the 4th, but Purge will take him down. But what he has done is allowed everybody to flow on through. Spark will find one. I don't think he's going to be able to find the second. Everything just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Omit Brooklyn still doing very, very well to hold this.
And now with 20 seconds left, I don't really think the Houston Spartans will go for this anymore. So Omit Brooklyn will be able to get the back spawns and will be able to hold them for the vast majority of time, regardless of the fact that Wiz was able to get that 3-piece and contest for about 10 to 15 seconds. Now, though, rotation. Proloop looking for a route in towards New. He's going to get shut down. This is a bit of a wayward hit coming through on rotation from Omit Brooklyn. Glow Frosty already shutting a couple of players out.
This is crucial. Houston Spartans do not want to let this one slip. Wiz in a great position, but Proloop just playing so well. Influential in their last series and doing it once again. This is disastrous. Houston Spartans have just not looked comfortable on any rotation or any hill yet.
And you can't afford to lose the rotation in the way that they just did, especially with the map control that they had. Omit Brooklyn are able to do that so individualistically. Houston Spartans letting that happen is just disastrous for them, and I'm kind of wondering that to an extent how much damage that series versus FaZe Black has actually done to them in the mental game, because right now they are not playing like they have been previously in this series, previously in this year. Purge now on 5 in a row will get cut short of the cruise missile, but still, I mean, look at this scoreline, Bryce. Omit Brooklyn are in commanding control of this game.
It's just not even close. It's an absolute firestorm. 100 points clear as we go into this next set of rotation. Houston Spartans will have to find some sort of different gear entirely. They do have control on the P1, but pressure mounting as Omit Brooklyn are about to hit this from 3 sides.
Here we go. Fire needs to hold strong. He's going to be the fast storm in this situation. We'll pick up a couple of kills. Glow Frosty trades on out. Proloop and Cammy, though, finding some value, keeping Omit Brooklyn in the conversation here until Wiz is able to remove Cammy from DJ. Problem is that lanes are not being watched here. Omit Brooklyn are able to continually filter through and continually challenge this time. Next up, it's going to be Awakening from the pool side to find one. He's on the hunt for where Fire has gone. Fire plays his life for long enough to contest, but will not be able to take Proloop down. And once again, now you see Omit Brooklyn contesting this time.
Getting back into it now. This is where it all went wrong for them last time. Houston Spartans not only not really getting the time they wanted, but the P2 to P3. They've got the P2 spawn still, and they've got a bit of scrap time. They need to convert this. If they can get a good hold here, it will bring them back into contention. And they are stacked heavy.
Looking for it. Houston Spartans need to hold this hill. I mean, Brooklyn tried. Last time around, they could not break this hard point, no matter how much they tried. This time, it's not really as well put together as they would like until Prolute finds 2. Cammy with number 3. Prolute finds 3. As Omit Brooklyn now break this one from the front. Houston Spartans still with those back spawns, though.
Prolute, no tacticals. He really wanted something to slow them down here. He knows it's going to be a triple hit against him. Somehow still finds one. More trades going through, and it will be Omit Brooklyn on the better side of it as Awakening gets the last. For Houston Spartans, they're going to push through this again. They're going to hit it one more time, but they are splitting their forces. As some of the players will go for that rotation. Realistically, Purge will have to keep an eye out.
Yeah, that might have been the dagger here in this game. A 100-point deficit that just continues to grow in Omit Brooklyn's favor. Purge was looking for those rotational battles. Isn't going to find them, but will crucially escape away here. He'll now have backup from his teammates until Spark comes in from behind to take Cammy down. Also going to find Purge in this situation. The spawn should now flip in Houston Spartans' favor with Fire following up now. An opportunity here for Houston Spartans to break in towards Noob.
We got it. They're just sitting in the worst possible position, and Awakening is trying to get through. There's already been a bit of a flank at the same time. Wiz has killed one. Awakening not able to get the second. For Houston Spartans, it's exactly what they needed. 40 seconds left. Omit Brooklyn have to do this the hard way. Players splitting across the map as well. Purge will try and hit the flank at the right time, but winning that gunfight is crucial if they want to make this happen.
You have to get the remaining time here. Close the gap that Omit Brooklyn built over the first half of this hardpoint. Spartan Glow Frosty with those last couple of kills here, I think, probably should secure it. Spartan's going to add insult to injury here as Purge will be down for the count. Now Houston Spartans will be getting that scrap time. Move over towards rotation. They've also got a good look over here as well. Prolute might well find Glow Frosty. How have Omit Brooklyn let this happen?
They just had a bit of a tough time for it as well, but this is very important. Wiz winning massive 2 kills there as well has slowed Omit Brooklyn down completely. Purge waiting for Wiz. The rest of the team trying to get through. This next kill is going to be big here. If Wiz can find it, it will just allow them to hold on for a few more seconds. The trades still going the way of Houston Spartans, and they are making this comeback.
I do not understand how Houston Spartans have gotten hold of this rotation, but they have. Omit Brooklyn now coming all from one direction here. Cammy and Prolute opening things up with the first couple of kills, though. Wiz now looking for the flanking from behind. The jump up, is it going to be good enough? He will find a little bit of value, but it's not enough as Purge and Awakening take those players down. Omit Brooklyn can go 50-50 at this stage of the game. Again, that's the benefit of the leader's advantage. They're in a perfect position to continue their lead.
Just waiting to bleed this one out for as long as possible. More flows coming through, though. Houston Spartans looking to just get this away from them as well. Prolute holding the gate, and he finds 2. 10 seconds at this point of the game is massive for them as we go towards P1. Now, Houston Spartans, they did start their rally last time around on this rotation, on this exact point, but they had more bodies. Can they do it again?
Just need to hold Omit Brooklyn at bay. It's not as easy as it sounds, though. Right now, though, they are making it look easy. Glow Frosty continuing on his reign of terror here. We'll find some kills. Wiz also with another one. Houston Spartans starting to wake up at the most crucial point in the game. And Brooklyn needs to try and find a way to penetrate this hard point. The different angles of entry being watched at the moment. Glow Frosty going to get tagged up there with a nade. Now looking for this kill against Cammy. To the drop shot, he goes for it. Fire also finds one elsewhere. Fire going to double up now. Houston Spartans, they're making this comeback happen. They are closing this gap.
Awakening trying to break through, but they haven't found it. And realistically, Omit Brooklyn will fight for this scrap time, but they're not getting it. They've got to be careful they don't lose P2 as well. And they find 3. Only person out here is going to be Wiz as he tries to hot-foot it in before he can, but Purge will get it. This is going to be a hard break. Houston spawn about as far away as you can. The rest of Omit Brooklyn set up to cut them down.
Has to be said, Houston Spartans, fair play to them for bringing this game as close as it currently is. But now, Omit Brooklyn, opportunity to close things out here. 25 seconds away from victory. Wiz going to open things up with that first blood. Awakening tagged up inside the hardpoint. Coverage from outside the infinity pool was not as good as they would like. Cammy will be able to trade out for 1, but not going to find any more value. And all of a sudden, the players here isolated towards the hardpoint. Prolute down for the count. Purge can only produce 1. Houston Spartans have broken through the front. Omit Brooklyn just 17 points shy of victory here. They're spawning on rotational side.
They get a few kills down, though. They're still going to try and put this pressure on. Fire sitting out towards Paul's side, finds another one, will eventually fall. The Houston Spartans, they have to commit to this. They have to put the bodies in. They have split, though. Players are going towards next, and now they're going to have to go back. Glow Frosty was ready to rotate, and unfortunately now he's not even really going to get close to the hill. It's game over.
Yeah, just too little too late there. You have to feel for Houston Spartans right there towards the end of that game as well. Omit Brooklyn managing to retake control of P2. That was a dagger for Houston Spartans where it felt like, hey, we might be able to get some contest going and at least force the next hard point, but just not able to get it done. And as I already said, I mean, that start from Omit Brooklyn is so damaging to Houston Spartans' effort. What was a 100-point deficit, I think, as we got into the second set. It's just one of those situations where it feels like an insurmountable lead, and it was. So, Omit Brooklyn starting strong against Houston Spartans that seem like they've been damaged by their matchup with FaZe Clan Black. Now, though, let's take a look at 5 Media Clan versus Clutch Rain X War. This is a lower bracket matchup, and Clutch Rain X War looking to take down another European team on the path to EWC.
Well, they are in the position to win it off at this point. They just need to beat back this originally, and that's going to be another 5 Media Clan getting a team kill. We've seen so many of those in their last series. The worst time to have it is now. And still staying alive. More contests coming in because they know they need to. Cobra Fires 2. They still have the tick, though. They are still good. If Clutch Rain can just find one more wave of kills, they will get this. But realistically, 5 Media Clan are going to dive into this. They will make sure that they contest it for at least a few seconds. Super. And they're actually going to break it. Problem is with an 8-second break, they need to make sure they get to next. They're actually abandoning it. They've gone for it completely. They know they have to get across.
Yeah, Rencor here is going to have to back up here for a moment. He was thinking about taking those fights. Now he needs to wait for the teammates, but you can't wait too long. Super's going to fall elsewhere, so that's going to up the urgency for Rencor to make a move. You're losing all your teammates around you in this situation. Rencor, no choice but to jump on the point to dive for the contest, and it's not going to work out. Clutch Rain X War will close out map number 1. And that's a crucial map between both of these two teams that have been relying on Hardpoint as a game mode to try and win them series here at Champs. It's Clutch Rain X War that are able to take it away.
Well, they managed to get it. They managed to hold, and they were behind when we joined them. Rotation makes kings of us all, and Clutch Rain X War will be happy to get the first blood in this series.
Again, big map. It has to be said, though, 5 Media Clan are great in search and destroy. I still don't believe they've lost one so far this event. So that's going to be something that Clutch Rain X War will want to spoil as we get into that later on. For now, though, jumping over towards Lur Gaming and FaZe Black. This is one of the big matchups. Again, both of these teams already making it to EWC. Now they're fighting for a spot in the grand final. And a fun stat about FaZe Black, they haven't missed one the entire season on LAN. Surely it doesn't happen here.
Oh. It's always going to be tight between the top, and I can't believe all 3 hard points have been like this so far. Lur Gaming jumping into the point. They get 2. They're behind, but that won't last very long if they keep this up. Right, just looking to pick somebody here, but nobody is really giving him a chance to it. He only takes him down when he slides the corner. Asim trying to get into it, just backpedaling furiously to play his life. And they are really struggling to get anywhere near P1.
Yeah, this is so difficult here. I think for FaZe Black on the whole, they have to try and flip the map. Neither team can win it here on P1, but there's still valuable time to get on it. FaZe Black now trying to encroach from all angles here from you. Asim's going to get shut down, or Asim, excuse me, is going to get shut down. Now it's the jump up over the vending machine. He'll find one, but no more value than that. Rex trying to take some egregious challenges. He's been an incredible player individually this season. Even that is a bridge too far. Ian Brack, though, wants to triple up, and he will do exactly that. So back 15 now, potentially going to be FaZe Black. It should be, but Lur are in control of that rotation I was speaking of.
This is where it gets a little bit interesting. P2 can be a lock, or it can be an absolute contest search with both teams flying at it. Uli, he's flying out of this point, and he's going to be caught on the flank. Tries to get it down as well, and Arceus gets a team kill. For Lur, everything has possibly gone wrong. They're also now spawning out. Paul X is either going to get a pinch or just be cut down and give it away. But this is the contest I was talking about. Brack diving in again.
We'll talk about that Uli play in just a second here. I don't quite think it influences spawns all that much, but at the end of the day, it does give an opening to FaZe Black through the front. You're talking about this being a contest fest. That's what FaZe Black want here. Now neither team can finish it. It's FaZe Black now looking to try and take this time away from Lur Gaming, despite those back spawns being theirs. The pressure that FaZe Black are applying right now is insane. Rex is just dipping and diving through all of these bullets. He will finally get shut down, but his teammates are there to pick up the kills and the crucial time. It won't be enough to close out this game. So Lur Gaming now, with these back spawns, have to traverse the middle of the map, and that is a big 1v1 down by boxes for Uli to take against Brack. It keeps Lur in conversation for this rotation. Exceed, though, going to take T-Real down. Uli looking for the kill. He'll get it, but he has a lot more to do. How much more can Uli get done? Absolutely nothing.
They're just continuing to pile bodies in both sides. Everybody going for a direction, trying to clear the hill. They get these points racking up for them. And look at this. They've got the better spawn, and it is now paid. The trades have meant that the respawn is too far away. FaZe Black just have to hold one more flurry of kills. Only diving into the point just for the contest for as long as he can. Finds another kill. That is outrageous. Somehow they have snatched this from the jaws of defeat. Still going as a 1v1, and 2Real gets the kill as well. It looks like this might go to the rotation, but for FaZe Black, they can pick their poison. A last-second jump in or the rotation either can get them the win.
Paul X right now is the arbiter of this rotation, though. Does get naded up. Trophy system goes down just a little bit too late. Paul X is already out of the position now, and FaZe Black have made the rotation towards New. They just need 2 seconds. Exceed unsuccessful at taking that scrap time away. That would have been it. But now, rotational battles here. Paul X flying towards the kill, as is Yuli. The former is down for the count. Yuli needs to try and go for the contest. That's not going to happen. FaZe Black will take the map away. You called it right there at the end, Bryce. They had the pick of the poison. They knew what they wanted to do there, and they done it on the rotation. And there it is. Exceed once again saying the lovely words that we know he's saying.
And he's just saying, hey, you made a few mistakes there. I can point out probably where you went wrong, but I will leave it till after the match because, of course, we are still playing you. But GG's nonetheless. And in fairness, he has gone just crazy in that one. That was a lot of exchanges. I think it's 37 for 35 as we jump over to another game that is also going to be great. You can see, I believe it's Houston Spartans versus FaZe Black on the S&D.
Yep. We go into this series here now as we get into the second set of games. S&D now between Houston Spartans and Omit Brooklyn. Omit Brooklyn 2-1 up as we get into this one. Again, Omit Brooklyn coming off the back of a hot 3-0 of their own. Houston Spartans, of course, coming down from the upper bracket side. That map number 1 was not kind to them whatsoever. Omit Brooklyn now on the offense, having to face down a couple of players as they make their way over by A. Fire has just made the call that, hey, a couple of players crossed. Wiz is going to act on that information for the first frag. Prolute stranded on site. This has all gone awry here for Omit Brooklyn as now the bomb is slap bang down on the site. And Omit Brooklyn only have control of the office.
A little bit of information there for Cammy with that nade going out, but he's hoping for a pick, and he finds Glow Frosty, but Glow Frosty gets away. He was hoping for that, wants to bring it back at least a little bit. But this is all just backpedaling. If you're Houston Spartans, you play this very, very slow. You don't really do anything. Cammy finds one, but he's super weak. Don't get hit at all. Glow Frosty actually takes a little bit of a love tap there from Awakening. I mean, Awakening trying to combine to find something, but now it goes down to a 1 versus 2, and they're chasing.
They're on the hunt for him. Fire checks the corner. That actually gives Awakening their out hit. But Fire right on his tail. Surely Awakening doesn't get away. Surely Awakening is done right here, right now. Yeah, Fire's going to take him down. And that round, I mean, albeit Cammy and Awakening almost managed to pull it back for Omit Brooklyn, just fell apart as soon as they lost control of the site at the start.
Just a tough time when you don't have the bodies in that situation. Everybody knows how to play the angles. Everybody knows how to throw a few shoulders. Shouldn't give you any easy kills. And that's exactly what ended up happening. 2-2 between these. Brooklyn will be on the defense this time around, though, and for Fire on a 4 streak, we'll be keeping an eye out if he can get the cruise missile.
Be a massive advantage for Houston Spartans. We've seen teams with these cruise missiles clearing out sites, using it for map control, posed for clutch situations. Houston Spartans want it. Right now, though, they're going to have to do without the cruise missile. They're going to have to get full control over B. Omit Brooklyn, I think, kind of gambled on this being an A. They're looking to make the retake happen, and there it is. Kills against Wiz and Fire now. That's bomb down at the steps. And it's going to have to be Glow Frosty, if anything, to make this retake happen. He does actually spot out Awakening and gets that kill, but elsewhere, Prolute takes down Spark. This is now very difficult for Glow Frosty, and it should be done.
Well, fast ending to the round, but Omit Brooklyn lock it in. These players are really motoring along. You could be saying, I think, even for me, Omit Brooklyn still being in this position, I keep thinking, oh, it's winners. It's not. They're in the lower side. Yeah, it's just so used to see him in that upper bracket most of the way through.
I think it's just that late stage of the tournament, right, where we down to our final 6 teams. Even all these teams, you feel like, hey, they should be in the upper bracket side. It feels weird to not see them in this position, but instead, they are fighting for elimination. Omit Brooklyn so far have been taking that well, again, with their earlier sweep. Houston Spartans, not so much. They are now down in this search and destroy. First blood struck by Awakening over towards B, and that's going to pull all of Houston Spartans in that direction, but that's not where the bomb is going.
Oh, look at this. Everybody through the middle. It was an aggressive play, and it hasn't worked out. Houston Spartans down, and that's wonderful information for Omen as well. They know somebody's still there. Just playing around, not committing to it. They know it's a difficult gunfight up those stairs. In control of the bomb site. Got to be careful. No one's really on Overwatch here. Wiz might slip through. He doesn't. Cammy watching for it as well. Prolo will get one. Glowfrost is down to 14 health. We'll have to face down 3 of Brooklyn. Purge, Awakening, and Cammy waiting for him.
Spot out Cammy. Just so many different areas you're going to have to check here. As soon as he swings left, Purge is going to spot him out. Make the comm to Cammy. Hey, look. You know where Glowfrosty's coming from now. Should be dead to rights. Little reposition from Purge. Glowfrosty's not going to expect that. And extra bullets in the body as well from Purge. He's letting him know.
A little bit of confidence can make the difference. Sometimes if you are feeling it, you just shoot straighter than you normally would. Right now, we'll see if that plays out, because other people have the opposite opinion, that you shouldn't really do that until you win the game.
Hey, look. I'm in Brooklyn just trying to get in the heads of Houston Spartans right now, and I don't blame them. These guys have been at each other's throats now for a long time. Of course, competing in the same region in North America. 2 of the best teams in the region as well. Now I'm at Brooklyn. Yeah, want to make this a 5-2 advantage. Houston Spartans once again trying to get control over A. Look at the flank here. You saw it on the minimap. Purge was trying to make it happen here. He was read by Glowfrosty, but elsewhere he did find 1 kill. So do we go to a 3 versus 3? Houston Spartans still do not have the site control they desired, and they're going to have to deal with another flanking player here in Cammy.
This is going to be dangerous. Cammy wants to go for it, but there's a way he can't really sell his life in this situation either. Awakening, staying alive as well, and time being burned here. Glowfrosty, that jump almost cost him. Still getting this information. Glowfrosty actually may have just kept Omit Brooklyn here for a few more seconds. It's now going to fall onto Prolute. He's the man in the middle.
Probably a lot to do. He's going to back all the way off here. So now I think it's going to fall on Awakening. He was actually out of position to even catch the cross. Yep, Fire's going to get some good timing. Now enough to get this bomb down. 2 versus 3. Omit Brooklyn going to regroup through the middle of the map. Can they find anything off the exit? Yes, they can. Prolute going to take Fire down. He's going to back up here for a bit of safety. That's going to be a very long wrap through that office side.
Here they come. 2 versus 2. They're looking for them. They have no information on where these players are. And there's the flank. This will be devastating. Finds it as well. Glowfrosty, though, doesn't get the second. 18 seconds to go. Time might be against him. Did he see Wiz there?
Certainly knows where he is now. But Wiz just has the time in the situation. All he needs to do is continue to throw the shoulders. Yeah, Prolute not going to get this defused now. Not enough time, but he will get a 3rd kill in a row in a streak. And yeah, I think that's kind of one of those situations where I was a little bit concerned for a second when Wiz and Glowfrosty split, right? Glowfrosty making that flag from behind. And albeit he doesn't get that 2nd kill, he throws off Omit Brooklyn in that situation. They have no idea where that 2nd player is going to be and not anywhere near enough time to get the kill. The Houston Spartans still clipping at the heels here of Omit Brooklyn in this game.
Just not letting it go. How do Omit Brooklyn play this? They know this is a very important round. Going up 5-3 in S&D. Can almost put it in. Prolute. Just looking for some information. Knows there's a player onto the point. On the other side of it, Purge has gone for a cheeky little swim. How far is he going to get with this?
Pretty far. Looks like the answer. He's got right in behind enemy lines.
There's no way they're going to call this either. Sparty has no idea. The rest of Omit Brooklyn are waiting. Purge will be saying, I am in their spawn. He's certainly getting 1 here, guaranteed. Gets 1. Finds the 2nd as well. They have waited for Purge, and Purge has delivered. That is a long. That's 3 for Purge. A potential ace, but Fire is miles away.
Yeah. Not going to do anything in this situation. Fire, he's been spotted out. Cammy's dead to rights. Purge with the play. And to be honest with you, with how long that round was taken for Omit Brooklyn, I'm kind of surprised in the way that Houston Spartans didn't think, hey, somebody might be trying to flank us here. Have we got all of our lanes? They don't. Purge is able to exploit it perfectly. And he, crucially as well, doesn't just shoot straight away as soon as he sees that 1st player. He waits to locate a 2nd and then fires on all cylinders for both of those gunfights and finds a 3rd to boot. It's a crucial play for Purge. I think that's one of those plays where you can start to put bullets in the body.
Yeah. Well, I said confidence. There's certainly some confidence to make an entire map-wide flank and then find 3. Here they go now. Rome Brooklyn. They just have to win 1 round out of the next 3. That's all they have to do. First blood could be crucial. Cammy is going to be calling this as well, and Wiz somehow gets away. I was convinced he was gone there. A lot of bodies here for Omit Brooklyn.
He's living up to his name. Escaping in a flash. Houston Spartans, though, still haven't quite dealt with a threat that is Cammy. Omniscient over a beat. Wiz now, I think, will feel comfortable enough using the coverage to get the bomb down. Cammy's backed all the way up here. Omit Brooklyn trying to put together a 2-2 split on this retake. Flanking players also being honest with it from this bar side. Big 1 versus 1. Wiz opens things up, taking Cammy down, but Purge is activated on the other side.
Purge and Product still on their streaks, and, well, Product's off of his. Purge alive in a 1 versus 3. Now on a 5 streak. Not going to get the 6, though, and Houston Spartans bring it back.
He was just hoping for a player up top. I think that's what he was anticipating in the situation. It's rare for a player to be watching the full side like that, despite the information that they had on him. He ran for a potential kill in that direction. Wiz will shut him down. It's a big shutdown for Houston Spartans. No sick kill, no cruise missile to speak of here. We already talked about how crucial those things can be here on 6-star Search and Destroy with how open these sites are. Houston Spartans just edging their way to a potential round 11.
Oh, it's an 8 hit. They're going for it as well. Nobody here, so this will all be about the post plant. Getting it down. Everybody's splitting out. Purge is going to come under fire first. They should triple chow this corner, really. There we go. There's the stun. Stun back as well. Nade out. Purge has to backpedal.
And that nade's going to give them coverage to do so. Reposition now towards you. Houston Spartans have also kind of reinvested their forces towards the middle of the map. Spark. Part of this play, as is Fire, being apprehensive about potential players on the flank. Purge opens up with that first kill. Shots not clean on towards the second. Spark's going to take him down. Elsewhere, Wiz finds ProLoot. Wait with the trade. Now 2 versus 2. 15 seconds left. Not a lot of time to make this one happen. Houston Spartans, they need to jump with the defuse, but Wiz has lost his help. Glowfrosty goes down, and there goes Wiz as well. Omit Brooklyn take the Search and Destroy.
Crazy in the end. Realistically, if Glowfrosty made that kill, Awakening Cammy would not have got there before that defuse was in. Look at, I think Awakening No just dives into it. Calls that they've lost all control of the bomb that side. And well, 2-0 to Omit Brooklyn.
A phenomenal performance out of Purge in that Search and Destroy, by the way. Finishes with 11 kills. I think those extra bullets in the body are warranted by the end of that game. FaZe Black, though, we saw them take gain of 1 earlier on versus Lur Gaming. It was a very close Rio hardpoint. Now we go in towards Search and Destroy. Second map in this best of 5. And FaZe Black, their Search and Destroy has gone from strength to strength this season of challenges. It is absolutely something for Lur Gaming to be worried about.
He's trying to get into a position. I'll find somebody's hunting, and there's Brack furiously running away. And Arcee's like, where has he gone? Exceed in a 1 versus 2, though.
Shots against Yuli. Now they know where he is. Becomes infinitely more difficult for Exceed to do anything in this situation. He's been tagged up even more as well. The query for me is, do Lur get aggressive here? Over egregious in the moment. Exceed just patting away. Yeah, Arcee's repositioning top heli. Exceed, just too many places to check in that situation. He's dead to rights.
Well, easy in the end. Getting the player all the way back. Arcee's will pick. I do wonder who's going to come out on top of this one. Does feel a little bit like FaZe Black, but Search is always a weird game mode. Some team can just catch fire and that's it. But right now, all tied up.
Talks about FaZe Black having specialty in Search and Destroy. Lur are also pretty good at the game mode. This would be a big one to take away. Back in Season 3, Pyro Search and Destroy was a specialty on the whole for FaZe Black. So for Lur to steal this away would be huge. Streak coming down? Am I hearing that? Yeah, Rex 7 and 2 start for him. Streak coming down. This is going to provide a lot of space for FaZe Black. And perhaps more crucially as well, you know where Tyrael is located. Can Tyrael survive? No. Exceed storms the site. And now you've got full map control of your FaZe Black.
Do they convert it though? He checks the bomb and backs out again. Timing might have gone against him there because it looks like they're going for it now. He's going to do the exact same thing again. And there is the timing working for him. And he's smoking himself out. We'll probably play it. No, he's actually going to find the player in elevator. It's a one-way smoke, and the player's all in it as well. Uli will get it. That's why smoke is so good on this patch.
Yeah, they know what they were doing putting that smoke down on site. That's for sure. This round has gone all right for FaZe Black. They invested a streak at the start of this round. They surely thought it was going to be theirs, and now I think it's slipped right through their fingers. Rex down for the count. Brack 1 versus 3, and not a lot of time to make this happen either. Just so cautious about so many different angles. That's the problem with getting up high on high-rise. You're just totally open to every single angle of attack, and again, that is a huge round to lose. You invest your streak, and you don't win it.
Look at that. Drilling from Paul X. You can really not tell how these are going to end. A lot of the time, you're like, oh, well, it seems like one team's got all the momentum, all the kind of map control, and just flows away from them. But Lur Gaming, pretty happy right now with Uli. And streaks abound. RC's and Uli on 3 and 4. Not quite time yet to try and get that streak in.
Gaming, you said. Moving towards streaks of her own now. Smoke's going to be down. Tyrael going to use the coverage to get that bomb down. The reaction from FaZe Black won't be quick enough. That's a big kill to make on towards Exceed from Blue. FaZe Black were looking to try and catch Lur Gaming off guard. They might have still done so, though. Zasim and Rex pick up kills. Now a 2 versus 2 with Paul X trading back. You know where these players are coming from. Lur Gaming, got to cover all their angles. Rex now going to go for the jump up to try and get some kind of information as to what's going on site.
Rex checking the angles, but Paul X may have got perfect timing. So rare to see a plant on the way. It's not something they would have gone up against many times, and that's a perfect chow. Teammate there when you need it the most. FaZe Black get one back on, and to kind of go back to my point, the amount of plants we see on the A, it's so rare that post-plant defense on that bomb and post-plant attack, it's just insane to deal with. Because, like, B you've done a million times, right? Like, you know where to check, you know where to go. For A, probably a handful all season.
Yeah, it's so difficult, I think, to actually get control of, right? Because there's just not a lot of ways in towards the site. You have to clear a lot. I think on the defense, you send players in that direction so often. You don't see, I would argue, passive defenses like we saw from FaZe Black there, right? Where they kind of held things back from the backwood. But Lur Gaming able to get the bomb down on 8. This wasn't good enough to actually come for the defense there. FaZe Black making this 3-3 now. Uli opening things up with the first blood, and this is far from a passive defense of A. Asim tries it, gets shut down. FaZe Black, though, still have a way in towards B.
There goes the trophy. Benefit of that being is that no one can put a smoke in there now to cause havoc, but I think they want to go for this plant. And that's a huge kill by Exceed. Takes the pressure off that B site for a few seconds. Smoke down anyway. That smoke somehow got through the trophy. Where is that bomb going?
It's a very dangerous play. That is a hugely dangerous play. Of course, Exceed is going to be the player to try and make that play, given you've only got ARs left in that situation. He's the bomb carrier. As that bomb goes down, unfortunately, it kind of makes FaZe Black panic, and they go out into the open for Lur Gaming. Easy pickings for those players there.
Yeah, when I saw him moving, I was like, is he going to go under and wrap back, or... But in the end, runs into the spawn, runs into Arcides, and confident he just flies towards another player. Now we've got to ask ourselves, is this Lur Gaming's S&D to take? FaZe Black haven't looked as confident in these last few rounds.
Man, FaZe Black just can't get anything going here. Only one round behind, though. They still can. Rex taking an egregious challenge down B Street, try and get some kind of map control. Paul X with the headshots, but Brack with a double nade to explode this round wide open in favor of FaZe Black. Lur Gaming now have to fight from the brink here. for some kind of map control. They've got to do it individually.
Bomb going down. Player, I think bottom blue. Tyrell will get out and they will not know where Paul X is. Oh, Tyrell's been found. All really on Paul X here. He's the player that they haven't been able to get any information on. And he is deep in their spawn. This is a bit of a mess here. Still looking for Paul X. They found him. They know where he's going to be. They'll watch this, but they give it up for a few seconds and he absolutely grills Exceed. But unfortunately, there's just not enough time or angles to stop this defuse. FaZe Black make it 4-4.
I think that's about all that Lur could do in that situation, right? Get the bomb down, and I think crucially, Tyrell gets out for enough time, but just in the end, it wasn't good enough to get anything going. Great retake from FaZe Black to read where those guys had escaped to. So FaZe Black able to tie this one up at 4-4. Now, what does the strategy look like here for FaZe Black on the offense? Are they still trying to hit A off the start?
Looks like they're just getting out of this initial flurry. Nothing too aggressive from FaZe Black. Now, the last few rounds, they've actually managed to get control of the B site. Really gets that first blood to Exceed, though. That's huge for Lur.
How much map control does that give Lur in this situation, though? FaZe Black still a nuisance, and again, it's that same kind of situation where the bomb carrier is separated out from the rest of the team. Team goes down. Now Brack and Rex in a very difficult spot. Rex will pick off Varsity, so it's a little bit more palatable. But Yuli has gone so deep in the spawn, he's going to burn a lot of time off the clock here for Brack to try and deal with him. And he just gets the hell out of dodge. Brack is going to have to think, hey, I have to check these corners for where Yuli could be.
Then Rex flying back and forth, hoping that someone makes a mistake. Nobody has done so, and he's been found. And will be cut down as well, leaving Brack alone in a 1 versus 3 with no time. Will have the bomb, but getting it down in the situation, it's going to be a nightmare. As he goes bottom blue with 16 seconds to go, everybody will just hold fire. They're not going to give him anything.
Yeah, Brack's on 4 in a row as well. He's not going to go for this ego chow. Just try and keep the streak alive for a potential round 11. Because this round is done so. Lur play that perfectly. Again, it's the same situation though, right? You're seeing these individual plays starting to be put together from FaZe Black, and it goes awry, especially when the bomb carrier is being separated out from the rest of the team. I've got to give props to Yuli as well. For going deep in the spawn in the way that he did, burning time off the clock, being a distraction that, quite frankly, in that situation, Brack really didn't want to have to deal with. Lur just 1 round away from tying up the series at 1-1.
Being careful here now, both sides. FC FaZe Black do not want to let this first blood go. Lur Gaming, they can smell this. They know they just have to get this over the line in the S&D. Lex jumping back and forth, but no, Arsene's almost catches him. Seamus down there as well, and he's been shot. Arsene's backs off, but calls it out. A little bit of an issue now around the site. Tyrell has to back off as well. And will get taken down. That's bomb.
This time it's Tyrell that separates from his team. It's Lur Gaming. Brack, crucially, is the player that gets that kill as well. So that's 5 in a row now for him. Lur Gaming desperately trying to find a way to even the odds. Paul X might be that player. Furthest pushed up through pit. Yuli taking some pot shots out. The call be made. That's Brack. They could get that kill. That would be huge. But still, Lur just not finding anything in this situation. I think more accurately, FaZe Black and not giving anything away for Yuli over the top. Will find Rex, though. Now makes it a 3 versus 3.
Seam is going to go down, though. Really just on Overwatch. Good angle to watch somebody make that jump. Wish they would. Six actually going to go over the top. Did he see him? I don't think he did. Everybody just scrambling now. Timing could be crucial. Exceed finds Paul X. Yuli in a 1 versus 2. Oh, I think he just saw Exceed as well. Going to reach out. Finds him, but no. Gets cut down. Too many bullets, too many bodies. 5-5. We're going round 11.
Rack didn't find either of those gunfights. Seed was the one to get it done. So no streak just yet for FaZe Black. They still have to earn it, but at the very least it is still going to be alive. Oh boy. Round 11 we go now between these two teams. I'm not too sure who's got the offense, but for both of these rosters, getting that bomb down has been pivotal. It is going to be FaZe Black on offense. Where do they go?
Wow. Lot of nades there. Brack fortunately stays alive through the barrage. RC's also has to back off with 31 health, and he's thrown a stun very, very close. His health has come back, but he's been backed by Brack. Surely someone cuts him down. RC finds his trade anyway. Everybody's scrambling. Real gets one, but again, now down to a 2 versus 2. Yuli has found a seam on the bomb.
Shots down B as well. FaZe Black know now they've done enough to scare Lur away from the site. They're going to get the bomb down. Rex will reposition here. It's a very far back reposition as well. Assumedly here the bomb has been planted for that window push. So Lur Gaming going to have to dig deep. Hewley has just got some incredible COD timing on towards the team. There you go. Player down for the count. They're going to know now, especially as Rex has taken shots, where he is in this situation. Rex a couple of targets. And all Paul and Yuli need to do in this situation is play this one together. Smoke is going to force Rex towards the site as Yuli on the defuse. Paul X with a one-way smoke is going to take him down. Lur Gaming tie this series up.
And they get it. The reposition wasn't good enough. The timing went against him with a seam down. Rex was left with nowhere to go. You got to wonder, maybe that wasn't the right play. Just running away from the bomb site. I was kind of curious what the plan was. Obviously, it meant a seam was going to play out of sight, but just getting caught. That's it. You're done.
Yeah, so tough. Well, we go from one high-rise to another, albeit this one's going to be in a different mode now. We're going to a control between Omit Brooklyn and Houston Spartans, the former of which are now 2-0 up over the latter. Houston Spartans are one map away from being wiped out at top 6, and the hopes and dreams of an EWC spot is out of the way. Omit Brooklyn looking to have a strong start towards his control as well. Purge almost gets the melee kill on towards Wiz. That would have been despicable.
Just trying to defend here, but does go down, and it's actually a really good position for Houston Spartans. Now have the opportunity. Spartans going for this. Frost is still on the point. Just has to survive the barrage that's hit him. Still on a 4 streak, and they are pushed back. They eventually do clear their own lines, but still will have to run the gauntlet.
Frosty slowly but surely here capturing B. It's going to force the streak out of Prolu, who will find one elsewhere. Wiz and Spart have gone down, so for the Houston Spartans here, good effort on towards B, but it does for the most part go alright. There's still some hope that this might work out. Fire was being a nuisance towards the spawn side and under. Does get shut down by Awakening. Does that buy any space for the Houston Spartans here? Well, if that doesn't, that Predator cruise missile, from Wiz will. Prolu going to be down for the count now. Houston Spartans trying to get out of spawn.
Got to be careful. They're looking for this everywhere across the map. 20 seconds left. Onto the point to stop the clock. That's the most important thing. Keep the hope alive, but Prolute will cut down one. Still alive though. Fire. Prolute has to turn and look for him. Doesn't know what to do. Double's guessing. Oh no, my goodness. How has he stayed alive? Fire finding that kill is unbelievable. Prolute trying to redeem himself with a wild shout towards the middle, but more players from Houston Spartans pouring in.
Houston Spartans now. Second tick going to be through over towards B. Can be preoccupied with the hate. We can't give up A at the same time. We can't let Houston Spartans swing from one point to another one. And they're actually picking up the gunfights over by the point as well. We're on board with Cammy, but there's gunfights going down inside the point. The Purge will find 2. And there you go. Omit Brooklyn with that double here. Cammy now positioned towards the spawn. Omit Brooklyn now in a great spot to close out this round. Houston Spartans have to sprint towards the point. They aren't getting there in a month for Sundays.
Yeah, just nothing for them to do as we go to a round 5. And for them, I'm at Brooklyn. They're probably feeling very, very confident at this point.
And round 5, it's high rise. I don't think we're surprised even a little bit that this is going to round 5 here on high rise control. But it has to be said, what an incredible play that was from Purge, albeit he had a backup, so if he didn't get those kills, there is a high chance that somebody else from Omit Brooklyn would have got it done. Nevertheless, it is a round victory that gives them a defense on that round as well. They don't give away that final tick over towards B. That could have made all the difference. Of course, we did jump into this late, so we're not sure what the mathematics on those ticks are. Regardless, we do know that it is going to be defense for Omit Brooklyn here. Need one more round, and they 3-0 Houston Spartans and eliminate them.
Always the most difficult time when you have to win an attack on control to stay in a tournament. Probably looking for it as well, but still mixing it up pretty effectively. Player on this, it's going to be Wiz, keeping that clock static. Just moving around now, looking for a kill. Trying to let his teammates out. You can see they're being very cautious here, the Spartans. They don't want to get locked in.
Of options. Wiz will double up. That's going to alleviate some pressure here. Purge now on 5 in a row, though. If you give Purge this 6th, it could be detrimental. Players over the point are going to fall here. Purge looking for number 6. Again, wants this cruise missile to try and get some pressure, but he's been tagged up from the right down all the way to 7 HP. Wants to try and survive here, and has just outplayed Glow Frosty on the positioning. The timing wasn't great for him. Streak now going to be earned. And for the Houston Spartans here, they're reliant on the players that did get out. Spart has been in the spawn of Omit Brooklyn for the longest time, and now needs to pull himself back to be a little bit more helpful.
Well, he's just stopping this clock, and that's everything he needs to do. Staying alive, playing his life. Eventually will go down to Cammy, but has caused his own fair share of issues. And that is allowing the Spartans to at least try to manipulate their way out of this one. Proluke keeping himself alive on a 4 streak. But bodies have found their way down B Street.
Omit Brooklyn hit with those kills. 15 seconds now. They've reduced Houston Spartans down to their spawn. I believe they've still got the streak ready to go. Purge and Cammy here with those kills. Houston Spartans now, can they get past? Well, Purge is down for the count at least, so they'll at least be allowed to touch on the point. Or maybe they won't, because Wiz is going to get shut down through the middle of the map. Houston Spartans, can they touch on towards B? 0.0 seconds left on the clock, and Houston Spartans have frozen it by touching B. You literally cannot get off this point.
If you lost from this point, you'd be incredibly annoyed if you're over Brooklyn. The clock says 0, not 0.1, 0.0, and yet somehow the game hasn't ended. They're doing everything they can, though. Wiz will eventually fall. Omit Brooklyn will not be a headline, but they will be the winners as they take this 3-0, and Houston Spartans are out.
Yeah, that is tough for Houston Spartans to lose, to FaZe Black, and then immediately after that to Omit Brooklyn as well. Back-to-back 3-0s. That's really frustrating, I think, for them. Not the way they wanted this to go today. But Houston Spartans out in top 6. I don't think it's a bad placement whatsoever for the roster, but it will mean that they will not move forward in this tournament. They will get a chunk of the prize pool, but not a larger one, and they won't get the spot at EWC. Instead, Omit Brooklyn have guaranteed one of those spots. Now, over to another game that we were waiting to see map number 2 get underway. It's between Clutch Rain X War and 5 Media Clan. My brain went blank there for a second. 5 Media Clan did not take that hard point away. A big victory to start this series for Clutch Rain X War. Now they want to try and steal the Search and Destroy as well.
Well, you are right. This one has taken a while to get underway. Now it's here, obviously, to kind of catch you up. Clutch Rain X War won this hardpoint very, very close in the end. Now up in the S&D, and they have guessed incorrectly. 5 Media Clan are nowhere near.
Yeah, it's just one of those gambles, right? Very often. Take a punt at one of these sites, it goes all right. Play call for Clutch Rain X War. They are going to draw first blood in this round regardless. Yakko is a bit far removed from the rest of the team, so he's going to get caught off guard. Now numbers here for Clutch Rain X War. Time, the biggest ally for 5 Media Clan in this situation, but now they're going to lose Rencor by way of the headshot from Harry as well. Journey and Super, no choice but to separate in this scenario. Journey's about to get cut from the middle of the map. You never quite expect Harry in that situation. And now Super, I mean, he's going to read Harry perfectly for the rotation through, and he's going to cut Denza down as well. He was on 4 in a row. Super, surely not going to find more than this. He gets the second kill, and now from a 1 versus 4 down to a 1 versus 1. There might not be time for Cobra. Super has just saved this round and pulled off a ridiculous 1 versus 4.
Shouldn't have happened. Bant dove off of that to try and get the kill after calling him weak. Didn't hit anything. And Clutch Rain, heads must be in hands. Questions will be asked. That should not happen.
I mean, it just... It's bad enough, right, that Denza goes for the rechow there. On 4 kills in a row, desperate for that 5th kill to try and keep the streak alive. And then the separation. I mean, there was 15 seconds left on the clock. As Denza goes down, that's not a lot of time. Super finds that 3rd kill. And the round becomes untenable for Clutch Rain-X War. 5 Media Clan prove why they're undefeated in Search and Destroy so far this weekend. Now, 2-2. Able to tie the odds? Well, I mean, maybe, honestly, it's always when you gas the teams up, mate, innit? When they always just mess up right there.
I would go so far to say, and I know we're not tracking it, I think 5 Media Clan have had more team kills than any other team this weekend. I would even say I've seen them team kill more than I've seen every other team combined so far this weekend. But mostly it's nades, not usually do you get shot in the back.
It's a 100% accurate stat. Cobra able to track spawns, though. Going to take Journey out on flank. Wary that there could be another one here to contend with. He'd be right. Spidey senses are tingling. On the other side, Yakko also not the cleanest of shots against Bance. I mean, to be fair, at that range, I don't really blame him. Renko will catch Cobra, but Yakko needed to find something more, and Denza will be able to take him down. This time around, Clutch Rain-X War not going to chuckle it.
Yeah, easy from the end. I mean, Cobra was actually playing that correctly. He was looking, but he had to look 2 different angles. Eventually just got caught, but numbers do tell, and Clutch Rain-X War just able to trade the round out.
I've said this Search and Destroy between these two teams. Again, not that much of a surprise. Denza having a heck of a performance so far at 7-2. Could have had a streak if he hadn't messed up earlier on versus Super, but not to be. That's a parallel universe that we're not living in. 5 Media Clan here on this offense. It is going to be a B hit coming out from them. Harry drawing first blood should slow this up, but they technically speaking still have numbers on this hit at least.
Echo diving about. On going down again. Problem is, Clutch Rain-X War are going to hit this flank, but it's a long flank to hit, checking every corner. Well, they've already sent some players off as well. 5 Media Clan are trying to get into a better position for this post-plant. Got to be careful. A lot of running about, and it's causing them to sprint into a gunfight. 2 versus 3.
Renko's going to get overwhelmed by the pool, though. Now it is just going to be Journey left alive here. Oh, if he would have got that kill against Bance, that would have been a manageable situation. But as he goes down, Clutch Rain-X War managed to make the retake happen. And I think it's because they're not so aggressive, right? As soon as they get that first blood, they don't just go, all right, look, we can definitely retake control of B. They let the bomb go down. They instead go for the retake afterwards. That's the right play call in the end.
Yeah, I get it. And I think the first blood was the issue. You could tell, you know, if they had just one more player to watch it, they wouldn't have had to run around as much. They wouldn't have had to try and reposition for a better post plant. And Clutch Rain, they just took advantage of it. You know, they just hit at the right point. And when you've got numbers, you make sure you hit the trades.
Clutch Rain-X War now. Getting ever so closer to taking the first Search and Destroy loss against 5 Media Clan. For the defensive effort here, 5 Media Clan have not made the right decision whatsoever. It's going to be an A hit. Clutch Rain-X War might take their time with this, though. And that could work to the benefit of 5 Media Clan if they're fast enough with the retake. But Yakko just going to try and look for a little bit of information. There it is. Oh, gets a little look at Cobra, but just not enough of a look to get the kill.
And they're pushing this on Denza. Doesn't get caught, and in fact, he's going to hit a flank. They don't know. Denza will find 1. Denza will find 2. Now a 3 versus 1 Rencor. Actually going to hit the flank himself, but now he's up here. They're going to find him. Well, he finds 1. Now they're going to know. Unfortunately, without that kill, they're going to all chow him. Denza will find his 3rd of the round, and Clutch Rain-X War on map point.
Yeah, just that reposition, I think, through the middle of the map was actually not that beneficial for 5 Media Clan. I think they would have been a lot better off trying to hit through off his side as opposed to what they did. Of course, it doesn't help that Denza got probably the best COD timing possible on the flank through you. Take a couple of players down. That really was the dagger in that round. It's going to be difficult now to envisage a comeback here from 5 Media Clan. Down in this round, key players like Rencor, 3 and 7. Journey also 5 and 7. And Yakko at 1 and 6. Compare that to Clutch Rain-X War. We talked about Denza missing the streak earlier on. He's now on 6 in a row. And I got to imagine if we were to look at him, he's probably got 1 raring to go.
Denza's been magnificent. They're worried about this one. You can tell 5 Media Clan going for this one. They are committing now. Oh, that's been hit. There's going to be a bit of information. There's a second nade going in, maybe even a third. He's not going to survive it. First blood for them. Also, incoming cruise missile. It's just information they'll get, though.
Yeah, it didn't come out early enough to stop the plant. That would have been nice for Clutch Rain X War. Mance is just jumping straight on the defuse here. If anything, Journey's got to be the one to stop this one. He picks up Harry through the middle of the map. Can he stop the defuse, though? No, it's not planted for him in that situation. Heads up play call from Clutch Rain X War. And his stellar search and destroy takes the first S&D away from 5 Media Clan this entire weekend. And what a time to make it happen.
An incredible job. You are right. What a time to lose it, though. Just on the cusp of moving forward. And they could have desperately done with that sort of prowess they've showed. But Denza 12-3 was just too hot to handle as we go back over to our FaZe Black versus Lur Gaming, currently sitting at 1-1.
Here they are, FaZe Black. Good in control this weekend thus far. Have lost the first round away to Lur Gaming. Should be said that was a defense for them, so it's not really surprised that that has happened. FaZe Black, though, on a dominant defense. They've only lost 1 life so far. Lur Gaming really struggling to get anything going here on this offense whatsoever. That's 3 kills now, make it 4. Tyrael trying to find an escape route for them on the map. This is as dominant as you could ask for at the start of a defense here for FaZe Black. Now on 4 in a row is Rex.
Just cutting them down, and Paul X almost gets his head ripped off as well. They are trying to just throw them back into the sea. Dylan Rex waiting. All of Lur Gaming pre-aiming, waiting to come out. Eventually we'll have to make a move. 20 seconds to go, and they do find 2. They're going to probably go straight towards A here just to step on it.
That's the right play call from Lur. Try and split the defense here of FaZe Black, give themselves a little bit of breathing room. That's exactly what they're going to do. Arsty's now moving forward. He did touch B, so that should indicate to FaZe Black that somebody is trying to make their way up to that B Street side. They haven't been very receptive to it just yet, though, because Arsty has managed to get in behind enemy lines. Doesn't quite find that second kill, though. Exceeds able to outgun him towards the point as well. Lur Gaming will find a couple of kills here. That 1 tick over by A. Is it going to be good enough for Lur? The gunfight's not convincingly in their favor. Tyrael needs to jump on the point right about now. Brack will try and clear this one off. Again, shot's not actually that great. Tyrael will be able to double up here. Rex trying to get this one done, though. You can only find the kill over by B. Lur Gaming still hanging on to a potential offense.
Paul X about to be challenged, and oh my goodness, wins the gunfight, keeps them alive into it. Exceed now going for the contest. Paul X still running around killing. And they will find it. Arsenal jumps back on a point. 0.8 seconds to go. FaZe Black should have put this one to bed a while ago, but somehow haven't managed to get it. The seam just throws bullets at A. Finds Arsenal. Arsenal gets his kill, gets traded out. That's the end of the round. Should have been a while ago.
Yeah, off the start of that, what was it? An 8-for-1 trade at the start of that control as that spawn trap came through. Giving away 2 ticks at the end of that control round is not the eventuality that you'd want to see if you're a FaZe Black. It is convincing regardless, though. Not the way they wanted it to go, but they'll be happy that it did go their way. And now FaZe Black on the offense, something we didn't get to see back in round number 1. Dylan Rex, one of the players that we've been talking about a lot, both this season of Challengers and the last. One of those players that will inevitably be looked at by CDL teams in the future, if not already. 11-7. Stat leader right now for FaZe Black. Can they do anything at the start of this round? Looks to be a 2-2 split. Utility going over the top here. XC trying to get something from top side. It's a distraction play, though. Lulu going to have to back away. Fortunately for FaZe Black, they do lose the C.
There's a few more kills flowing through, and FaZe Black, if they can find an attacking round here, will put them in an incredibly strong position, but that is very much easier said than done. At the moment, it's all just about damage control. Trophy's going down into B. Exceed looking to try and help his teammates out, but not enough kills have gone their way. Brack has got it, but Brack is alone and naded and cornered.
Gaming here. Looking to try and hold FaZe Black through. Not been able to do so far in this round. This hasn't been the convincing defense that they wanted, especially with the 2 ticks already being made over by B. Rex and Brack now starting to get a couple of kills. Paul X with a crossfire through the middle of the map will be able to take Exceed down. Rusty is also going to take a seam off. Paul X with a team frag, though. I don't think it's that damaging ultimately, as he is going to pick up Rex. They will clean house. It looked like FaZe Black might have been able to make a successful escape, and they still might, to be fair, but still that attempt doesn't go their way.
Just holding here, and they really want back in the B, but RC's just gone for it correctly. Exceed has to jump out because he's so weak. They're going to go back into this. Surely they're going to be thinking, right, let's just capture this, give us ourselves a lot more time, and, well, that's exactly what they do. B point secured. Now, the long and arduous journey. Can they get over to A? Can they make this work?
I think just so often, right, you want somebody in the spawn to try and hold these players off. They've just not been able to steal a player in that power position. Rex, I think, was trying it. He could have got a kill, though. That would have been nice. It's not to be. FaZe Black have to be a little bit more honest with it. Hit this one from the front. They do actually have one player effectively isolated towards a point. That stun won't actually connect on towards Exceed. Exceed now just going to try and strong side away. That won't work here, buddy. FaZe Black, once again, trying to get players in behind enemy lines, but they aren't just winning the gunfights around the front. Asim now, I think, has to back on up to take these players out of a potential spawn trap situation. He thought the point was clear. Never going to expect a player to be under the stairs like that.
Rack trying to get into a beastly position. Looking for the players off spawn. Almost finds two. Not going to find the third, though. Trying to make the hero play. Dylan Rex stopping the clock. Finds two real as well. Needs reinforcements, but there's nobody close, and they've gone all the way around the back of him. 25 seconds for FaZe Black. This is probably their last push.
It might be. FaZe Black have to make this count, and they're going to take their time with it as well. Lur Gaming keeping an eagle eye on every single lane. Exceed and Brack, though, open things up with the first couple of kills. Yuli dies on the point now. Paul X towards the backline's been isolated. Can't really do anything. He's just got to wait. The stack now going to be through from FaZe Black. All four players are on the point. This is going to send Lur straight towards it. One will go down. Still a 3 stack. It's still super fast. It forces Lur into an uncomfortable spot. FaZe Black have made the heads-up play call. It's a caster's dream when players just jump on the point when they know they've got the kills. That's exactly what FaZe Black do.
You heard the trophy go down and everybody committed. Just getting enough bodies in there. You know you only have to survive one wave of nades. If you survive that wave, it might just be game over. For FaZe Black now, they'll be happy to go on the defense and just try to lock it down. We've got Exceed on a 4, Dylan Rex on a 3. They have a good break. We could see cruise missiles.
That's a stellar round from FaZe Black. Pivotal one. Lur Gaming will look back on that. Feel frustration. Last time around, FaZe Black also had a stellar start to their defense. We saw that, what was it, an 8-for-1 trade at the start of that round. Lur Gaming can't afford to let that happen here, and I think it will be Exceed looking for number 6 in a row. Brack will take that kill away, but I think Exceed will be thankful for that, considering how weak he was, that he did get a little bit of help. Instead, now going to have to get it done over by Green Tarp. Exceed finds that kill. That is going to be a cruise missile just before he goes down.
Exceed, a lot of bullets, but eventually does get the kill as well. And looking to lock this one up completely. Asim trying to close the door. Goes for the double chow. Trying to play around with it. Eventually does drop. But FaZe Black shooting pretty confident. But Lur Gaming just getting their way towards B. They should stop the clock at this point.
Be able to stop the clock. There we see, I believe, the streak coming down now from Exceed. Is it going to connect on anything? It's at the very least going to bully these players in towards elevator side. Now they need to act off that information. Yuli, though, will find value. 32 seconds on the clock. It stops once more as Arstes is the player doing so on the point. Turiel is able to cover for the players of Lur over towards B. FaZe Black have retreated somewhat over towards A in this instance. They're relying on those individual players. Exceed has got behind enemy lines, but I think he was seen by Paul X. Lur are chilling on this point right now. FaZe Black are not full sending for this.
Just letting them get into a better position, and that's the better position. Now they do have to clear it. Exceed is actually coming back for, and they have time ticking away. FaZe Black know they just need to keep trading this out, and they're doing a very good job of it. For Lur Gaming, it's now going to be a bit of a rush. They have to get towards a point. They have to step on. They're doing a great job, and will they get this? Will this go another minute? You can see they're just hoping for it. Dylan Rex has gone for spawn, but everybody's out.
Lur finding kills over by B. B is gone. Extra 60 seconds on the board now for Lur. We don't have to worry about the streak from FaZe Black. Door will open. Lur trying to make a flank happen. That's player number 7 for Yuli. Arstes loses the fight over by Blue, though. I think the flank has been read by Brack. Yes, it has. Perfect read coming through from FaZe Black, but there was another player on the flank as well. That's Paul X. Does he convert for a second? No! Exceed's gonna beam him from afar. You really needed some value if you're Paul X in that situation, because now you're back in that spawn trap.
41 seconds to go. 9 lives. Lur will have to play this almost perfect. For FaZe Black, they can just keep trading out, but it's not going to be easy. The pressure's mounting. Arcedis is there. The Seam gets him back. Trade still going the way of Lur Gaming, but they will have to get onto this point. 2Real is going for a flank play.
I think they're reading it. Exceed is being super careful about it. Whether or not the timing will be there. 2Real taking some shots in towards the Seam. Will actually beam on towards Asim, and the shots are good enough for team shots from 2Real for the kill against Exceed. Back now towards the point, will find one. 8 seconds. Somebody needs to get on the point. Yuli was too scared to do it. Now 2Real, who did make that flanking play, could Bob be the player. Little bit of distraction. Exceeds, turns for that fight. Now turns back towards blue. FaZe Black win this control and take the lead back in this series.
And there we go. FaZe Black lock it up. That attacking round was enough. Well. We will see if they can keep going with this as well. It was a very close loss on the search and destroy, but FaZe Black are the favourites, and FaZe Black are winning these games. On the other side of it, Clutch Rain X War and 5 Media Clan also on high-rise control.
Yeah, and I've often said this. I don't really know if it's that much of a valuable thing to say anymore, but still, Clutch Rain X War here on high-rise control. It is their best control by far. You felt that back in Season 3 of Challengers Elite. So they'll be feeling comfortable that they should be able to close this series out in 3. 5 did take them round number 1, though, and they've looked pretty good on this offense for round number 2. 4 ticks already earned it. But can they close this round out? Journey down low has been tagged up. You have to imagine that Clutch Rain X War have some kind of idea as to where that player is located, but you're losing players across the board here. 10 seconds on the clock. You're going to feel the urgency. You've got players to contend with around the top side. Bance is just playing his life long enough. Again, all of this is burning time off the clock in these closing moments of the round. 5 Media now no choice but to run straight into the MCWs of Clutch Rain X War. He will take those kills, those freebies all day long. Defense for defense we go at the start of this one, but 5 do walk away with 4 ticks of progression.
Now this is going to be crucial moving forward, obviously. Clutch Rain X War currently the favourites in this one since they're 2-0 up in the series, including breaking Clutch at 5 Media Clan's S&D streak so far this tournament. Now, one thing for Clutch Rain X War on this map that I have seen is they tend to play team deathmatch on the attack. They will dive that spawn at the first opportunity over capping these points. Will this work out against a team like 5 Media Clan, who are probably quite happy to take those gunfights?
Yeah, 5 have always been aggressive roster. I think it's been kind of a characteristic, right, of just Spanish Call of Duty over the years in a way. I think especially here in Challengers, where things are even more fast-paced than they would be in the CDL. For 5 Media Clan, never afraid to take those fights. Unfortunately, those fights will not go their way at the start of this control round. Clutch Rain X War win the first wave. Only Yakko will find some value here. Gets cut short on the flank and down from down low. Clutch Rain X War very happy with the start of this round. Now they're in a commanding control of B. A couple of players on the point here. This one's going fast.
They've got into it. Like I said, I suspect at some point they will be diving into that spawn, but they've got to make these kills. They've got to clean the lines first. They are making them. Rencourt looking for Bance up top, and Bance isn't it? For Cobra. Cobra is firing on a pre-fire. Doesn't find anything because he's trying to get the player below the steps. For Clutch Rain X War, they will have to breathe. 5 Media Clan have pushed them all the way back into spawn.
A lot of time though for Clutch Rain X War to try and strategize around this one. As long as they aren't too hasty with it, they should be fine. They are still making those individual plays though. You could see Bance on the minimap there, able to take Yakko down from up top. He didn't quite anticipate, I think, a second player up top heli though. And that's going to be the thing that befalls him in that situation. Now Clutch Rain X War trying to take some control over the spawns here in this situation. Denza stunned up on this push. Going to have to back away. Trophy system to prevent any more stuns in this situation. Harry also finding value, and Denza's going to double up on the flank. Super now has to retreat towards the point. They're not going to know about this. So Super made an incredible play in the search and destroy, and he gets shut down here.
Looking for the flank player again, and he will get it. Journey finds 2. And this is what I spoke about. Clutch Rain X War, they play team deathmatch. Look at them in the spawn.
It's just the right play call. You've already got a 6-life advantage. Why the heck not in this situation? You're winning all of those engagements. Super will clutch up this time around to remove those players from the situation, but you have to ask, is the damage done? A 6-life differential, now a 7-life differential is huge with 50 seconds on the clock.
Trying to run into it. Yakko gets taken down. Back onto the point. Clock back stopped. They have double the lives. Denza will lose that one against Jenny. That's a huge one to lose. Renko will take him down, and while the deficit is still there, they are running out of time for a push.
The thing for me again, though, is you can stop the clock when you get on the point. I think that's what Clutch Rain X-War will be relying on this situation. Cobra trying to find a route through the middle of the map, though. He's going to get shut down. Denza at least will find a little bit of value. And now I think time is definitively a problem. 25 seconds left. No real choice to get smart with this one. You've just got to win your fights and get yourselves on the point for the clock stoppage. 12 versus 6 now as Cobra takes Jacko down. Cobra now traded out by Rencor. Denza, he thought he found a route that was safe in the situation. He did not. Super's going to chase him down, and Super will double up as well. Harry was waiting for his teammates to make their way towards the point. You can't wait anymore in this situation. You just have to go. 4 seconds. Cobra to find one. Can they touch in time? Sliding towards the point. 0.4 seconds. Denza will trade things out. Now just down to one player. Lives. Now the problem. Denza 1v1 on the point against Rencor in the situation, and Denza comes out on top. Clutch Rain X-War are able to get it done in the lives in the end.
Just one kill. That was all it is. If Denza hadn't turned and got this, it would have been over. Harry would not have been close enough to save him. Must have been the call, actually. I think Harry might have seen him and called it out where he's coming from. But oh my goodness, that is an attacking win for Clutch Rain X-War. I said it before. Their entire attacking strategy now is get into that spawn and make the differential. It is not to try and bleed time away on A. That's not how they win their attacks.
Media Clan, I mean, it's going to be an insane ask for them now. And the first few kills, for the most part, are not going their way. It's a 3-for-2 trade. It favors Clutch Rain X-War. 5 Media Clan still have players hanging about, and that player was Rencor. He's going to get cut short. Bance is now starting to spawn trap these guys as well. Surely not number 3. Goodness me, he almost gets it done with a pistol. Surely Journey is dead to rights regardless, and he will be. Now you're in trouble. If you're 5 Media Clan, you are shaking in your wellies because you're down in lives, you've got very little map control here, and not a lot of time to make a decision. You need to do this now.
They're going to try and make this push. Realistically, it is not an easy time for them. Pressure is mounting second by second. Into the B point. Out again, looking for players. See, Clutch Rain X-War, they're just trying to trade them out. They're just continuously hammering them. They want in that spawn. Nyeko eventually with 7 health will stay alive. But no, Bance is up there. He's done the jump over the top. 28 seconds. 5 Media Clan have to move into a point.
And certainly trying. Journey from up top will take Cobra down. Super also picking up Denza is nice, and Journey's going to find more value here. Hold your horses for a second, folks, because we see a full 4 away. 5 Media Clan now have options. They're only down by 1 life, and they are very aggressively capturing B. It's a 3-stack again, the things you love to see. And they're finding kills off the back of it. 5 Media Clan, they refuse to die. They've got options now as an extra 60 seconds are on the board.
This is where it gets dangerous. If they get wiped again here, Clutch Rain, they will dive on this. Denzo finds one. Yako gets another. Looking for the players that are flanking. They found a couple. It's trades going down, but the trades are for 5 Media Clan. They have the better position. On the other side of it, Cobra is trying to fight the players back into spawn.
Yep, call being made here. Yeah, I was going to say, I think as soon as Bans realized, hey, look, he's not back in the pit. He's not pushed towards blue. The call was there from Denza. They realized that he was making that push all the way through towards spawn, and they're going to catch him off guard. 5 Media Clan still looking for a route towards a point. Renkor's going to be that player to stop the clock. He's always lonesome. Next up to bat is going to be Journey, down to 5 HP. The trophy system will stop any stuns from coming through, but it will not stop Denza flying through towards blue. You're running out of options here with 35 seconds, and we're seeing a lot of individual plays from 5 Media Clan. They're not able to do this as a team.
Still trading. Still trying to get forward. The benefit being, of course, is that they can turn this with a good wipe. Bant is playing very, very cautious. The rest of Clutch Rain are in spawn. Yako has found a place. Bant will find another one that's huge. Not able to get the second. Journey will dive into the point here with 13.9 seconds left to go. Journey flies out wide, but Denza will get him. And now 3 players remaining. Denza has pushed up as well, looking for the second as Denza is burying 5 Media Clan. Only 1 left. Down they fall. Clutch Rain X-War will continue forward. That's EWC locked in. That is going to be at least 1 more game for them as well. 5 Media Clan, they played so well, but they are out.
We do have some European representation. AWC, it would seem, from Challenger's side. It's going to be Clutch Rain X War, the roster that will be putting Europe on their backs for that event, not 5 Media Clan. And I do want to give 5 Media Clan some props, right, because they finish in top 6 at the end of this tournament. That's not a bad placement. For a roster, I think that all of last season, right, we talked about 5 Media Clan being a roster that, look, their LAN performances were abysmal comparatively to what they were doing online. They have dispelled that narrative totally this season.
They certainly have, but while that is written into the history books, this one remains to be seen. Lur Gaming in a better position this time around. More pressure going to be coming from FaZe Black here. They will continue to try to put on a little bit. See, looking for it, but that's actually a great chow. Still going to be scrap time here for Lur Gaming. I don't think they'll give this one away because there won't be as much pressure from FaZe Black if he gets 3.
Yeah, Yuli, just Yuli. Doing Yuli things, right? Big 3-piece from him is going to give Lur Gaming a comfortable lead here in this game. Never count out FaZe Black, though, especially on Hardpoint. This has always been their game mode the entire season long. They had to work on search and destroying control as the season progressed, but Hardpoint has been their bread and butter. Now they need to do so again. Yuli, not the crispiest of shots, but they do approach us from all angles. How has that happened as Lur Gaming completely break through? 2Real will find a triple, and that's a disastrous moment here in this game for FaZe Black. They were focused on that rotation, and they lose it almost immediately.
And that's exactly what we were talking about happen. Look how much this game is getting out of control. Lur Gaming sitting pretty. Paul X just having fun with 3. Eventually will fall to exceed the 4th, but damage so much done. How is 2Real not killed him there? This is an insane back and forth.
That's huge for FaZe Black to get back in this time again. They lose this. Lur Gaming might well be looking right down the barrel of a Game 5 versus FaZe Black. Brack will double up, though. Looking for this scrap time will be 2Real. 2Real gets the better of Brack in that scenario. So big shutdown coming through from Lur. Now we once again move towards the rotation here. Paul X has somehow gotten a free ticket on towards a point. Fortunately enough, Exceed will shut him down. So the trades will be pretty good enough here. But you're surely going to be reading that these players from Lur Gaming will be coming from that last hardpoint side. FaZe Black just looks so disjointed on their efforts to hold on towards this hardpoint. Lur Gaming able to disrupt them in so many different ways. They're relying on individual plays now from a player like Brack down low who will find Yuli.
This one is seen as a huge pinch they've got there at the end. Only Paul X is going to be left alive. For FaZe Black, this is all about controlling the momentum now. Hold this one off and then get into P1. And you can pretty much write a little bit more of a comeback in the cards, but pressure's still mounting. They haven't won as many trades as they would like. They are losing them. Asim trying to fly in, finds 2. Looking for a 3rd. Paul X will shut him down before he can. Dylan Rex gets his own. More reinforcement flooded in. Dylan Rex, a little bit of a reckless challenge. Didn't need to fly that one, but does anyway.
Yeah, look, it's Rex, mate. I mean, if there's one thing we know about Rex, he is just a player that's going to let it rip over and over again. Sometimes that doesn't work for FaZe Black. Sometimes it does, and that's one of those situations where it's the former. FaZe Black, though, still trailing 50 points against Lur here. Lur in control of P1. If this is a fast break, it would be good. Stunned up will be RCTs. Wasn't ready for that fight. 2Real also going to get cut down. Paul sent away because he's been naded down to 80 HP. FaZe Black, they've done what they needed to. They've got in towards the point. Now they need to hold it.
Oh, here they go. Lur trying to just bleed this one away. They are in such a good position at 208. Arcides jumping back and forth, eventually finding a kill. Now flying out again. Another kill for Arcides. Starting to feel the moves. And for FaZe Black, they have to keep sending the pressure. That's the biggest issue they have. They don't want to give away 18 seconds on P1. It might cost them P2.
Hey, you got to be really cautious about this one if you're FaZe Black. Don't over-aggress into this. I know that Lur Gaming are teetering closer and closer towards that 250-point mark and a Game 5, but don't over-invest. That's exactly what they've done. Brack's now the only one to find any value on that hill whatsoever. Lur Gaming just 24 points away from forcing a Game 5 versus FaZe Black, and now they've got control of P2.
This should be it. One big push here from FaZe Black, and that's all they're going to have left in the tank. 8 seconds to go, and you can see FaZe Black are faltering. Yuli gets another one. Brack is going to fall as well. That should be game. There is no way they get back into this point. They won't be allowed. They cannot get through. Exceed cannot contest. And we are going to a map number 5. It is Lur Gaming and FaZe Black throwing down the gauntlet This will be decided on an S&D.
Man, that decision, I think, from FaZe Black there towards the end is uncharacteristic, I think, from them, right? To egregiously challenge in the way that they did. Lur Gaming, oh, man. They're going to take that one all day long and force us to a game 5 between these two teams. It feels as if this was always going to go this way. I will say that much. A reminder, we didn't even really get a chance to talk about it. This is a rematch from Toronto Grand Finals, albeit the rosters are ever so slightly different. RC's has joined the law line. One didn't go all the way to game 7. It went to a game 6. It was a highly competitive series. And so for this one going to game 5, I'm not surprised, to be honest.
No, I'm really not surprised either. I think with these two teams, it was always kind of back and forth between them. And hey, what can we expect? We always know it's going to be a difficult one when these kind of caliber of matches throw down. But yeah, all the way through, what way could it end but this? Into a map 5.
A map 5 brawler to decide who will get in grand finals. Look, it doesn't matter regardless if you lose this series. You've got a lower bracket, but you do want to make it to grand finals, to the main stage via this matchup. It makes things infinitely easier. You also get a slight veto advantage as well. But still, this was a hard point you didn't really want to lose if you're FaZe Black. Lur Gaming continuing to make FaZe Black feel uncomfortable. And Exceed, he's not chirping that time around. I love watching Exceed on LAN, by the way. I don't know what it is. Just he gives us the most fun off-camera stuff every single time. After every game, he's always getting up. He's always chirping. Absolute, so fun to watch. Just so fun to watch.
A little bit of passion in the passion pit. It's always what it is. You are right. It is a lot of fun to see when it goes down to this one. Just trying to see exactly how this is going into it. But I think we are just seeing where these players are getting to with this last one going down. I think for me, I'm just excited to see who moves forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we can throw to a small break here while the players are going to the bathroom. I probably need to go to the bathroom as well. So we'll be back with a game number 5 very, very soon, guys. One more map to decide which of these two teams will make it to a main stage experience tomorrow to fight for the 2024 Challengers Championships title. Trust me, you don't want to miss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CDL Challengers Champs. This is FaZe Black versus Lur Gaming. It's gone down to a map 5. And that's all there is to it. Winner final playoff. Winner goes into the grand final. Loser goes down to the lower finals.
The cool thing about just Karachi Search and Destroy in general for FaZe Black, they didn't play it at all through Season 3 Challengers Elite. The last time that they played it in a LAN environment, they lost it 6-0 to Lur Gaming back in Toronto. So very interesting to see this one back inside of the set. 2v3 early, though, with FaZe holding numbers.
Oh, at the moment, all good. 2Real has a mountain to climb. Somehow got away with it for now. Nobody knows where he is. He knows where nobody is. I think he's going to be seen now. There we go. Never easy when you don't have the bomb and a long way to go.
That's like getting handed a jigsaw puzzle and you don't get like the picture. You don't get any like prerequisite information on what you're supposed to do with it as well. It's Karachi in a 1v odd situation. I think about all the different corners you have to check and the timings you have to try to manipulate. That's a good luck, have fun moment if I've ever seen one. But good start for Karachi Search and Destroy, at least thus far for FaZe Black, already putting themselves on the board. A step in the right direction comparatively to what happened in Toronto Grand Finals.
Yeah, and also, I mean, that first round was an interesting one as well, because like, you could tell that round was over for a while. Neither team looked particularly stressed out by it ending. Yeah. Did not even celebrate. It's like, yeah, we knew this was gonna happen. We were just looking for him. But now, a bit of an aggressive push. The smokes have gone down towards the mid. The seam is pushed up as well. They're looking for a B hit. There are some players from Lur Gaming overlooking.
I've seen this set play before continuously for FaZe Black. They want to get control of this barrels area to maybe try to push the player out from church. And so far, they're overextending for it. No information on bridge nonetheless, and that's because of it. RCD is going to catch Brack lacking, trying to get a little bit more info.
Well, trades are flowing. At the moment, it's Lur Gaming on the better side, and it leaves a seam down into his own 1 versus 3. He hasn't seen anyone either. He's going the exact same route as the last player.
We've been here before, right? Not even a handful of minutes ago. Here we have seen the outcome of this once before. You got an MCW. Hopefully, maybe isolate a couple players. Yuli's going to get the timing. It's going to see a seam cross over towards the bridge. Look, if it's not the 1v3, it's going to be the clock, and the trade will come here regardless. And defense working out wonderfully so far for Lur. Answers back in kind with one of their own. And through the set play through the middle of the map again, the call is to try to get immediate barrels control and then try to flood either all the way past the milk truck and maybe try to flip all the way back over towards the cafe or just get full control over towards B. They never got any information, did FaZe, as far as what is happening over by the bridge, much less what's happening top Fountain. So very tough to deduce all that information when the majority of your players are all through rubble.
And I think the pressure on these two teams is going to cause every round to be a little bit tense. You've got to remember, like, the grand final is calling.
Yeah.
You've had such a long year. You've played so many games, and this is right towards the pinnacle. Winning here means more than just about anywhere else, and getting that grand final means you're one step away. Especially considering that you could end up playing the same team again.
This could all just be data. If you look back, the difference is, are you going to be sitting from the winner's side or the loser's side? A seam for 2. RCD is the only one to be able to find a kill, and it's a swarm over by the B bomb site. They have full bridge control. Not enough space nor coverage to be able to plant this bomb yet.
They do want to get on it, but they're worried that when a player does, somebody will jump on them. Obviously, we've got a little bit of hindsight. We know there's nobody close. If anything, they're actually going further back as time goes on. Lur Gaming are pushing away. They're going to wrap this.
Oh, this is so awkward to watch from the Codcaster POV. It's just going to be awkward timings on 2 different sides. And Paul is going to leave Yuli in the onus just to plant this bomb, not knowing what's still inside of Mail or what could be on the backside of Cafe. The trust is there. The bomb gets planted.
Now the swing into action. Nobody has seen anybody. Nobody knows where anybody is. They're still all so separate. Information is lacking in this S&D, and both teams are terrified.
Future shots. I mean, we're chasing shadows out here now, Bryce.
Brack finds Paul X, but they still don't know where Yuli is. Could be anywhere. Hiding in every dark corner. But will he strike at the right time? He's found a seam and he's checked the bomb. We'll have to get onto it as well, and it's perfect timing. That's all he had to do.
Wow.
And oh my goodness, easy in the end.
Little pop up and stand up there for Yuli. I mean, you gotta tip it. In that 2v odd situation, even in a full 2v2, with the smoke still in play, covering the cross that leads to bridge, FaZe Black didn't know. Maybe they could have crossed all the way back through Coop, maybe already been over towards the A-bomb side, so they elect to play through mid and play the 2v2 retake no matter where it is. The problem is, and much like how we saw unfold for about 35 seconds straight, you lack utility to be able to find information in these tight-knit corners. Wonderfully done there for Paul just to play the bait to allow Yuli to get top yellow the way that he did, to be in the clutch position for the bomb plant.
He goes an aggressive push. Smoke out already. Nade's flowing down with the trophy. Yuli is throwing himself into the smoke, but he will be cut down first. The bold play, it does not play out the way they wanted. They've given up mid-map control and first blood.
Stark difference in between the last offense for FaZe. They were able to work that first blood on Yuli, but immediately traded by 2 real, so the bomb's going to get dropped. They do have full coverage of the B bomb side. The issue is that now Exceed has to recover the bomb. He's calling for Brack's assistance so he can do so.
Trying to get into it, but every side, every gunfight, everyone's everywhere, and somehow they come out on the top. FaZe Black win everything they need to, and now they go wherever they want.
Yeah, Paul's just on top of this balcony. I mean, he might be able to catch good timing on a Dylan Rex, but he has to take the situation into his own hands. And I think Rex just saw his barrel pop out, and that is absolutely the case as he just slightly leans to the right, and we'll find that kill. But yeah, that's just the difference in between that set play in 2 different rounds offensively for FaZe. They utilize their smoke over towards barrels, and it kind of forces Yuli's hand to try to get mixy, expecting for there to be another SMG player over in that position towards P1, and then they just catch him just shooting into absolutely nothing, get that first blood, but heads up play for 2 to at least mitigate the damage, kept things even, but the swarm through the middle of the map, just too much for Lur. It's that time around. Remain even here in this map number 5.
Everybody back and forth. Big hit here for FaZe Black. They're taking B control, but the bomb is not there. It's gone A. This leans on Exceed now. It will be calling for reinforcements pretty soon because they will check this. Bomb's actually going down. Nobody's pushing forward either. Exceed has seen nothing.
Good timing for the first on the mail. They're going to start reworking this little mid-alley pinch. At least I thought Rex was going to start pushing it. Asim's there for the assistance. Takes down 2 real. Numbers here for FaZe.
Exceed finds another. Oh, has to back off. Teammate's going to fall. Exceed. Another one in that round. On a 5 streak. We'll eventually get the defuse in. Will strip for his teammate, and that could have gone very, very wrong, but Exceed playing out of his mind.
I mean, that just goes to show just the trust and faith that FaZe Black do have in one another for their setup. Say you get 3 players to your point there, Bryce, that push aggressively over towards B, trying to go for the hard read against Lur, but the push inevitably goes over towards A, where Exceed is the sole defender, calling for as much help as possible, I'm sure, but to allow the bomb to get planted, to catch good timing, to find that first blood. You saw the immediate swarm through the middle of the map, coverage every single angle there for FaZe Black. They will now take a 1-round lead.
Exceed will be looking for this, and you saw the team talks as well on the camera. Just talking strategy at the moment. Neither team feeling comfortable enough to celebrate anything. Exceed is going to be playing passive here. Now, sometimes this does go wrong. When you play for a kill, it maybe just not puts you in the right position you want, and Exceed looking for one as well. He's going to go down. There's a crossfire there.
No trades immediately. I mean, Asim was just forced to be the tip of the spear. Yuli's going to get scouted out, just throwing some shots as soon as he saw Rex just pop up for at least a stun check. Numbers here for Lur, not giving up any angles.
Now, do they head over towards A and try to get this bomb down? Not an easy prospect, but they are going to try it. Oleg's watching. That's a little bit of a slide too far for Brack, and he's still going to go for the plant. I think Exceed's looking for the player that was there. The players all around. He wins the gunfight versus RCs, but will be traded by Paul X. Brack now running for his life. Won't get away. Hesitation drops him, and Lur 3-3.
Exceed was able to get that cruise missile, though, and that's still a garnered win for FaZe Black. It just comes down to how you want to use that to be able to retake a site over towards B. The options become that much more limited on what Lur is going to be able to do on the map because they are very much so aware that Exceed has that in his back pocket from the Herculean start that he has had here in this Search and Destroy map number 5. I digress, at least for Lur. Just holding their angles, just trying to force FaZe Black to be aggressive as they have through multiple offensive rounds. Works out this time. They maintain their numbers. So we go back to even Stevens here in round number 7. We go.
B hit incoming. Slowly but surely working it. Checking out top 3. Nobody has made it towards bridge yet, but for FaZe Black, it's definitely a passive setup.
I wonder if they're just waiting for the bomb to be planted at B and maybe to call in the cruise missile. Exceed is playing... No, he's already called it in. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a lot of information. The only player that's in a position to maybe try to capitalize on that would be Asim, but 2Real actually catches Brack off guard. That's not what you wanted for the cruise missile being invested. Traded, though.
This has been a very slow round because of that cruise, and FaZe Black are wondering where to go now. Did he see the leg? Does Asim see it? I don't think he did. He will now. He's going for the chow. Arsenal is running for his life, but that is a back off from them. And Lur Gaming going to put this down at 8. Exceed has not found the kill either. That's twice they could have had something. Exceed will get the trade. 8's going out towards 8. Will be cut down by Arsenal. They're 1 versus 2. Where are they going with this bomb?
Are they going to try to hightail it over towards B? Asim has no idea. I mean, he's just thinking he's going to play the clock, that they're trying to search for the kill. But now the win condition is set for Lur in a 1v2. Take a 1-round lead. Asim in a 1v2, 7-4 so far. 6 rounds. What can he do?
Tries it, but this is the problem. 26 seconds. He would have to drill this player now and get towards the bomb. It's not going to happen. Lur Gaming go up.
And as you were pointing out, again, for FaZe Black, I mean, that is his most passive of a round on either side that we have ever seen them play. Because they had the cruise missile in Exceed's back pocket, and the smoke comes out. And for FaZe Black, they're probably under the assumption that they're all funneling towards bridge trying to get a full B execute. But it's not the case at all. They actually baited out the cruise missile, all stay alive, and 2Real fishes out of timing through Church. Be able to get that first blood on the Brack. And then Lur, from that slightest bit of information, we're able to transition to both bomb sites with just under 30 seconds to go. I've now flipped this lead. We're 3.
Again, mid-control for FaZe Black. They've put the bodies in here. Really finds a seam, though. Exceed flies through Church. Will he be able to find anything else for them? He went, no! Paul X cuts him down before he can. At 2 versus 4. Dylan Rex gets Yuli back. 2 versus 3. The FaZe Black, though, they don't have positioning or bomb.
Gotta get some tags from Rex. He's playing in that same position as he always does when it leans towards B for FaZe Black offensively. But you said it. I mean, the biggest problem right now is where that bomb is located at. You have to somehow work a pick, maybe across this B street just to be able to cross, but the middle of the map is also being watched by 2Real.
Time slipping away. Rex onto the bomb, but doesn't have it. They're trying to bait this out. They're trying to get Brack some space to grab it. He's grabbed it. Trying to get through mid. That's a big gunfight. Brack has found it. Does he continue on towards B or does he go towards A? They know people are overwatching this. Arsenal's gone for the flank. They are. They're going on to the point here as well. Arsenal's trying to get into a position. Arsenal does as well. He finds Brack. And Dylan Rex. I don't know if he has enough time there. Doesn't matter.
Would have narrowly got it down even with the timing, and you see the laughs, the fist bumps, the gestures of faith coming through for Lur Gaming there. Just to be able to hold their irons, to stop the middle of the map in all of its salvo. And I will say that this much, is that it takes a certain amount of stones for Yuli to check through that smoke again, where he got blown to smithereens for first blood in the previous defense that they had. So works it for that first blood, gives Lur all the advantage across the map, and just lets the clock become exhausted. Now, 1 round away are Lur Gaming, the date on the main stage.
Here they go. Paul X also could have a streak. 5 in the pocket. Stacking this one as well. This is a huge flag on a Bragg. Gets it. And now, a little bit of blood in the air. A little bit of an issue for them. Yuli's going to bang this door and get taken down. Exceed finds the kill they need to just stable the ship. Scene finds another. 2 Real gets back on Dylan Rex. The 2 versus 2. 48 seconds to go.
Scene throwing some shots over towards 2 Real. Preserves his life. Lur Gaming, though, on offense, need to recover that bomb. And 2 Real and Paul X have separated from each other. Paul X has taken onus on trying to clear as much of the B-bomb side as possible. Seam is the only one watching this. He's got a rival 9, and although that thing can be a laser beam at distance, Lur are going to have to commit to this B-bomb side and quickly, running out of time.
Two versus 1 a seam to keep them alive. The hope for it almost makes it. Oh god, run a seam. Oh, there's just nothing you can do. They know where he is. Has to hide from it. Takes the time away. This will be an incredible clutch if he can make it. Finds one. No, 2 Real cuts him down, and that's it. There's the trash talking. I don't know what they're saying, but it's probably, are you okay? I'm sorry we beat you. At least you have a good time. We might see you again. But Lur Gaming, they will make their way to the grand final. FaZe Black fall into lower.
Congrats on the run. Can't wait to see you at EWC. Oh, and by the way, you just lost map 5. Both search and destroys going Lur's way in this best of 5 winners finals. For FaZe Black, again, I mean, they come in global #1, and this almost feels, which is pretty hilarious when you think about it, just on the 2 logos that we had on our screen right there. Just like Miami. I mean, when push came to shove there in the final few moments, the adaptations in Search and Destroy for this Lur Gaming squad that are representing this brand this time around are just so much better. The reads, the stoppage of the middle of the map pressure that FaZe Black continuously throw offensively is all for naught. There were a lot of bright moments for sure. Exceed being able to work that 7 spree was one thing, but the cruise missile and the fumbling of the bag when that round got called in from above, just felt like that FaZe Black have lost the entirety of the plot. Lur Gaming just went on an absolute tear, winning 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's crazy in the end, and you could tell it was tense the entire way through. We saw nothing from the player cam right until this moment. A dejected FaZe Black, a jubilant Lur Gaming, because they've made their way into the grand final. For FaZe Black, though, all is not lost. They will be playing again and have an opportunity for revenge.
Yeah, the difference in between their day being over right now and just going back to watch a lot of VOD and maybe prepare for tomorrow. Not going to be the case at all for FaZe Black, as now they have to wait for the conclusion of the lower semifinals. Again, we have already found out our 4 challengers teams that will be represented over for the Esports World Cup for Clutch Rain X War and Omit Brooklyn. They will have the next setting of the table here for lower semifinals. The winner of that will face FaZe Black to conclude the evening. And then the winner of that, well, a best of 7 on the main stage there in Allen, Texas against Lur Gaming.
Wow, it's certainly all spicing up here. Only one could make it. And that game is coming up next as well. Every game remaining here is going to be incredible at Challenger Champs. We know that it has been whittled down. Obviously, I'm looking forward. I mean, the Clutch Rain versus Omit Brooklyn. It's a rematch, Cammy versus Bance. But, hey, all that and more to come. We're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up right after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Challenger Finals. We are getting down to our final teams here for day number 2. We're going to be left with 2 as we get to the end of it. It's going to be a fun one. I'm Visions, that's Proper. Andy, we got another banger set up here in the lower bracket. That's of course where our action is going to be taking us here, and then the losers final. Man, I'm amped up. I think we got a lot of great Call of Duty still left in the night.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it all day, right? We started off with 16 teams yesterday. We halved that entire field down to 8, and now we have to end up with 2. So all the teams still competing throughout Challengers Finals so far will be at Esports World Cup. That is undeniable. But who's going to be the Challengers champion going into that event? You got to think that your head's going to be held high, and every single matchup going forward is going to be an absolute slobber knocker. Every team has the chance to get the better of the other.
I like that, and it feels like that's probably going to be the case, especially when you start to see a FaZe Black lose in the fashion that they just did. So our number 1 seeded team, I think, coming into LAN here for us is not looking to be at the top in the winners or through the winners bracket. They have to do it through the lower bracket. But we'll take a look at our rosters that we do have here for you guys for our matchup. It's going to be an exciting one. Again, this is Omit Brooklyn. We've been seeing a lot of them today. They've been picking up a lot of steam. We got Cammy, Awakening, Purge, and Proloot. Anyone that you're keeping your eye on coming into the series here, Andy?
Yeah, Team Glasses for sure. Coming in hot. You gotta really appreciate it, man. I mean, like, Cammy, Awakening, Purge, Proloot. Again, this is a 4-player roster that has a distinct vendetta on making sure that they prove the point that they deserve to be in the league. I mean, 3 out of 4 of these players were in the league at the beginning of the year. Let's not forget, of course, Cammy, LA, Awakening there in Minnesota, Purge having time spent on Vegas, and then Proloot, of course, his tenure on Optic, and then inevitably going over towards Vegas as well. You just really do feel like that at any given moment, any one of these 4 players can pop off in a massive way. They are your Season 3 Challengers Elite Champions. They were on a hot winning streak towards the end of the year. Started off really slow today, but find themselves here.
All right, well, let's take a look at their opponents here. We do have Clutch Rain X War coming into the mix, looking to try to make something special happen. Bant, Harry, Cobra, and Denza. EU's last hope, if you will. We'll see if they can try to get the job done here and stay alive for Europe.
I'm just gassed to get a full European team representation there at the Esports World Cup. Again, we will have Team Falcons, Exodus, and Co. as the representation for the MENA. And that's going to be great, but these guys have been playing their absolute hearts out. And when you talk about it again, 2/4 of this team has been in the league before, Pro League a lot for Bants for a very long time. Harry had a small stint when it was the London Royal Ravens, and Cobra deservedly a chance to potentially be on a league team this past year. And Denza is an S&D mastermind. He has been on an absolute tear all day long. They have gotten the better of so many teams that have given them issues in the online seasons of the Elite throughout the entirety of this tournament so far. And now I'm just starting to question on how far their ceiling truly goes.
Absolutely, and you got to also take in, Denza wasn't even competing at the beginning of the year. It felt like he was going to hang up the sticks, and he, comes back in, gets in the mix, and has just been one of, if not the best European player so far. So we'll see if he can keep that going, but also a chance here to maybe take a look at our map set and see our best of 5 that we do have for both of these squads, and we will be taking little dip here in Karachi, then we'll move over towards some 6-star. We got High Rise, some more 6-star, and then another dose of High Rise to end it off.
Yeah, and I think that if you're looking into this for a Clutch Rain X Wars perspective, you are very happy for a multitude of reasons. The double 6-star, for one thing, you've been looking very confident on that through this tournament alone. The 6-star Search and Destroy is something that they've played continuously just throughout the entirety of this tournament alone and throughout Challengers Elite Season 3, but look, man, it's Omit Brooklyn, and I wouldn't do this series justice if I didn't talk about the masterminds that are behind these 2 teams. Let's not forget that B-Sport Josh, of all people, is there in venue coaching these boys live at this current juncture of time. Comparatively to Charles Mystic on the opposite side, this is the best of 5 maps that they drew up for their 2 respective rosters to get the best chance to make themselves further along in this bracket.
Absolutely. And I think the big thing here, especially talking from Clutch Rain's POV, is that they've really started to get a lot better at respawn. I think specifically in Hardpoint, their record, I want to say it was 7-2 when I took a peek at it. So these guys have been putting in a lot of good work. It feels like they've been really difficult to beat, and it comes off the back end of what we've been getting out of the ARs, but also it's that takeover mode of Denza that has been a problem. You need to see that matched here on the other side, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do it, because I will say on the other side, we've seen Proloot, I think, play really well so far on the day, but he quality has to be there, I think, to really match up against some of these subs that we do have. And again, specifically, Denza, we'll see if he can try to get the job done. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the action. We are late into the night here for day number 2, and we're kicking it off on Karachi.
Yep. Hold on to your pants, because this one very much so might blow the roof off, or over by the hot dog stand. I don't know what concessions that they're near, but it's definitely going to get spicy over here, as you were talking about. The slaying prowess for both these two teams has no bounds, you would fear, because Denza has been playing out of his mind. Bance has been able to showcase his champs prowess as well, and then Omid Brooklyn, when you look at both Purge and ProLoot here in Challengers, they have the potential to go off at any given moment. Favorite side of the map, at least thus far here for Omid Brooklyn, doing a good job of just dictating the pace of the middle of the map, soaking out some time.
Clutch Rain X War, 7-3 map count today, so certainly some improvements based off of what we were getting yesterday. And they're trying to keep the ball rolling, but it's all Brooklyn to open up the Karachi hardpoint. Already 36 seconds secured. Looking at this P2 rotation, nobody's going to be in the hill first. It's almost like a battle of who's going to make the first move. And, well, moves are being made, but kills are coming through again for Brooklyn. And it looks like they might be able to rack up a lot of time early.
Seeming that way. I mean, you got Awakening positioned all the way inside of Mail, so he's the first set of alarm bells that are going to whistle. Actually, the second is Cammy's able to pick one up onto Vance. They don't have top red control, but that's fine, because Purge is hitting a little bit of a route and try to unearth these people and set up a little bit of a pinch.
What can Denza do? The answer, nothing. 1 and 5 start. A little bit slow, uncharacteristic based off the day. ProLoot, though, has a lot to deal with, and how about the cover fire over the top? Allows Harry to flood on in, and he's able to come away with 2. Spawns in the back, though. You'll see Omid Brooklyn, of course, give this one last good hit. Would love to pick up the 15 seconds, but the kills aren't necessarily coming in convincingly. Harry's doing a good job of just playing his life and just buying time here. And this is also potentially going to win you the rotation based off how much you just dedicated to P2.
Yeah, I mean, Omid Brooklyn's decision there with the lead that they've already built for themselves. It's just they hit through the old time and just try to work for a very quick breakover by P3. You know that Clutch Rain X War is still spawning to the backside of Cafe, but Cammy from the previous respawn has already cut past the middle of the map. He's already top side of the coop, so a lot to do for the 2 players for Clutch Rain X War in and around the hardpoint.
All right, Vance going to have a lot of help on this cross, and the nade also going to tag. Trophy system ends up making its way down low. Awakening looking for an angle. He's cut down the Purge. The timing is good. He's able to slip on in, so the break is now looking solid here for Brooklyn. They have at least 1 member in. The reinforcements now also on the way.
I mean, can't get COD timing, make your own COD timing. That's exactly what Purge was able to do, utilizing some of the nade smoke and catching Vance in a reload. The break certainly coming in. You were really hoping for about 50, if not a full 60 there for Clutch Rain X War, as this lead will continue to grow for Omid Brooklyn. Going to be damn near close, about triple digits, as Purge is now up to double positive, 10 and 5 for Evan. On a 3 spree, a combined 8 between Purge down to ProLoot. Cammy can just continue to play the route, man. Even on the respawn, we'll be joining Awakening just to try to get more church control. The battle for the scrap time will be favorable for Omid Brooklyn. They already have members over by P4.
Wow, this is the 3rd hill out of 4 where it feels like Brooklyn have been at the new hill, at least there first, or able to contest some of that early pressure. And we'll see if they can try to hold on to it. We know not a lot of time typically goes over, so big red's being taken, and Cobra's going to go all the way to the back. Stun, though, will stop the regen from coming through immediately. Just trying to slow things down and get a read on this push. Purge from the side, 4 in a row, looking for 5. Kill is taken from him, but he has still got a chance maybe to work for a streak up to 14 and 6 now. And
look at the manipulation on the map as well. That spawn that happened all the way down by Coop by Awakening should be setting everything up for the players that are already over by the AS&D. And that's going to be ProLoot as well as Cammy, just setting up for what is going to be a flood of players coming out from Mail, but they can't come up with anything at all. Cammy needs to get the response, not expecting for the second. And then you also had a late hit for the scrap time there at ult for Cobra, but he's got to give it up. I mean, you're down by about 90 points if you are Clutch Rain X War. You are hurting in a bad way.
You certainly are. This is a required hold here if you're Clutch Rain, and ProLoot just wallbangs through, finds the headshot, and oh no, everybody just about falls apart here outside of Cobra, the only one. Last line of defense, and, well, he is just low on health and has no ammunition to work with. So the break, just about immediately here for Brooklyn, but they still need to find a wave of kills. Awakening good for 1. He's got assistance on the cross, and Cammy's got his back. This crossfire is deadly at the moment. Nobody's finding any angles outside of what we just got out of Harry and Bance. They might now have a chance to surge forward and fight for 20 seconds.
You just need one big heroic pop-off moment for any one of these 4 players. We know that they can do it. Cobra, can do it. Denza's making us look real bad on this analyst test. Let me tell you, 3 and 13 so far. Not the start that we're expecting out of Sleep. And Bance is at 8 and 13, unable to even get any objective score whatsoever as a 4-player team. At the end of this first set of hardpoints, it is going to be a 100-point advantage for Omit Brooklyn. And everybody's positive in their own ways. I mean, this is just getting uglier by the second, brother.
Yep, not how you wanted to start this series, especially coming off of, some of the wins that we just saw. Some of them were in pretty dominating fashion. And the hardpoint has been, at least statistically, pretty good here so far. But EU has not had the best record when matching up against North America this year here in Modern Warfare 3. Have to see a change. And, well, so far, Brooklyn have been just about perfect on P1. The high ground control is good. The slaying continues to come through. And desperation starting to set in here for Clutch Rain.
Clutch Rain are on the better side of the map, but again, just because you have the P2 rotation doesn't mean that you can just give up all the time. Aware of that, finally, they will break for the scrap time. But Brooklyn's still spawning over by Coop. They're going to have the opportunity to maybe try to hit a very long route on the backside of Church, but they're electing just to hit through the old time. I mean, why not? You've been outslaying everything that Clutch Rain X4 have been throwing at you, so might as well just brute force your way through red, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do, but Vance shuts down too.
Well, Brooklyn have been so good on their breaks. They almost get into the hill just about 10 seconds in as it pops. We'll see if the hold can finally come in here for Clutch Rain. Lucifer moving down low. Will be able to block off this cross if they decide to start flying on through, and he is good for that first one, but the trade just about as perfect as you'd want it. Awakening even gets a read onto the second, and Purge makes his way into the point. So just like that, 20 seconds in, Brooklyn find the break, and they're now looking at what could be over 200 points heading into the next hill.
I mean, this is disgusting. We got to get some production out of Denza, or we're just going to see some of the best 2-3-5 situations happen here for Clutch Rain X4. I'm not too sure. Omit Brooklyn, to your point there, bro, they have broken everything. Legitimately everything. Every single setup that Clutch Rain X4 have even had has accumulated to 64 seconds of OBJ time, and we're about to go to P3 in the second set of hills. This is
very
disgusting.
Sloppy. Yes.
They have a good setup here for 3. So what you really just hope for is that maybe Cobra can get over towards top 3. He's actually going to get someone to spawn behind him over by bridge. It's just so awkward, and Awakening's going to find 2 past junk. Denza needs to hold on.
Oh, man. Denza needs some production out of him. And, well, maybe he's starting to wake up just a tad bit. Really slow start at 3 and 13. Now up to 8 and 18. But Omit are back into the hill. The break just seems inevitable whenever they get close to the point. But Awakening is going to be left alone here. He's got a bit of help coming through mid, but through the back, he's got to win those gunfights. Bance able to take him down. And now over the top of the counter, feels like he might be able to get involved again. He is going to get involved 3 in a row. Time that you absolutely need. It was required, and it's finally a decent look here for Clutch Rain X4. But is it too little too late?
I mean, pick your poison. Omid Brooklyn can just break any one of these hills for 5 seconds here, 10 seconds there, and they'll win the map regardless, just because of how much lead that they've been able to build for themselves. Rotation over towards New, towards P4. I mean, you hate to say that Clutch Rain X4 need a full 60. They absolutely do, but the problem is it's on P4, and you can't really generate that much time here, Austin, and you can't really generate much time if you're not even near the time at all, because you're dead.
Yeah, there's been a lot of players dead so far for Clutch Rain X4 here. 8 seconds for the win. Feels as critical as you'd ever want it if you're Omit. And Harry's just going to have to desperately throw himself on the point, and this is the way you have to start playing Hardpoint. It's not the way you want to play Hardpoint, though, because you're typically going to make a lot of mistakes in the process. Lucifer in the back is putting together some kills. First, though, ready to pounce. Clean shots there. Finds the eventual trade onto Harry. Still a chance to end it on P4 as Purge starts to fly on forward. Needs to win that. Cammy's got the assistance over the top. And one final second to maybe contest, but would it even matter? The answer, no. Omit Brooklyn, they come out swinging and grab the map 1.
Well, but at least Clutch Rain X4 were able to get up to 100 points. And I don't mean to sound super condescending, but I mean, with the series that Clutch Rain X4 have been able to put together today, the way that they played up against 5 Media and so many other teams through groups, this is just uncharacteristic as it could possibly get. They were just shooketh the moment that we spawned in towards P1. Again, Omit Brooklyn started off on the favorite side of the map. They won just about every single scrimmage to start off that Karachi map number 1, held every single power position, and then when push came to shove and you finally got rotations 1 for Clutch Rain X4, they just got dismantled every single time.
It felt that way. the setup just would not hold, and you really do got to credit, you know, some of the ARs here. Purge was just electric here through the first set. He really led, or helped lead them to that huge lead they were able to build up. And then, of course, the follow-up ended up coming through eventually from Awakening and Cammy. They found a lot of good moments. Prelude also with that AR. You can see him with it there. Was doing what he needed to do, and that was just slay out, get on time, win the important gunfights. Everybody fulfilling their role just about perfectly. But Clutch Rain X War, very uncharacteristic based off what we've seen today, because they're usually the team that's been coming out with a bit of that fire, and it's been almost setting that tone, if you will, in these best of fives. However, not the case here. So now we look towards a 6-star Search and Destroy, and, well, this is the map mode combination that both teams have actually played a decent amount so far this weekend.
This is their most rehearsed Search and Destroy for both of these two teams. I mean, through the 6 Search and Destroys that Omit Brooklyn have played, 3 of them on Rio, 3 of them on 6-stars, so take that as you will. Comparatively to Clutch Rain X War, they have played this 5 times, and they are 3-2 on it, coming off of a 6-2 win versus 5 Media Clan, though apparently that doesn't mean anything, because what are stats leaning in towards the series? I think that this is just going to be a square up in a nutshell. This is where you really do need the I guess the dependency of leadership inside of both of these two camps, right? Again, I already talked about how you have Josh there in venue helping these boys out for Clutch Rain X War. I believe that Marky B is still at home watching everything happening and probably running out of fingernails while we speak. But it's one of those things, again, that you just need to try to regain. Go in towards the Search and Destroy. It should be a very good game mode, you would assume. The players on paper for Clutch Rain X War. We talked about Denza in delivering the slaying there in the respawn. Search and Destroy is his wheelhouse. And I put a massive asterisk on that, just given who they are facing on the opposite side of this station, Austin. Any one of those 4 players, specifically between both Purge and Prelude, were born in the Search and Destroy community here in North America. Prelude, it's hard to go a single night without seeing him tweet about maybe about 6 different S&D chows. He loves this game mode, bro.
Yes, he does. And they spend a lot of time going over it, just learning those little timings, those little fundamentals. You get those reps in, and it can pay off in moments like this where you get into high-pressure situations. But instincts can take over. You can rely on them, and that's where you look towards those two. But on the other side, I will say that this Clutch Rain team has been pretty solid at being able to at least show us their B-bomb execution by the pool side. That has been something that's been pretty deadly. I'm curious to see if Omit Brooklyn have gotten any kind of, you know, chance to study or watch over anything whatsoever. You're kind of hopping from series to series, so I would assume it's very unlikely. However, if they find a way to shut that down, I feel a little bit worried for a Clutch Rain X War, because that's almost been what their bread and butter has kind of been, unless Denza is just slaying out through mid 3-piecing like we kind of saw here and there throughout group stage and somewhat today. But it's hard to rely on that consistently, especially after seeing how he just performed in the map 1. But I do agree, eyes are on him. He's the one leading the charge. He's been putting up the big numbers. You don't want to put it all on one player, but when one player that's been delivering, it stops delivering, who's the next guy to step up here? I guess that's kind of the next big question for Clutch Rain.
It's tough to gauge what your preparation would even look like for a series like this, right? Because of all the VOD that you probably watched ahead of this entire tournament, even if you were to somehow 5-head your thought process to assume that you're going to be facing this team here in this specific series, would probably all be through Challenger Season 3 of the Elite. I feel like that it's too late for any of that to be taken into consideration the way that Clutch Rain X War have been playing. Yeah, a lot of the setups are the same, but a lot of the finesse game is that much stronger here on land. So I think there's going to be a lot of learning and adapting as this 6-star Search and Destroy gets underway. And I think that's, again, where you do fall down to these IGLs to be able to read these situations at hand. What's going wrong in the time for our defenses to crumble? How do we react offensively to be able to counteract what these two teams are doing? But if you're Omit Brooklyn coming off of such a massive map 1 win, oh, you know those boys are feeling confident. They might just start running it down mid. Yeah, they very well might. And you can kind of see them so far on the day as well through that bracket. You know, 3-0 in their first matchup there against SGP Midnight. And then they followed up with a 3-0 onto the Spartans as well. And some of those hardpoints did not look pretty. So they are continuing to make that game mode look like one of their best, if not the best. But not losing a map so far in this lower bracket doesn't bode well here for maybe the remaining EU fans that could be up very, very late, hoping that Clutch Rain could potentially get to that losers final. And well, we talk about watching VODs. I'll tell you somebody who is watching, and it's pretty much all the FaZe Black boys who are going to be sitting in that losers final, watching over the shoulders and trying to pick apart what we can do to get an advantage, what we can do to get an ideal map set here potentially. But still,
a lot of potential COD left to be played in this lower semifinal, pending what we get out of Clutch Rain, right? I mean, we just saw them lose by 150 points, so the expectation is not necessarily high here for them, but there is one thing I do expect, and that is to have at least a little bit of composure coming back in with the reset.
You feel like this would have to be a must-win then, right? For when it comes down to Clutch Rain X4, the search and destroy. Because if you go down 0-2 versus this very vibey squad that is Omit Brooklyn, it's probably going to be a swift 3-0. A team, by the way, when we were looking at that bracket and you were going through, I was like, wow, they really haven't seen a map 4 today because they got 0-3 by Lur to start off their entire Saturday and then just progressively 3-0'd everybody else in their way in their lower bracket run so far. So, I don't know. I mean, the chance to do something hilarious here, maybe if you're Omit Brooklyn, but the chance to do something spectacular if you are this Clutch Rain X War roster, given the simple fact that, again, Search and Destroy should be a big bounce back. You kind of slow things down to a snail's pace, kind of submerge yourself into these crossfires that you know would probably work out quite wonderfully for you and just set up Denza for success. I mean, there's all these different win conditions. It just comes down to once that game starts to pop, if we load into 6-star, you just gotta lock in because Clutch Rain X War desperately need this.
Well, we've set the table. Now it's just a matter of getting the players in the lobby so that we can get underway with our map number 2. They seem to be taking their sweet time. So big resets, big regains coming in here before we jump into the map number 2. But it looks like we are now underway. A lot of 6-star has been played so far in Challengers this weekend. And, well, we've seen a lot of it here in this game mode. A lot of search and destroy. I'm here for it. Love this map. Love to see some more of it. But Clutch Rain X War, you already said it, Andy. They need this one. Can't afford to go down to an Omit that has not dropped a single map here in the lower bracket. They very well could just swiftly close you out in 3-0 fashion.
We'll have to see how it all pans out. Got to be offense first here for Clutch Rain X War to be able to set the table with their pace. Electing to forget the bomb. Well, Denza's going to double back for that. So that's going to kind of halt this push, if you will. But it is round 1, so no trophies. We're waiting for that first blood.
Cobra able to get some good eyes here onto Cammy. He's able to try to work for an angle, and Cammy's going to take a bit of the chow. Doesn't necessarily have to because he's got Purge, who's just creeping up the staircase.
Dude.
And oh, what a snap from Purge. And that might very well seal the round here, pending what Bance can do through mid. The answer, nothing. And just like that, Denza's in a 1v4.
Yeah, put a pin in that because we will probably see that time and time again when it comes down to Omit Brooklyn's defense over towards A. Just tried and true. Head glitch on the statue will be the end-all be-all for the round. Again, Cammy was just... I mean, he was the mole, and he was just beckoning for Cobra to take that challenge that by the time that the second player there for Clutch Rain X War finally tried to help him out to be able to take Cammy off of a very, very tough head glitch, Purge just was able to slip all the way through. He was just waiting for somebody to play from that drop down. Never came through, so he said, okay, I'll just slowly poke my way into security and find 2 quick kills. Why not? First round, as strange as it was, will go Omit Brooklyn's way. Now it's their turn for offense.
Well, let's see if they can get a good read on this. Take a look at the stats that we do have here. And you can see Omit Brooklyn 3-0 on this map mode combination. Doesn't bode well here for Clutch Rain that need this one. But they have a lot of reps. And oh, Purge, are you kidding? Another double? Trade him! Somebody, please! Vance is being finessed! Is Purge gonna kill him too? It doesn't matter. He buys enough time and, well, this round feels chalked as well.
Prolos just want to fly. Can't beat Purge to the punch, though. Isolated 1v1's not going to matter.
Oh,
Everybody's just sliding towards him as well. Yeah, I mean, hey. Yeah, it's funny. Whenever we were talking about for Purge, even in the CDL on Vegas, yeah, didn't have the sexiest respawn KD ratios, but search and destroy, you felt like that this guy was always ready to fish out a handful of timings. And he's just seemingly good for those multi-kills. Handful of rounds. That's another one right there. Back to back. A 4-1 start for Purge. I guess you can kind of wag your fingers like, why didn't you play your life or wait for the bait to be maybe try to work your way towards a cruise missile? You might not need it because Clutch Rain X War only have a single kill.
Yeah, overheats just a tad bit, but certainly didn't overheat in the third, where he was finessing Bansels just a tad bit behind the rock. Good patience, pays off. The teamwork looking flawless, but finally a decent moment to start one of these rounds, at least initially, but how about that? The trades are starting to come in. Clutch Rain X War getting their feet underneath themselves as Cobra finds Prolude just pushing a little too far, and well, Omit Brooklyn, they're just showing no respect, running at them. and Awakening for a 1v2 to secure round 3.
I gave you a this or that, the way that things might unfold going into this map number 2, didn't I, Austin? It was either going to be a very methodical search and destroy, a lot of brain power going back and forth, or we were just going to get Omit Brooklyn running it down any one of these 3 lanes. And why wouldn't you want to rally behind Purge? I mean, this guy is just fishing for these engagements quickly. Like, yeah, he goes 1 for 1, at least in that regard, but it sets up Awakening just to pick things back up over by the pool side. Gig Awake now up to 4-0 here, to 3-0 start for Omit Brooklyn here in this map too.
All right, well, we keep saying Clutch Rain Export need to grab a round. This is the one that you really need. You go down 0-4, and all of a sudden we start talking about comebacks, and we have not seen anything promising to really convince us that that would happen. So let's see what we get in round 4. Patience really coming out initially, but Purge has slipped through, and he's able to grab himself an easy cleanup kill and might be able to put together some more.
It's taken a lot of space away from the middle of the map. Like, it's forced the honesty. Denza gave up the sky bridge just to try to defend what could be a middle of the map push, but that's good info from Lucifer. Harry's under a lot of pressure. No trophy system. Brings him down to 70 HP.
You still have no mid-map control here, and you got to be careful being pinched up. Doesn't matter. Prelude actually just wins the battle head-on. And through the pistol, Purge is ready to challenge very deep in the lane. And yeah, Omit Brooklyn, I mean, this is just looking absolutely perfect. They are making 0 mistakes right now.
I think systematic is a very good word to use here. The way that we're seeing Omit Brooklyn kind of manipulate this map, just all off of what like Purge is starting to find and develop through the early, like 20 seconds of these rounds. He's just taking so much map away, and more often than not, working that first blood. And even then, he didn't push all the way over towards the sidebar once he was already over by the DJ booth. He just books it back over through mid, helps his team get out from security. Purge has 4 first bloods, and wouldn't you know, we're only 4 rounds in. I think Evan's enjoying himself, yeah.
Yeah, Evan's got this one figured out, doesn't he? And this is kind of back to that round number 1 strat where Cammy was throwing shoulders, and well, look where Cammy is. He's back on top of the bomb, using that little fountain heady and trying to just finesse info. This is going to force Clutch Rain X War over to B. Before we jumped into the map, I talked about how strong their B-bomb execute has looked throughout the last 2 days. And finally, Purge is going to lose that first blood. So a good moment here for Clutch Rain X War. They have a numbers advantage, and they're getting this bomb down.
Egregious challenge for sure. Harry's going to find the second onto Awakening. This should be a round win for Clutch Rain X War. They have full coverage of the bomb site. Isolated challenge on the Cammy. Won't be able to win it. Prelude, 1v4. Look, Byron, you're pretty good, man. This high-low situation over by the pool side is just not it. So finally, and I exclaim, finally, Clutch Rain X War get themselves on the board. And you pointed it out, it's the same exact first round defense that we got from Omit Brooklyn. Yeah, they're trying to play for that bait play to get inside security. Cammy doesn't see anything. By the time that Purge tries to get back behind over by the offensive spawn, Cobra's watching it. You saw that happen a handful of times when they played up against 5 Media back in their last lower round match. Just expecting for the aggressive push to come through. It works out wonderfully as Bance pushes through over by Tiki Bar. They clear all the B bomb sites to your point there, Austin. Very good on those executes.
Absolutely. So, first round, it's here. Better late than never. But defense has been a pretty big problem as well, and again, it's come off the back end of some of these first bloods, but Denz is in a pretty nice position. If he gets some info, he's going to be able to pounce, just like Purge did there a little bit previously. And while glass is being broken, information going to be heard. Awakening knows something's up. And this is just going to buy some time, and Cobra with a snap almost transfers for a second. This is going to slow things down now for Omit Brooklyn.
It sure is. I mean, they want to try to work this A bomb site, but where's the assistance in the middle of the map? Cammy has to give up the island play over by B, and now all 4 defenders are here.
Cobra's got 3 players all out in front of him. And Cobra able to beam another AR here. It's the last one left alive, and well, it does not matter. That is a much cleaner round. Clutch Rain X War finally starting to find the pieces and put them together.
Yeah, starting to build that momentum ever so slightly here. All the back end of Cobra, who, again, from that glass breaking down by the skybridge via Denza, you saw it alarmed Awakening to try to take an angle on it, expecting somebody to try to push through, much like how we saw Purge do in the opening round for Omit Brooklyn on defense. But could not escape the iron, or the red dot sight of Cobra. Now up to 6 and 4, combined 6 spree between him and Harry.
Have to try to keep it going. And we'll see if Omit Brooklyn try to change anything up. Obviously, Purge has been very active here at the start of some of these rounds. And he wants to go back to that same position he's been playing. They're going to spot him. He's going to get one. You have to imagine he gets traded here, but no one's in a position to immediately run at him. So Purge is able to play his life, and that is now also a bomb that you're going to have to retrieve.
All the little jump peaks. I mean, Purge is just playing with his food. Good info on Harry. He forced Purge away, but he's electing to push over by the fountain by himself. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Teamwork is next level. Challenge one, he ducks. Next one flies out. And Purge is still lurking over the top. But this time, Bant's not going to fall for it. So, able to take out Purge, who was going for a little peek. Prolude has to play his life. He's got cover fire here from Cammy. And, well, the jump shot will let Prolude know. Awakening also gets involved in the play. I mean, the teamwork is just so flawless. Once again, Omit Brooklyn able to stop that streak. And they put themselves on map point.
Yeah, I mean, you had a really good chance there. If you were Clutch Rain X War to potentially string together 3 rounds, but it's the same setup continuously. And we've seen Clutch Rain X War defensively do this as well. This is as default as a setup as you could possibly imagine. Get your SMG down by the Sky Bridge, get an AR playing the head glitch over by the fountain statue, and I mean, this time Purge doesn't even have to pop up. Denza just gives him the challenge. That gets the bomb dropped, and then Purge just gets more information continuously on 3 different players. That point here for Omit Brooklyn.
Hate to point it out, but Denza still has not shown us a whole lot of production after gassing him to the high heavens coming into the series. Call it a caster curse, call it whatever you want. But Denza now has a solid first blood here, as Bance is going to follow up with that position. So you got a lot of control over the map, and it looks like you're more than willing to give up a potential B plant. Awakening goes just a little bit forward here to see if he can get some info. Doesn't find anything, and now we'll look to rally with his teammates or watch the flank.
Denza's holding the cross. Does he have a rival or does he have an MCW? These are the questions that I have. Because with that cross being watched, and it's a rival 9. It's not the most favorable gun, but he could get some damage and open things up. But the timing, unfavorable. Sees him at a late moment under so much pressure, and there's no assistance whatsoever. Bance is late to this flank.
Yeah, he is. They might read it. So the timing doesn't necessarily work out for you anymore. And, the cover fire. Harry able to keep his teammate alive. Denza gets involved again for his second kill in the round. And the last one left alive was Awakening. A little shaky, a little windy out here in the poolside. But Clutch Rain, they do put together round 3.
Yeah, I mean, it is a high-rise terrace, right? I mean, they
That's
get
right.
windy up there.
Pretty high up.
Yeah. I mean, I've never climbed any mountains in my life, but I'm pretty sure that's how wind works. Regardless, it's a big moment here for Clutch Rain X War, who at a moment there was looking so dire. But if Harry had not gone back behind over on the offensive spawn side of the map, help keep Bance's flank alive, that round would have very much so been the last. We would have been talking about the upcoming control, but not the world we live in. 2 rounds still between these 2 teams. Omit Brooklyn very much so still up on map point. Clutch Rain X War giving a lot of space away, but it's Bance again taking a forward approach over by Beach, trying to clear some space.
Oh my god!
Nade. It's a popcorn.
What a double nade. Again, almost sealing the round here because Bance has got nobody to watch his flank. He is completely isolated, and Omit Brooklyn not looking to play around whatsoever today. It is strictly business, as it's a 6-3 victory. For the most part, very convincing, and they're now 2-0 up in the best of 5.
I mean, there was a trophy system there on that hop up. I saw it on the X-ray. You cannot fool me, but that is just well-coordinated stuns and a well-cooked medium rare grenade by Byron Prolude. Be able to find that first blood plus the popcorn extra. That is just absurd scenes. And again, that's what we talk about when it comes down to the Omit Brooklyn roster. And we kind of gave a certain amount of praise that maybe it could have been matched for Clutch Rain X War. Between Purge and Prolude, I mean, these guys just play Search and Destroy so damn much that they have just seen every single strategy this side of the Mississippi plus the other side, for crying out loud. And it really just started off hot with the way that we saw Cammy and Purge just manipulating the A side of the map. It was a continuation of them just getting wildly aggressive until Clutch Rain X War finally forced the respect out of Omit Brooklyn. But when push came to shove, much like how in map number 1, the leader's advantage in the scoreline was just too much to bear.
It was. And I mean, the teamwork that was coming throughout this map for Omit Brooklyn in some of these rounds that they won was unbelievable. Just the ability to play off each other. Like you said, Purge and Cammy really doing an excellent job around that A site. A lot of problems that you saw not really a lot of solves for on the other side there for Clutch Rain X Wars. So, not dropping a map so far in this lower bracket continues for home in Brooklyn, and they might not drop a single map here as they can get the job done on a high-rise control. Need a bit of a reset here if you're Clutch Rain X War, because it is now do or die time if you want to stay alive here at Challenger Champs. We'll see if they can try to get that job done, but while all the players are setting up and getting ready, we will throw things to a short break. When we come back, we got high-rise control. Don't go far. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are going right into map number 3 here. It is a high-rise control. If you are just tuning in, it has been all Omit Brooklyn. They are 2-0 up here in the best of 5, and they could very well end it on this high-rise control here, Andy.
Yeah, they sure can. Again, high-rise control has been the only map that Clutch Rain X4 have played this entire championship finals. Gotta also mention the last time that these two teams did play this very tournament, it did go map 5. This Clutch Rain X4 roster was able to win round 5 here on high-rise control. You need it to happen just to stay alive in this tournament.
Absolutely. You need some more players to step up here for Clutch Rain X4. It can't come by just one. You need a lot of players to start pulling their weight if they want to see some more maps. And, well, we take a look at what's happened here so far for Omit Brooklyn. They've been at least kept off of the zone up until this point. So the defense has been decent, and the trades are looking pretty solid around the point as well. That's going to be 3 players down. Last one up is going to be Cammy. Does manage to play his life and find one, but he is kind of left out to dry and eventually drops as well.
Vance just trying to finesse the bullets around the pole. But we're not in the universe of Wanted here in MW3, but here's what we're talking about for Clutch Rain X4. It is just the comparison of Denza and a 1.46 KD versus 5 Media Clan, comparatively to the 0.52 that he's currently residing at right now in this best of 5. You just need him to get a little bit more activated, and you feel like that Clutch Rain X4 do have that fighting chance. It's almost kind of like that effect that when Denza is popping off, this team just simply can barely lose.
No. Makes the difference, doesn't it? And Vance has been pretty good, actually, in high-res control here and there. He almost dropped 40 a little bit earlier on in his matchup. So, able to get a couple kills here for him. He's off to a 4-3 start, but up top you got Harry, who is just lasering anybody who dares move on the map. And now you're going to see Vance get involved in the zone. So this is a much better start here on the defense for Clutch Rain. You've only limited Omit Brooklyn to just a single tick. And now it's all about just trying to run at a spawn and try to get a touch.
But that first segment, I feel like that you need to desperately work your way over towards B, but just by the time you get out of your spawn, you're going to have to just dive onto the zone. Or just able to get there in the nick of time. The flood coming through from Clutch Rain X4, just trying to get out of their spawn first, but trying to play for a power position around A. If they can find these kills and stop this segment progression, could be dancing, but they might be a little bit late to it.
Read. Huge read in the corner there, and while everybody just flies through, wins their 1v1s, and the good news there is that they don't get the full capture of the zone. I believe it was 2 ticks of progress that were secured at the very least here, but all things considered, that is an excellent defense, and you'll take that any day of the week.
You sure will. Look, this Clutch Rain X4 roster, I know we're comparing apples to oranges with online Challengers Elite Season 3 comparatively to where we are on LAN, but they played high-rise control. They started playing it in playoffs of Season 3 of the Elite. They didn't drop a single high-rise control. That is dominance within your region in a nutshell. And now you are the last remaining European team. Everybody's a fan of Clutch Rain X4 for European Call of Duty. I'm sure of it here for Challengers. The 2 segments there were captured, so that's going to be the mark that Clutch Rain X4 have to try to get for themselves. Would love to set themselves up for round 5 defense early if they can.
Cammy, a lot of eyes on some of the members here. Takes out his old duo. Something we actually haven't touched on is Cammy and Vance playing up against each other again. Well, obviously a lot of history with Toronto Ultra. And now up close. That's a big win there, coming on through to try to keep the play alive. But the trades are pretty swift. And again, Clutch Rain X4 winning out on some of these longer range battles, getting forward, and now we're on the zone.
One player, though, is Vance. 8-5 so far, soaking up that zone coverage. Let's have some overwatch there of Denzo, who will also dip his toes onto the zone, but nobody's watching in the middle of the map. Purge is just able to get the freest opportunity to take down Vance, and while Denzo was watching the B Street, and Cammy rips his head clean off. So second segment will be depleted here. 23 plays up against 21 now, as Omit Brooklyn do have a life advantage, but the biggest problem is going to be that clock, as now we're just under 45 seconds.
Yep, time becoming a factor. Still a tick advantage right now for Omit Brooklyn, but, I mean, that could change very quickly. Through the middle of the map, not going to find any value. Outskirts, also not looking too solid here. Pinned to the back of the spawn with just 30 seconds remaining for a situation anyone wants to be in. And you are starting to see the floodgates open up here. A lot of sprees also in the works now for Omit.
One player has slipped the net. Vance is all the way through underground, and his team needs this pinch to find success. Look at all the coverage on the map. Nobody's going to turn around, though. Takes down Cammy. Stalling out the clock again, but just too much to do. Vance gunned. 8 seconds remain. Harry's going to be able to take down Prolude, so that's the Overwatch top helipad, and also Guns Awakening. It's a pistol kill feed. Here comes the stack on B.
Trophy system out, second tick just about locked in, and that will even us up. Looking for the third. Someone's going to have to make a move on the attack, and if not, looks like they're just going to completely concede it. Cobra has some cover fire here. There is a chance to contest. They're on the zone. Fight's coming through, and it's Lucifer for another. 3 in a row. Purge is low. Lucifer is low. Reinforcements are in. Awakening able to find 2 with the pistol, limiting them to just the 2 ticks for now. Cammy's involved. Chaos in and around the B zone, but eventually the defense is there. They hold on, and the ticks are all evened up.
Yeah. 2 ticks a piece. And listen, I think that you're going to go back in, if you are Clutch Rain X War, and look at that situation unfold. I almost want to say it's like half a second. If Denza stays on that zone, they would have gotten that second segment before that pinch came through from Purge in the middle of the map, but coverage was not there. I completely understand the Spidey senses of wanting to deal with the gunfights as Omit Brooklyn were all coming off of the respawn block, but at least you walked away with the 2 segments. Better than nothing, I always say. Now it's back to the offense for Omit Brooklyn. Gonna split the map. Try to get some helipad control, maybe get a good look at B. Clutch Rain X War also splitting the map.
Purge been a little slow to start here, but you expect that with the SMG. Not easy to maneuver with that thing on high rise. Denzel, he finds a route with the SMG. Tags from behind. Should get finished off here, and Purge comes out of spawn, and we'll finish it off. Cobra also pressing some of these respawners that are struggling to get any kind of map control here. The control's been pretty solid. Only 2 deaths so far here for Clutch Rain X War.
Only had 3 bullets, but the team shots were there to take down Awakening, I'm sure of it. Not going to be able to get the reload, and look at the forward positioning here for the defense, who have only lost just now 3 lives. As Prolude takes down Harry. Cobra's still in a power position over by this double window side for the B Street. And Omit Brooklyn are just trapped. They have to get through so many kills just to get out of their spawn.
Yep, Omit are forgetting what the rest of the map looks like right now. They have been pinned to the back. Shots over the top, though, for Bance. No good. So this is your opening. Chance to surge forward here through B long. And, well, not anymore. Cobra does take out one of his teammates, but a lot of the damage was done. Purge is the only one out on the map. Does find a pretty big kill onto Harry. The nade tags him heavily, but Purge can't get across. 14 seconds now on the clock. One final attempt. Awakening does give them a chance.
Harry's there for the contest, though. And if it wasn't going to be Harry, Denza's there for the pinch to take down Cammy, and also gets the double onto Awakening. There he is indeed. 4 seconds remaining. You do have one player, his Prolude has already found a kill over through the middle of the map. So he's on the A zone, stalling out the clock, and the rest of his teammates found pressure over towards the B Street. It's a double zone control so far.
Oh, it's a hope and a prayer, as you had Prolude just trying to buy time. Both zones, though, under attack, so decisions now need to be made here for Clutch Rain X War. And they're struggling to get out of their spawn a tad bit here, so this is a huge problem. Second tick is slowly being worked on here at the B point. Purge is in the spawn, very deep into the spawn, in fact. We'll try to back away, slip away, but not going to happen. Trades are coming in, but that extra minute, you need it from one of these 2 zones as everyone looks to attack.
Gotta get on one of these zones. I mean, the A zone is almost fully captured. Prolude's still over here finessing. The B zone gets captured, and finally the flood comes through, but it's Purge off the respawn block. Now you just need to fly. If you are Bance, cannot get there in time. Purge goes massive in that round to get into their spawn. Prolude made the heads-up play to start off that entire escapade. With 2.2 seconds remaining, they win an offensive round here on high-rise control via segment progression for being trapped in their spawn for, what would you reckon, like 35 seconds?
Yeah, not the whole round. It felt like outside of their break-off. They were in there for a long time. 11 seconds were left on the clock when they started to make their B push through. And like you said, Prolude just makes an absolute beautiful call to run over to A and stalls out the clock for quite a while. He was alive there for like 60 seconds. Don't see it often, and Purge started at 7 and 11 and has now worked himself up to 19 and 18, so he is now woken up here too. Oh.
Great opening break off again for Clutch Rain X War. Now this offense becomes that much more necessary, and this even goes further than just the control, but also for this best of 5 series. But it's just these routes, man. Like, if it's not Purge Prolude, it's gonna end up being Awakening or maybe even Cammy. Who the hell knows? These guys are just playing so loose, but trade's still a bountiful. Cammy trying to pick up the slack. Zemtech's gonna take down Awakening the boot. So you still got Bance on the zone. If you are Clutch Rain X War, trying to stall out this clock, working up that second segment.
Tell you what, Clutch Rain X War are coming out here pretty hot. They know it is do or die. It is an offensive win or you are out. And they have almost secured this B point. Denza already making some early moves over towards A. Will be read quite nicely, and well, Omit Brooklyn finally get that moment to stabilize, try to get some map control here. It's just Harry that's left up, but they still got a chance to try to surge onto B to secure that final tick.
They found the one pick of Cammy. That was the B defender. You still have coverage as Prolud is watching that cross, but slipping onto the zone is Denza. And he has good coverage as well. Harry's all the way to the top side of the propane tank. The spam fire, free fire, not going to be good enough. Harry can't produce anything on the top side of propane, and Prolud doubles down, takes down Denza, but the B zone did get captured. 2 life lead, 1:40 on the board. Very doable for Clutch Rain X4, but they just got to get out of their spawn.
18 lives playing up against 15 now. And yes, back to getting out of your spawn, trying to find these tricky kills. Need some good team shots, need some good teamwork to really finesse it properly. And so far, so good. But unfortunate teammate there from Bance onto Denza. Need to make up for it. And Awakening is going to try to keep them pinned in. Going for wallbang shots across the other lane. Will set it up for Prolute. And they are still keeping them at bay, stopping them from making their way through. It is back to square one, and Awakening's on 5.
There's square one, and then there's high-rise control, and that's square 0. Get out of your damn spawn. It's a full flood from the left windows. Cobra's going to be able to take down a trade, but we are just down to under a minute. A 3-life advantage for Obit Brooklyn. They very much could win this off of kills. If not, the clock gets depleted first.
Couple of win conditions.
Wow!
Oh, Cammy. Goodbye. Hey. He's not a part of the play any longer, and it might have actually just set them up for it, but Cobra can't get through Awakening. Need a trade from Harry, and Harry can't find him either. Awakening might have just had a huge moment here in round number 4, because there's only 3 lives remaining now for Clutch Rain X War. This is it. Once again, need to come up massive and clutch up with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, good luck, have fun. Denza is no longer a part of this. Dance gonna take down Cammy. Maybe some space, but you already lost Cobra. It's a 2v6, and you're running out of time to do it.
One final life. It's Lucifer against the world, but it's Omit Brooklyn that find the dub, are still yet to lose to this lower bracket, and they will send the last European team home packing with the 3-0 victory.
Omit Brooklyn able to continue on with this lower bracket rampage. Again, have not seen a map 4 all day long. They got 0-3 by Lur Gaming and have been on a 3-0 tear through everybody in their way through this lower bracket so far. A massive performance out of both of your SMGs. I mean, again, we'd be talking about going into a round number 5. I'm sure of it at this point, had you not had that one clutch moment from Prolud. I don't even remember the route he took, brother, but he was able to at least find one kill to the middle of the map. He snuck his way over towards A because both the 2 players that are over by B were already so weak that by the time that all of Clutch Rain X4 were trying to get Prolud off at A, everybody else from Omit Brooklyn found value over towards B. I mean, that is just the fumble the biggest fumble I have seen this entire tournament so far when it comes down to control. This was a very weird series. The search and destroy very much so back and forth, but Omit Brooklyn never really felt like they were out of the driver's seat fully.
No. And then Purge's little 3K to end off the round and solidify it. A lot of big moments, a lot of multi-kills that were coming through, and I think that really is, you know, the basic fundamental that was kind of missing outside of obviously jumping off the map with without playing your life, but it feels
it's
like
slippery over there.
Yeah, it's a little slippery, you know, around those edges. I get it. I've done it once or twice, but either way, I think you come back to what has really worked out here, and it was the fundamentals of just not finding trades. You go back to the Hardpoint, it felt like they were constantly getting pieced up. The Search and Destroy maybe a tad bit of a different story because it felt like the Purge show more or less, but the teamwork I really did feel like was on a different level at times here. And we do say goodbye to Clutch Rain X War, but they still bow out at a top 4 position. Still going to be very happy with that because, again, you're guaranteed yourself some decent cash as well as that spot for EWC. And that's what everyone has their eyes on because that's the big chance to play up against the pros a little bit later on here in the summer. But for Omit Brooklyn, maybe they keep this train rolling, but it's going to roll right into FaZe Black as we take a look at this bracket, Andy.
Jeez. I mean, you just got powerhouse after powerhouse. So it's Challengers Finals. And again, not to totally go against you, but it's not so much as a goodbye as it will see you later for this Clutch Rain X War. Because again, EWC, not too far away. So we'll be able to see what that team does look like against some of the top dogs that are still combating against each other. Not too far away from where these setups are currently being played at Allen, Texas for Challengers Finals. But yeah, a date with FaZe Black Because of course it is. You got the 2 top teams from North America, the winning team at the end of Challengers Elite Season 3, the winningest team for every single tournament that we have had so far, just off a namesake alone for FaZe Black. Trying to go tit for tat. I saw Lur's little post that we had there on X just a few moments ago saying, we've been in every single grand final that has happened so far, fielding a multitude of different rosters. FaZe Black would be right there beside them should they be able to deal with Omit Brooklyn, who are on an absolute warpath this lower bracket.
They're on a tear right now, and I don't think you're necessarily worried if you're a FaZe Black, but we don't typically see them lose whatsoever through that upper bracket, especially when we get to the LAN environment. So it is now a question of, are they going to be able to rebound against a team that, again, has just looked better and better and better and has not seen a single map 4 on the day. We'll have to see once we get there. Of course, vetoes need to be done. They got to set up at the station, so we will take a small break. Go grab yourself some food, grab yourself a drink, lock in for this big top 2 position that both teams are gunning for. Don't go too far. We'll be back after the break. Hello everyone and welcome back to Challenger Finals, our last match here for day number 2 to see who is going to be playing in that grand final up against Lur Gaming, who are going to be patiently waiting until they hit the main stage. But we got to see who's going to meet them there, Andy, because we've seen now one team go through this bottom half of the bracket and not drop a single map. That would be home at Brooklyn. They're looking really solid so far. They're really picking up a lot of steam, and maybe they can carry it through all the way to this grand final. But to do it, they got to get through FaZe Black.
Yeah, and hey, history might just be doomed to repeat itself. Here is that FaZe Black roster. Again, Exceed and Brack have been there time and time again. I mean, you go all the way back to Vanguard when they were playing underneath Iron Blood. They won Challengers Champs that year, beating Scrappy & Co., the Ultra Academy North America team. And then through this year alone, I mean, they were able to win at Boston. They came short at Miami, losing to Lure. And then they were also able to win Toronto. So the acquisition of Rex and Asim kind of rounds out their slaying capability as well as their IGL work. Asim able to lead the troops as best as anybody possibly could.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look at Omit Brooklyn here as well. We just saw these guys play on stream. Cammy, Awakening, Purge, and Proloot. I mean, what more can be said outside of these guys are getting better and better and better as they've gone throughout this day. They have yet to see a map 4. They've gotten all their series done with very, very quickly, whether that's good or bad. But at least as of recently here, Andy, it's been very good.
Yeah, and hey, when you go back and you think about the last time these two teams to face off against each other, it was all the way back in Elite Season 3. This was the opening round 1 match of Season 3 playoffs for Challengers Elite North America. And, well, FaZe got bopped. It was a quick 3-0, in and out. Right. Omit, GG. Look, man, it looked like it was a little bit too easy for that playoff bracket out of them as they were able to win that Challengers Elite season through and through. But none of those maps, I want to say, are actually in this best of 5 because it was a double invasion. And then there was also a Karachi Hardpoint. So those will not be repriced here today in this very best of 5. But you also have to feel for this Omit Brooklyn team that have been in the gauntlet of this lower bracket, just slaying out game after game. FaZe Black have been sitting on the sidelines and know that they sat down, they got their warm-ups in just ever so slightly. Probably no 2v2s going on Scrapyard, but nonetheless, this is the best of 5 map set that they've drawn up for themselves. The best possible chance for both of these two teams, surely, to have a date on main stage with Lur Gaming.
Yeah, a very similar map set to basically what we just had outside of, the Karachi not being first here for us. So we'll be going to that Rio to kind of kick things off at the very least. But, I mean, this is maybe a good chance for FaZe Black to say, hey, listen, we were watching. We were doing, our due diligence and seeing what was happening over that last series. And they might have something potentially planned here for that search and destroy on 6-star as well as that control on high rise. Both looked very convincing. I mean, it was an offensive win that also ended up coming through for Omit Brooklyn, and that was off the back end of a clutch rain that had won it a little bit earlier on in the day with a couple of really key performances. So if you can keep the slaying going, and if you can keep the playmaking and teamworking going that we were seeing out of Purge and Cammy, it could be a little bit interesting here for a FaZe Black that has not been tested a whole lot throughout this year, and especially as of late throughout this tournament.
Yeah, vetoes are definitely interesting on this one. I mean, you got the 2 targeted ones out of FaZe Black, the double invasion taken away. Like I said, that was the map 2 and 3 when they lost on Elite Season 3. Vista Hardpoint, look, Austin, you and I, we kind of poked Mayhem's brain when we were there at Mattamy Athletic Center for Toronto Open, and we're just like, why don't you guys ever play Vista? He said, screw that map, we don't play it, it's our auto veto. Why not? The Karachi Search and Destroy was taken away for Omit Brooklyn, and that's one is very interesting to me because through countless Karachi Search and Destroys, I've seen FaZe Clan Black come up short so often that it's very surprising that their hard veto would be a Karachi Search and Destroy, but I digress. I think that this is going to be a square-up matchup within its own self. You have 2 top NA teams squaring up against each other to try to go up against Lur Gaming on that main stage. Again, both of these teams, including Lure and Clutch Rain X War, will be at the Esports World Cup representing their best capabilities to be able to go up against these CDL teams that are still battling at champs and some not at champs. But regardless, it's one of those things that you want to put your best foot forward because the season just got extended ever so slightly to make sure that you are that player that a lot of these pro teams are looking at to get picked up going into Black Ops 6.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting, situation because, like you said, we've never really had an off-season tournament mean so much. And once the season ends, it's like, boom, blow up the rosters. Roster mania happens like right away. But all of a sudden now things become a little bit more interesting as you have to kind of keep your team going into that here. But obviously, like you said, top 4 here will be going to EWC. You can see it here. Of course, it will be FaZe Black, will be Omit Brooklyn, will be Lur Gaming, and will be Clutch Rain X Wars. So really good news for those guys to see if they have what it takes to go up against the literal best that we do have here in the Call of Duty scene. But it is only one more match that we have for today. It is that lower final. Grand finals will be played tomorrow on main stage inside the venue there for COD Champs. So there is going to be additional pressure when we talk about getting into that series in that best of 7, but only one will be able to match up against Lur Gaming.
Yeah, I think what's most important, I forget who said this to me when I was working Boston for that open at the beginning of the year, but you just want to make sure you didn't pack your in-ears for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because you know that you're going to be having that main stage should you make it to grand finals. Right. Again, a lot of amateur players that have been playing through challengers dream of that very specific moment. Dylan Rex is one of those players who has never felt the main stage that is in this lower finals, and potentially even for that grand finals as well. Would love to be able to get the main stage feel. I mean, he's played on LAN countless times, but that connectivity as far as that Pro League server is concerned, it's a little diffy, I am told, but it's going to be a grueler nonetheless. Again, this map number 1 is going to be crucial. As you see both teams here, Aaron, Allen, Texas, just getting ready to square up. I see Rafi sitting back behind the Omit boys, hoping to get a team there up on the main stage, much like how he did last year. Again, I brought it up earlier at the beginning of this broadcast, that Purge kind of walking in towards this championship bracket, a chip on his shoulder, almost feels that it's due diligence that he has to go back-to-back Challengers champions just to get back towards the CDL.
That would be pretty insane, wouldn't it? Being able to do it here again. And the way that he did it last year as well was unbelievable, right? Purge was putting up big numbers. That was a reason why he was such a top prospect coming into this season, and why he had got that initial chance to go into Vegas. And, well, when Vegas had dropped him, you could see a huge fall off. I don't think we've ever had a Challengers player in recent years that has had such good comms, maybe outside of someone like Hixie, that can really just completely direct traffic with pros that have been around for years and years and years and have COD Champs experience. So it's been pretty impressive to see that run and to see him bounce back here in Challengers. But what a way to be able to do it again if he can cut through this FaZe Black team. And you talk about this team, all 4 of these players have been able to step up in a really big way throughout this year. You talk about someone like Rex, who is probably one of the top AR prospects that we do have, and to get to that main stage would mean everything. Fist bumps, though, now going out as we get ready to load in to our map number 1. It's going to be a special one because it can set the tone, and Omit Brooklyn has been setting the tone all day long. We'll see if they can do it again. It's FaZe Black.
There's a certain layer of sweat that just hit the bottom of my feet, brother. You can feel the tension just looking at that screen right there with the 8 players just side by side across from each other. And then also the fist bumps. I saw Pro turn around and give one to Charles Mystic, and you saw on the opposite side for Coach Mayhem. Former teammates, as coaches are concerned, back on that Ultra Academy North America team, the same team that I said lost to Exceed in Brack back in Vanguard when they were playing underneath Iron Blood Gaming. Now going to be enemies here in this best of 5, setting them both of their teams up as best as they possibly can to get up on that main stage once again, to get a taste and a feel of what it means to be a pro CDL player.
Everyone has their eyes locked on Grands, but PCs do not seem to be with us at the moment. A couple of resets, of course, coming through, so the anticipation just continues to build here for all of you guys at home that are sitting and waiting. So it looks like we are just going to throw it maybe just to a short break, so hold on to all that energy, all that hype. We'll be right back with it, guys. Don't go too far. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's try it again. We're jumping in. Losers finals. The winner moves on to Grand, plays on main stage. FaZe Black up against Omit Brooklyn. Let's get into it, brother.
Yes, let us finally see this last tango of the evening. Again, winner of this will be playing up on main stage against Lur Gaming in a best-of-7, white noise included. Real Hardpoint, a good square-up map between these two. We have not seen them play against each other in quite some time, and never on LAN in recent memory. So, favorite side of the map still being held. Big 1v1 there for Carson. He will maintain this side of the map for his team and Exceed up through the top center of Mall. Will line up 3 in a row. That'll be the scrap time secured and the rotation to boot.
That gets gifted, those 3 kills, and Exceed trying to play his life some more. He is cracked at the moment. 4 in a row, waiting for the regen, and you don't really have the chance to push up this street in the ramp until you deal with Exceed, and Exceed almost puts together another, but Awakening brings out the boxing gloves, finally puts him down, and now you gotta break this from the front.
Gotta appreciate the head movement there on Awakening. He dodged just about 30 bullets there of the rival 9 of Caden Exceed. It does it again, just jumping all over the place. Like a bunny rabbit, crying out loud. FaZe Black still have the back spawns over towards P2, but a very good moment here for Omit Brooklyn to hold from the front.
Over the top, Awakening looking for some more shots. Gets a lot of good damage in, and the follow-up seems to be pretty clean here for Omit Brooklyn. Gonna be happy about this here so far. Still fighting for 25 seconds. Exceed off of spawn, able to get involved in the play. This feels like a good moment now, as there's some solid time to secure on P2.
Yeah, and from all the time that was accrued for FaZe on P1, build themselves a nice little cushion going in towards P3, all off holding the spawns there for 2. But for the mini-map, Omit Brooklyn currently have numbers in the rotation. Prelude's still trying to break for old. I mean, it's not even for the time. It's just to make sure that all of FaZe Black still spawn on the right side of the map, and that will be absolutely the case. Should be guaranteed about 15-20 seconds here for Omit.
Yeah, you'll be happy about that. Exceed also manages to find Prelude pretty swiftly, so that stops a lot of potential problems that could have came through the middle of the map. Not the case anymore. A scene from the side gets overwhelmed. Cammy going to be able to take him out. Exceed, though, does manage to slip all the way through this bridge side and gets to the back. Wants to play for spawns and really wants to cause some havoc, but it's all chaos around the point. Not a whole lot of focus has been brought to the point, however. It's been solid thus far here for Omit up to this point. Rack is now finally in, looking to lock down 2. Can only come up with 1.
Big hold coming to Omit Brooklyn. We're down at about 20 seconds or so, and they still have those back spawns. And this is very important as well when you think about the rotation from 3 to 4. Not exactly a long one, but I love the positioning on the map so far for FaZe Black. Just trying to play a little bit of containment off of the scrap time that was secured for a... but the rotation very much so still being fought over here.
Urge from the backside. Going to be solo here for the time being. His teammates coming off the spawn, but they're getting bombarded with stuns and nades here. Asim looking for an angle in, has the AR in hand. Good shots will come through. 2 players now down for Omit. Make it 3. Asim has been off to a very fiery start, up to 9 and 6.
Yeah. Okay, this is just everything that you want to see out of FaZe Black. Sitting there watching from the sidelines, whether or not they had a side station to maybe warm up on. They look like they have not skipped a beat. Also, definitely nod to the pep talk that I'm sure Mayhem probably gave them as well. That guy gives gassed up speeches. Asim up to 11 and 6. 4 spree. Potential to get a cruise missile. Has an AR in hand and watching a lot of these players cross right in front of his very eyes. But successful P4 coming through for FaZe Black. They're trying to flip this around back P3 ahead of the bridge rotation.
Well, maybe a bit of a route that comes through for Awakening, and he's not going to be really involved in this play on the rotation as of just yet. He might have found some critical timing maybe to get here at the perfect time, and then he does wrap back around. So he gets a read on Asim, shuts down the spree, and now has a chance to start looking towards this final hill here through the first set. Purge is also in a pretty prime position, able to find kill number 7. It's been a slow start for him, but now he's heating up too.
To get close spawns and able to hit a little bit of a route. Prelude, 13 and 9 for Byron. He's just finessing, and look at what that means for FaZe Black. Somebody needs to deal with Prelude in this situation. Asim will catch him off guard as Prelude tries to reset back to the center of the map, but it's trades galore, and it's continuous time that's being soaked up here for Omit Brooklyn, who still trail by 30.
A lot of great info. Purge has now built himself up to 4. He is just moving right now around this point. Not easy to do with the sub. Finally taken out. Spree again comes to an end. No cruise missiles as of just yet. Exceed trying to get a little mixy in and around the final point. but it is just scrap time that's up for grabs. FaZe Black to the first set will hold on to a small cushion, but Omit Brooklyn have been starting to find their footing here and are starting to work back in.
Yeah, mostly just comes off of the massive time there on 3, the slight contest on 2, and then the very good P5 for Omit Brooklyn. But FaZe Black, I mean, when they have a setup, much like how we saw there, 4P4, very difficult to unearth these guys when they do have the setup that they are enjoying. Again, a combined 29 kills between both Brack and Asim, and you feel like that should be replicated in the score, but things become a little bit more mischievous once you have Rex, who is an uncharacteristic, almost double negative. Starting to heat things up, though. The battle through the middle of the map is starting to unfold, and FaZe Black will get the kills required to start soaking up more time.
Looking pretty solid right now. It's also going to force some early rotators to come out on the map. Tammy's going to make his way to new, so it's going to be the other 3 remaining teammates for Omit to try to get something done on scrap time. Fighting for what is 15 seconds, and nobody has been able to have a look at this P1 time. It is only Cammy that gets through, but tracking names, you have to imagine they know when they do, but Cammy wins a big one.
It sure does. Trying to at least influence the spawns, but trades will come through. It's again FaZe Black on the better side of the map, and Nasim's not a part of this play at all. We know that he likes to play island plays as well, but you could trust it when your teammates are winning gunfights like that. Exceed just narrowly winning that one, but now this hit is all starting to come up through the ramp side. Asim should get the green light here to try to pinch this, but it's being watched by Prolute.
Yeah, Prolute with a good read, but he loses the battle. It was a sub from range there. So Asim hits some nice shots. Awakening just doesn't know where to look. Behind him, in front of him, where do I go? The stun locks him in place, and Asim says, thank you very much for 5. What a route that is. Takes advantage of the deep spawn, and now has a chance for the cruise missile. Finally, it's in. Trophy system also comes out, and FaZe Black starting to run away with this lead.
Yeah, it's just Asim manipulating the map, just being able to work these pinches, and it becomes that much easier, again, when Exceed and Brack are having the maps that they are, and Dylan Rex is starting to heat things up as well. Asim could theoretically just go completely unnoticed. And that's exactly what happens when P1 goes over towards P2. All of Omit Brooklyn were so focused on the break from the front, and by the time that the pinch got picked up by Prelude, he gets gunned, and it gets completed. Might have been able to break for the scrap time. The spawns flip at a good time, you would think, for Omit Brooklyn, but it's not the case at all. 70-point lead and growing for FaZe Black as they set themselves up here at 3.
Running out of time, running out of options. Omit Brooklyn need to find a stop, need to find a way to break this setup through middle. Prolute able to put together one. Now needs to turn it into just a tad bit more as he entries into the point. Looks for Exceed over the top, trying to bounce back and forth. Shots are clean, but only 6 HP to work with. Now his teammates do a little bait and switch as they throw themselves in the point. Kills looking good in and around it, and this is maybe finally a solid moment for Omit Brooklyn.
Needs to be a string of gunfights to be won, though. And Awakening is going to go on an isolated play. He's going to be back behind 2 players, but premature shots. And look at the spawn out actually comes through from Purge, all on the P2 side. And now you're kind of isolating yourself on the unfavored side of the map. Luckily enough, Prelude does spawn over by the Whale Garage, but much like how we saw the transition, when FaZe Black lost a good amount of time on P3, he still held the rotation over towards P4, and it's a good setup to boot.
Again, asking for a swift break to come through the middle of the boxes. It's a full-on flood, and wow, Awakening's able to get through, and wow, another one! Brack's gonna drop. We asked for it, they deliver, and they're still in this game with 40 seconds left on the point.
Missile being invested by Asim. They don't want him to try to at least get inside of that time. Saw there since P5. FaZe Black 72-22 over Omit. It has been very one-sided thus far, but Omit Brooklyn able to work their way back in. They get the streak out as well, and Cammy finds 2 kills of his own. So now it comes down to just how long he can hold with Awakening holding the cross. Not gonna work at all. Rex has shown up here in this map number 1.
Oh, breaks some ankles. That was an initial start of 7 and 13, so he's also brought it back, and that's what's led to this 40-50 point lead that you're seeing out of FaZe Black. Still not over just yet. We move towards new. Dylan Rex going to be all alone. His teammates not going to be involved with this play initially. You have to find this cleanly if you're Omit, and wow, the first kill going to be secured. Almost turns it into a second, but it's not going to happen. Purge now lighting it up. This is where he really picked it up last time around in the first set, and he puts together 3 in a row.
Yeah, sure does. Again, not the sexiest KD ratio, but so long as Purge can just be a gnat in the side of FaZe Black, it's going to allow the rest of his teammates to try to get the setup around this bridge rotation. Awakening up top on a little bit of a heater, 25 and 22. Now has to take the engagement down low for the time. Will lose it, and now FaZe Black in control. Just 25 more points required.
Seen some crazy comebacks so far on the day. This would be another just absolute banger if they can piece it together. And Purge is starting to find kill spree after kill spree, exactly what you needed. Is it too little too late is the big question. FaZe Black just need another 25 points for the dub. Nade's gonna flood on through, but all their attention turns towards the middle once again as they flood on through, and it's a seed that opens up with a double.
Oh, Rogue Trophy System. Game is going to be gifted to that kill onto a scene, but the rest of the teammates for FaZe Black are coming up fantastically in the kill feed. 230 to 183. Omid Brooklyn spawning onto the P3 side of the map. Going to get cut off for sure by Exceed.
What do you have, Omid Brooklyn? You or die for map 1. Need to find kills, but the subs are way too good at the moment. Overwhelming to be sure. 15 seconds for the dub. Purge flying in, able to get the entry needed. The follow-up is also there from Purge. He puts together 2. Gets a look at 3, but his teammates need to find the trades. To the pistol Brat goes, but he won't be able to find anything. 1v1 on the point. Awakening able to take it. A secondary read. Exceed flies in. Chaos around P1, but Omid Brooklyn still trying to force it to one more hill.
And they still have the rotation over towards New, so now FaZe Black are just chalking a look at the setup around the P2 lobby side, just trying to play a little bit of exit and some containment. Exceed's also taking a forward approach over towards boxes, loses the initial 1v1, so that means that Rex now has to pick it up. That means that the flank gets a little bit more opened up, but luckily enough for you, Asim picks things up as well. 2 for 3 goes to kill feed, but Purge trying to make a last-second ditch effort, won't be able to get the kills, and now spawning in Bufu, Omid Brooklyn, FaZe Black close to calling game.
Yeah, you're feeling good if you're FaZe Black. Can end it right here, right now. One final push up the ramp or one final pinch from the side. The pinch is shut down. The push from the ramp is also dealt with, and FaZe Black are able to grab map number 1.
Ooh, only Rex standing up and shouting right now. And I'm mostly saying that for Exceed because he's locked.
Yeah, he's always up.
You know, typically when it comes to Caden, like, Caden wins a map and he's the first one to stand up. I don't care what happens. He can go double negative for all I care, but he's the first one out of his chair for sure. It's nice to see that confidence coming out from Rex again. It's always been denied just how great of a player he truly is, but a great map 1 nonetheless comes through here for FaZe Black. I mean, they had themselves, what, about like a 50-point lead at the end of P2. They only realistically lost the majority of the time on these P3s, but I just gotta talk about it. I almost wish I could illustrate just these breakdowns that happen from the exit of P3 from FaZe Black's perspective. The way that they set themselves up continuously, containing all of Omid Brooklyn over by the Whale Garage, giving them those spawns so close while manipulating P4 area to get so much time is absolutely absurd. It again goes to what you were talking about continuously. Their teamwork, trust in one another seems to be at an all-time high. It is business time for this FaZe Black roster.
It really is. They want to make swift work here of Omid Brooklyn in this loser final to try to get that rematch. But it's really a couple of slow starts. It's Purge that didn't feel too involved throughout this map. There was a couple of really good moments, I think specifically around that final hill. But outside of that, it felt like Purge was just not able to get a whole lot going until the very, very end. And, well, it was a little too late at that point in time. But full control from FaZe Black, and another good shout out. Rex, he was also a slow starter, but brought it all the way back. And when you take a look at this final scoreboard, I mean, the slaying was off the rails here from just about every single person there from FaZe Black.
Yeah, it sure was. And this is the continuous conversation for FaZe Black, is that you feel like at any given moment, any one of these 4 players are going to absolutely pop off. They can have that takeover potential. We saw it early there for Exceed. We saw Brack also there alongside his longtime duo of Caden. But it was a seam through and through. I mean, these routes just continuously finding multi-kills after multi-kills, splitting up the defenders on which way they were looking at for Omid Brooklyn. And then Rex, better late than never, going in towards that second set. Really sorry to come into his own. So a 1-0 lead here for FaZe Black going in towards the 6-star search and destroy. Well, I mean, maybe at this point in time, Omid Brooklyn might consider going to a map 4, but otherwise they're going to lose.
Yeah, they very well might. Also, I didn't notice there, Rex in the final cam, he was doing like the I'm the captain now, it looks like, with the fingers on the eyes. I absolutely love that. So like you said, Rex coming into his own, trash talking, feeling good, and that's how you want to feel if you're a FaZe Black after losing the way that you did in map 5 fashion. But obviously the regain is there. They're looking pretty crisp right now. And now we look towards what would be the search and destroy. But we take one more look at that scoreboard. And like I said, the slaying was completely unbelievable. And how often do we see a scene really top fragging? Obviously tied there with, tied with Exceed. But it feels like we don't usually get that out of a scene too often. But he was certainly taking over throughout that map at times.
I think what was most potent about that stat screen was the assist column. for FaZe. Everybody was at 12 or more. Compared to the opposite side, you had like maybe 10 to 11 assists out of Prelude, who also drops just about the same damage as Asim there. But it's just the team shots and the chemistry, man. This is just what makes this team so deadly. When push comes to shove, their fundamentals are at an all-time high because, I mean, they've been playing just about the entire year together, for crying out loud.
Sure.
And regardless of how much Omit Brooklyn have won at the end of the online stage, this is where things matter most. A 1-0 lead for FaZe Black into a 6-star search. We go.
Well, Omit Brooklyn had a lot of great play calls last time around here on the 6-star search. But FaZe Black had that opportunity to maybe watch over the shoulders and pick apart some potential exploits. We'll see if that comes in. Rex with some good info through middle. Remember, no trophy systems here in this round number 1, so nades could be very effective if they decide to make that move onto the bomb.
This retake is actually all going to come through the sidebar. I mean, it's square peg into a round horde type situation, but, you know, Awakening going to be able to at least find the trade, 3v3.
Probably trying to get some eyes on where the exits were. Awakening doing the same, but gets finessed a little bit there. Exceed looking for 2, but he's weakened up. Prelude looks for 2, and oh yeah, body shots come through. Byron letting him know. What a read, and what a snap. Huge moment coming through for Prelude.
Well, if everybody's been off of social media this entire year, I'd be the first to break this news to you that Prelude and Exceed are actually really good friends. They care for each other immensely. Yeah. I've never seen 2 close friends in my entire life. There's no animosity in this best of 5 at all. Don't worry. But a hell of a read coming through from Prelude. And again, the way that Omid Brooklyn were setting up for that retake was all through the sidebar. Like 4 players strong until Prelude takes the onus. He's like, hey, maybe one of us should hit a route. He finds great timing through the middle of the map, and the read on the second was absolutely sublime. So, giving up the bomb site for a full-on retake, things you love to see.
See what we end up getting here for us. You see the 6-star S&D and where Purge is at. See if he can kind of continue what he was building a lot of on through that last set. That was really the big factor. Prelude wants to keep the momentum rolling. Oh, when he plays like this, you know, it starts to get a little bit scary. Taking some confident chows, backing down some of these key ARs that are critical for locking down the lane. But does it open enough space to try to pull for the plant? Cammy watching over. Prelude just going to stick it.
Purge gives up the security push. Unbeknownst to him, there's 2 players on the flank, and holy Beamerson Batman. Exceed just rips Awakening to shreds. And now you know that you have at least 1 player on the flank. Purge has to hold security.
Purge almost gets the snap. We saw that a couple times. Last map. Now, 1v3 coming on through for Cammy. And yeah, once you don't find that first kill, there's not a whole lot of places you have to go. 1 player coming to your left, 1 coming to your right. Pretty clinical retake here for FaZe Black.
Yeah, I mean, look, the laundry list was extensive. To win that first gunfight with about 120 HP plus was the start, and then being able to get the snap on the last 2 that was flanking him on 2 different sides of the fountain was another. So, very difficult situation to find themselves in, but a good heads-up play coming through for FaZe Black. Once they took full control through the middle of the map, cleared all the pool side. They already had players just basically surrounding P2. And Exceed was the only one to show his face, so it was the only thing that you knew that Purge had to pick up. When he was playing in that close corner, he saw the double chow come through. Went 1 for 1. Wasn't good enough. Exceed now up to 3 in a row.
Close battle so far, and a lot of his attention has been brought over to A the last couple rounds. The team will be your bomb carrier, and it looks like they have that ability to still bounce back over to B if they want to. And this site is completely open. Everybody's basically stacked up inside of mid defensively.
Exceed is all the way up on the A-bomb site. That's where this call is coming from. Exceed needs to hold his life. Somebody needs to also pick up mid because here comes the flood through the backside of the stairs.
Yeah, and Seam checks the wrong corner, but doesn't drop there.
What?
Oh my goodness, the regen's gonna come through, and Cammy's lost him, but alright, he's able to track him back down. It looked a little weird there from that angle, but somehow able to finesse his life still in the end. Doesn't matter, and Omit Brooklyn have been looking pretty solid here so far.
That was just strange. There was about to be a certain amount of Benny Hill music that was about to queue up here from the DJ booth of 6-star in the middle of the map. Should have seen been able to convert that kill onto Cammy. I don't know how the hell he got out of there, but They had all the information in the coverage over by the A-bomb side. Exceed didn't get challenged, but he had information on the players on the backside of the walkway. Omit Brooklyn just, no hesitation, just flood all the way back through. Continue to trade these rounds. Omit Brooklyn with a 1-round lead.
Looking for the bounce back, but Purge, wow. First bloods, we saw it. 5 for 6 coming through. And he's looking to try to add a couple more here to the tally. Exceed, though, he just flies right through the vents, catches Awakening slipping a little bit. That evens us up. Purge is still forward, and they might be pretty worried about it, but oh my goodness, they're going to run right into him. There's the first, can't get the second. What a reaction that is out of Dylan Rex.
Yeah, could have been a massive piece and a lot of the map taken away. Prolute somehow able to convert that gunfight versus Rex. Sure. 6-1 now for Byron. Exceed up to a 1v2. And the question is, I mean, if Prolute's able to get this kill, he's going to be one off of a streak. Does Exceed even want to try to take the gamble on clutching this round, or just not give away the streak? Because the way that Prolute and Cammy are currently playing, they're trying to find that last elimination so we can get it.
Oh my, Exceed. Has he done it? He is absolute. He is one shot, and the trade has not come in just yet, so the regen is going to be here. 1v1 up against Prolute. You couldn't even script it this well. And they're both going to dance around the tiki bar? There is no way, and Prolute's not going to play for the plant. He's not going to play for the plant, and Exceed has pulled off this 1v2. What a fumble, but what a round out of Exceed.
I think this is the most composed I have seen Exceed since, like, Major 2 last year when he was playing on LAG, bro.
He's locked right now.
I mean, like, he knew who he was up against. Caden and Toronto would 100% stand up and scream across the stage. I'm just saying. But that's just a crazy gut check call. Yeah, it's like,
that's
you
what I
gotta plant the bomb if
expected.
you want to win the round. But Prolute still stays alive, so 6-1 now. Still on that 4 spree. Very, very close to being able to get a cruise missile as we're tied in around 5.
Love to get that. And Prolute might have a chance to do it based off how he's been playing. Very confident. It's looked pretty strong here so far, but it's been very close between the two. Dylan Rex looking to fly out here, go for the double chow. And he will do a couple of stun checks. Rex wasn't sure if he stunned his teammate or if it was an opponent, but trophy system's now out. They are well aware that they are on the B site. However, they're not going to be able to contest the plant. Bomb is down.
Look at this route that's being taken by Brack. He's going to be late towards this pinch. Purge is going to complete this in time, and he's going to be back behind 2 players. I mean, by the time that Brack even gets here, Exceed could very much so get gunned. He needs to finesse his life. There comes Brack on the pinch 2v2.
Exceed will be able to just hide behind cover. Prolute doesn't spot him, and as he checks
no.
again, Exceed is there. Putting up some big numbers. Awakening now on the other side of it. Where did he go? Where is he? He locks him down, but the time is just simply not there, and Brack knows it. I just need to tuck myself in the corner, go for the check. At 7.5, Awakening sure gets the kill, but the round goes the way of FaZe Black.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the finesse game that's coming through for Exceed, and this goes back to what we were talking about in that map number 1, just watching this kid lock in and just fry. Exactly what you need. Your backs are against the wall down here in lower finals against a very, very good team of Omit Brooklyn. You cannot give them any inch to breathe. And that flank that was starting to come through for the retake out of Omit Brooklyn was really about to find a lot of value, but they hesitated ever so slightly, allowed Brack to be able to flank said flank, and to be able to help Exceed not only just stay alive, but to be able to clutch the round. Now it's FaZe Black that flipped the lead. They lead by 1 round.
Wow to see Exceed 8-3 and seem not find a whole lot of success here so far. Can't really just rely on one, but maybe Exceed can continue to keep this insane performance up. Nade's coming over the top, trying to keep them off the bomb, but the bomb still manages to get down, and once again, 4v4 retake.
Players spread all the way across the map. Cammy's not a part of this because he's watching the entire flank, but it's all coming through the mid of you. Prolute sees 2, finds them all.
Brack does manage to get 1, but the clock's becoming a problem, and you're just going to have to almost just ego chow through you. It's not a situation you want to be in. We'll see if they can get Prolute. No, Prolute for the ace! What a play it is! Just finds all 4 members and ties us up at 3.
You know, you get that stat board and you saw Caden's stat line. He said, hold my apple juice. I will do the same. Thank you very much. 10-2 now for Prolud again. I mean, the first 2 kills that came through from you were astounding. That he was able to at least finesse to be able to find the last 2 to clutch the round and the ace to boot. Back up to 4 in a row. Leading the lobby 10-2 out of Prolud. Do not want to go down 0-2 versus FaZe Black.
You do not. Ooh, not a good stun here for Prolud, but it's okay. He's made up for it with the kills. This time it's Purge, though, that gets very involved in the play, gets some solid trades, and will swing the numbers in favor of Omit here once again.
It's that kill on a Wasim. He finally gets himself on the board to the red stick, sure, but look for that bombs drop. And now you're going to have isolated plays. Exceed trying to get a little cheeky from the pool side of the map. One fine value. Prolud's also watching this flank that Brack is trying to produce. And yeah, he just saw him cross. Yep. Play that music, DJ.
Very clean. Good reads. And it just starts with that opening, doesn't it? It's really a lot of these breakoffs that have been pretty successful through mid here for some of these defensive rounds on the side of Omit. And that time around, it is Purge that manages to come out with 2 and gets the 3rd here in the final kill cam as well. So getting very involved, looking extremely solid, but it has still been very back and forth as Omit are back on the attack.
Fine 8 spree for the SMGs of Omit Brooklyn. Potential cruise missile for 2 different players. Purge, again, you saw the stat bug, has been a first blood engagement mastermind. And they're splitting this map offensively, 2v2 on each side, but it is a flood over by the pool side. FaZe Black, I mean, Awakening might be able to find 2, and he's able to at least draw out a lot of defenders, but you saw there from Brack on the minimap, he has no idea what's happening anymore until he guns Prolud in the mid.
They have the info. No, that's tough. Awakening certainly had an opportunity to lock in a 3rd, but this does kind of give them the information that this site is likely open, so Cammy's just going to drop the bomb immediately. 2v2 we go.
And they're split. I'm even trying to play for the trade. Brack and Dylan Rex. I mean, they're basically holding hands, frolicking through this. Awakening needs to catch good timing. What corner does he choose to play? Doesn't even matter. Gets gunned. All comes down to Cammy, 1v2.
Cammy should know both were there. Cammy's gonna have to maybe snap. Oh, it's not good. That's not good. How do you win this if you're Cammy? And I don't think you do. Almost snaps on Brack, but even then, you have to imagine the trade would have came through just about immediately. And they are there to clutch up there for the 2v2.
And that's just a tough one to shake, right? I mean, you're in a 2v2, bomb gets planted, and Awakening wants to push all the way past the rock towards the pottery area. Just to play for a timing rather than just trying to play in line of sight of the bomb or maybe in a tradable position. It just seems very unorthodox, and it's the high risk for a potential reward, but it does not pay off in the end as Rex and Brack just doubled up together. Premature shots out of Cammy didn't exactly help out their efforts either, but that's besides the point. Brack up to 7-6 now, currently sitting up on a 3. Prolud and Purge both got shut down from their sprees as well. So as we're tied up into round number 9, it's even as it could possibly get as FaZe Black are looking to get towards A very quickly.
Yeah, what a big swing round it would be. And FaZe Black don't want to waste any time. It is going to be an immediate bomb plant here. Exceed's position, though, could really stop a lot of this retake from Omit. Well, they know. Goodbye. And that will be the second. Seam gets a little over-aggressive. Overheats just a tad bit. Purge now from the side. Able to put together 1. It is all on Brack for what would be a 1v3. Gets tags into every single member, but it is still not enough. 5-4 up will be Omit.
And we just continuously go back and forth as the pendulum swings here in the search and destroy. And a cheeky little smile out of Prolud. We saw it there. Oh, he's feeling good about this upcoming round. To potentially close it out in 10. It would be a massive one. I'm not doing the simple addition that it takes to be able to decide who's going to have that round 11, brother. But regardless of the matter, just needs to be a good offensive attempt. I will say that much for Omit. Their previous offense did find value splitting the map 2v2. As Awakening was able to find the 2 kills and the trades at that over by B, but numbers advantage be damned. They were unable to convert the round, and they're going to take all of this over towards A. Both teams, in fact.
FaZe Black feeling a bit of the pressure, but do not want to allow Omit Brooklyn to get any kind of presence in and around this A site initially, and I think that they have wisely noted that as they start to make their move and shift over to that B site. Slowly watch for the flanks. The problem here is that you don't have any information. Are they pushed up? Are they in a corner? And you're going to have to still do a lot of clearing as Purge makes some noise, and that's a pretty big win, but the bomb is now bounced back over to A.
They have no idea. Seem already worked his way back through you. Look, he's going to double the efforts maybe from Rex. I thought they were going to push through there for a second. But it's again, the old razzle-dazzle. Bomb gets scooped up. The ventilation shaft potentially will go through mid. Are they going to go back over towards A? There's still 2 defenders over here. What resilience out of FaZe Black.
Oh, Rex doesn't check his right. Takes the wrong turn. Prolute will punish. 11-4 now for Prolute, who's been exceptional. But what is now a 2v3 and a potential rotation back to A. It is just, where are they? Where are they going? Asim was 1-8. He's picked up a couple kills in this last round, but this 1v3 would be for the history books.
It sure would be. Doesn't find the first cleanly enough, and Cammy will return fire back. Search and destroy is over. Business for Omit Brooklyn, tying up the lower finals versus FaZe Black. This will see a map for the first time for Omit Brooklyn all day long. But jokes aside, I mean, if Prolute lost that map, he probably would have been very upsetty spaghetti. That is just a crazy stat line. 11-4 with the 3 bomb plants to boot. Went 2-0 in first blood engagements. Purge went 3-2 in first blood engagements as well. It just really good looks for Omit Brooklyn and Search and Destroy, a game mode that's been quite integral for them ever since forming as a 4-player squadron. Good looks so far for Omit Brooklyn as far as a objective game mode is concerned, but the respawns still beckon. They still have to try to win a 3 or a 4.
Yes, they do. Well, we said it would probably be pretty close, and so far that has held true, as both teams have now got themselves on the board. And I think, like you said earlier, we will see the first map 4 on the day for Omit Brooklyn when we eventually get there, but still have a few maps in between. And you see so many key moments. This was Prolute's ace. This was just disgusting. He was playing a little bit different. You could tell with his movement and his challenges that he was very much feeling himself, and he was looking good while doing it. Clean stuff all around. But now have to try to look towards this control to see if you can do the exact same and keep the momentum rolling.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Again, this is a team on both sides of the stage. I mean, maybe honestly just barring Rex, but I will put a massive asterisk on that. Just the grand finals that he was in, not only at Miami, but also through Toronto, that have gotten a taste of the main stage, have been pressured time and time again to be turned into a diamond potentially ahead of EWC. Combined 21-11 between Purge and Prolute. Yeah. It's realistically a continuation of what we got from that map number 1. Those guys were frying, and if they continue to shoot like that, you feel like it could replicate in a respawn, much less in a control. But there needs to be something that can go against the teamwork and cohesion that FaZe Black have been able to produce through the entirety of MW3.
Well, high-rise control is on the chopping block for map number 3. Huge swing map that could very well lead to a potential series close heading into that second hardpoint. But who's going to take it? Man, who knows? Both teams playing extremely well. It's been a very close series thus far. We'll have to see who grabs the control on high-rise after the break. Don't go too far. Welcome back, all you beautiful people. We are heading into our map number 3 of our losers final. It's been very tight the entire way through, but somebody's going to certainly grab the series lead coming out of this high-rise control. Andy, I'm pretty excited for this one because both teams have been playing very, very close, but they've also just been playing some really high-level Call of Duty with some of the teamwork that we've seen over the course of these last 2 maps, and now we'll see who can put it together and take it a level further coming into this map 3.
High-level Call of Duty out of a lobby of 7 XCDL pros. I can't say I'm utterly surprised by these statements that are currently being unfolded right in front of my very eyes. So high-rise control, again, is a map mode combination that both these teams have played considerably. Well, FaZe Black have only played high-rise control. They are 5-0 on it this very weekend. On the opposite side, Omit Brooklyn are 2-2 on high-rise control. Their other 2 controls came by way of invasion, where they are undefeated. Again, control, last time these 2 teams did face off against each other, it was actually on an invasion, and it did go Omit Brooklyn's way. They can find some slaying prowess, much like what we saw from Prelude in that map number 2. It might be a stark difference of what we got in the map number 1.
That round count is pretty unbelievable. 15-3. That is a lot of 3-0s and a lot of offensive wins. But so far, this offense has looked terrific here for Omit Brooklyn. Trying to get a read on where this push will come from. Purge with a quick trade. Now it falls on the shoulders of Brack to try to do a little parkour and look over the top to see if he can clear off the point. And no, Prelude with the read. How good has he been as of late?
Yeah, I mean, he was dropping numbers as far as that map number 1 is concerned. Again, it was only a 50-point differential, but you got to see it come through and through in that map number 2. And it just makes Purge's job that much easier. Up on 5 in a row, just jumps right underneath, or slides underneath Rex, who will still get that kill. I don't know if he was expecting maybe someone to be able to help him out to be able to get that 6th kill. Does not come through. Naseem still kind of shaking off some of that rust. He didn't have a good map number 2, all off of the barn burner that he dropped in the map number 1. Finally gets on the board with these 2 kills. Has a good look for the 3rd, but Exceed will be there for the final blow. The B zone was captured, by the way. It's a 5-life lead here for Omit Brooklyn.
Prelude getting just about 2 every life, if not 3. Certainly a problem that you're going to have to shut down. Seam forward. A lot of information, but won't find the connection that he's looking for. And now Prelude. Dylan Rex obviously a little tagged, I think. I hope. Either way,
Maybe.
Pistol gets the job done. And Prelude's now able to start looking forward. But FaZe Black, they're getting a little bit low on lives here. You have to be a little bit worried.
By the end of the year, we're going to start comparing the Renetti to the Diamatti from Cold War, the RK7, RK5. It's going to be up there, man. Pistol
Yeah,
is
it
godlike
will
on
be.
land. 9-2 now for Prelude. The A zone is starting to be captured, and FaZe Black are just running out of lives to try to contest this.
Yes, they are. Only 6 remaining, and there is still a minute of game clock. That nade out of the seam is actually pretty huge, but Awakening gives it a good try. Almost finds the double up there onto Rex, who does manage to throw himself on the point. But even if you don't win this through ticks, you have to imagine only 5 more kills would be more than easy enough to secure the round, and now they are down to 3.
Love to maybe try to lock in the second segment if you are Omit Brooklyn. Getting the first is already a good job. These last 2 players for FaZe Black now just down to a seam. Probably just going to give away his life, and that is the smarter of the 2 plays. So 4 segments captured in offensive round nonetheless. Good step in the right direction here for Omit Brooklyn.
Great step. Exactly what you want to see against a team that has been flawless on high-rise control. May not be flawless anymore if they can keep this up, and it almost really forces you to try to respond with an offense of your own coming into this round number 2, so that you aren't having to play catch-up with 3 rounds straight. So that pressure that continues to build throughout this entire day and throughout this entire series really sets in to what could be a critical opening here for round number 2 coming in for FaZe Black.
Opening breakoff is so dependent on how this offense might roll out for FaZe Black. We'll be sending Exceed over towards Helicopter. He's actually going in through bottom blue, so not a standard FaZe Black rollout here for high rise, but Purge, what the hell of an ego chow is that? That is just insane.
And it's crazy because Rex doesn't typically lose those type of gunfights either. He's very quick with the reaction, very solid. But right now, we're just getting a little bit too much production out of some of the Omit players that is too much to deal with here on the other side. Dylan Rex still trying to lock down some kills to give his team some kind of an opening to maybe throw themselves on the zone. You do have some members that have been able to make it out of spawn, but it feels like a lot of it is just isolated, a little bit solo right now. And these 1v1 challenges are simply not going their way. And Prelude is shooting like this. He's 14-4 for goodness sake.
I'm just along for the ride here, brother.
Me too.
This is a different level of performance that ProLoot is bringing to the table. 26 combined kills between both ProLoot and Purge. 5 spree as well for Awakening. The Silent Assassin. Now a 5 spree for ProLoot. Can't get the 6, but Awakening delivers on the goods. I mean, when he's sitting up top Propane, watching all these players cross in a desperation form for FaZe Black to try to stop out this clock, he will beam you.
I think ProLoot really wants to see that main stage, and I mean really, because it's showing just a tad bit, you know? Just a little bit. Wow, this is not a situation you see often, saying FaZe Black need to stay on the point with 1.5 seconds left, and Rack will keep the play alive, but he's got no trophy system, and he doesn't have a whole lot of help outside of Rex watching over mid here for him, but over the top, they do manage to finish him off, and that's as clean as they come. ProLoot is throwing out some hard dab-ups right there. This man is just on a different level right now.
Yeah, all set. Even 12-7 out of Awakening. I mean, these guys came back from that map 2 break just a little bit different. And they were already playing phenomenal Call of Duty on that 6-star search and destroy, keep in mind you. But, I mean, this just doesn't even feel close. Like, at all. Like, Cammy 6-8, but look at everybody else. 12-9, 12-7, 18-6. Who's leading on the opposite side? 9-13, not good enough.
I mean, you have to call it how you see it. ProLoot is typically a player that's going to be a little bit more objective focused. But right now, he is the lead slayer in the lobby, and it is not even close on the other side whatsoever. And Purge has just found a free lane all the way to the back spawn. He does fortunately get taken out here in favor of FaZe Black, so that does give you at least a little bit of room to work with coming out of your spawn. But Awakening is right back on the point, and he's now also going to have that cruise missile in his back pocket too.
So yeah, so map 4 is a 6-star home. No, I'm joking.
What was that map?
I'm joking. This is a good defensive start so far for FaZe Black, and you need this defense to be as dominant as possible. The one player already slipping in that. Look, Awakening's gonna barely touch that A zone. Rex will find 2 on the opposite side. And Rex, never gonna expect of where Awakening was located at. He somehow converts that into 2. So now you have an avenue to get out from your spawn if you are Omit Brooklyn towards the B zone.
4 players down, and they are continuing to drop here. 5 in a row for Omit Brooklyn. Seeing if they can get some segments locked on B. They haven't got a whole lot of progress just yet. Like you said, the defense has actually been pretty decent here so far, but that teammate is not going to do you any favors. And Cammy is in a position where he has a chance to touch the zone. If he wants to, he can play for spawn kills. And Awakening is still having that cruise missile in his back pocket could make things dicey. But over the top, Exceed just trying to track down the member on the point. Does do so. And now just with 25 seconds left, you're looking at what will be your final push. And maybe Cammy needs to get the job done for you.
Even the 2 segments that you captured here at the last few moments, if you are Omit Brooklyn, would be good enough. But Cammy's still able to get over towards that B zone. All of the focus defensively over towards the A lane, towards that green tarp. Nobody was in a position to try to stop that B zone from being captured. So we will add more time. 1:15 on the board. 15 plays up against 12 with Omit. Ever stretch the imagination, a lead in this map number 3.
1 minute on the clock. Life slowly dwindling down. 14 play up against 12, but the tempo has also shifted a tad bit through the second half. So might not come down to lives. Seam going to start to push forward, try to grab some map control in and around blue. That's a good pickup onto Purge to make sure they do not have any high ground control, but through the middle. That's where Omit Brooklyn are looking to attack. Down low, ProLoot tagged up. Will be an easy cleanup kill for Seam. Looking for number 6. Rex is there to more or less save his life, but you're still looking for that final kill to try to earn the cruise.
That cruise missile would be massive for FaZe Black, who still need to convert an offense should they hold on to this defense. And they've mitigated at least the life deficit, now just trailing by 1, and the clock is down to 25 seconds. Rex playing Overwatch here, top helipad, not gonna let Candy get up to the top. Propane, the finesse, the headshots. Oh, you almost 4-bolted him there, but 3 for 2 goes the kill feed. 15 seconds remain.
Not a lot of time to work with here for Omit Brooklyn. Have to start to fly to the zone, but Awakening, what a win it is. Opens up some room to work with. Purge through the middle is also now able to get involved in this play. If he can make it to the zone, 4 lives remaining. Can they get a touch? Can they stop the clock? Desperately in the corner, trying to play your life, and oh, even a cruise comes out in the end there. Not sure whose it was. I think so. I don't know if he got into the animation, but I think it was Awakening's.
I mean, he pulled out the iPad, but did he launch Fruit Ninja? Like, are we good? We're gonna have to check that when we get into this. Yeah, for sure. That could be massive. Seam didn't get his cruise missile.
No. Was it somebody on FaZe Black that had one? I thought he might have had one.
Well, Seam was on 5, but I don't think he got the 6. I thought it was from an Awakening POV, but could be mistaken. Regardless, we'll have to see if cruise missile comes down from the heavens. It's an A push through and through for FaZe Black. And Carson, Brack's not a part of this play, not even a little bit. Still finding value on this side of the map, our FaZe, for a quick stack over towards A. First segment lock.
Yeah, good tag.
No, it wasn't.
There, yeah, okay. So that's pretty problemsome coming in now. And something that you're no longer going to have in that back pocket.
Waiting, so he still has it, by the way.
Okay, so he still has his. That is good news at the very least. Getting a little mixy here as the pressure, again, building for FaZe Black on the attack. Need to get something done, and you want to make it happen now because too much time dwindles off that clock. Sometimes it's too difficult to make a desperation play on a map like High Rise.
All 3 quick trades. Purge finds 2 of said trades. And it's now a 6-life lead for Omit Brooklyn. You saw the segment progression lead. It might not even get that far because FaZe Black need to try to convert this offense, and they are just scrambling, brother. I mean, it's straight gunfights after just not looking both ways before you just fly out through the middle of your windows. It's going to have to come down to heroic plays. We're sub 30 seconds in this final round.
Yo, down low is good for Prolute. 27 and 15. Almost double positive, not missing a bullet. Snaps on another. 26 seconds. Goes to the pistol. Prolute can't put together 3, and wow, that is a very nice sequence coming through now for FaZe Black. They're trying to keep their hopes alive in this map, and they might have enough in the tank to try to lock in those final couple ticks.
Here comes the cruise missile. How can everybody just stay alive? No, Asim's gonna get gunned. Brack is gonna be able to at least find a trade. Stuck in another.
Wow.
Brack, how is he able to find 2? Now they're back over towards the zone. Exceed and Rex cannot give up on this zone hold so far. Caught up on a mantle. It's just down to Exceed to hold on. Last segment, gonna get close to being captured, and it will. Add more time, but it's an 8-life lead here for Omit Brooklyn.
Down, but not out. But already a double life lead here for Omit Brooklyn. Still got to give them a bit of comfort to close this one out, and Prolute is just not slowing down. Trades have not been effective. FaZe Black running out of time, running out of lives, and they are getting gunned. Just kill after kill. It feels like it's a highlight reel right now, but Exceed is able to clean up 2, trying to give them just a bit of hope as they start making their way to this A point.
But it has to be perfect. I mean, this push, you can realistically only lose 1 life, and there it goes. There's the second. No respawns remaining. Canny guns themselves down for 2 more. 37 seconds remain, and FaZe Black nowhere to be found on this high-rise control at all. They are going to lose this swing map mode combination from the masterclass performance out of Prolute unless Brack and Rex have a masterful performance here at the end.
Nothing you can do. Man, Omit Brooklyn looking phenomenal. Looking exceptional. What a round and what a map. That was as clean as it gets, and it came by an incredible performance from Prolute and Awakening, putting what felt like over 60 kills combined together. And FaZe Black are shook.
What started off as just Prolute and Purge just quickly just devolved into Awakening benefiting. And you know, it's funny because when we talk about it traditionally for Call of Duty, it's typically the ARs that help the SMGs get in forward positions, right? But
sure,
when Prolute and Purge are just running it down the way that they are, the amount of power positions that we saw Awakening on the mini-map, and even when we got glimpses of his POV, I mean, someone leased the agreement there for Sam Octane. The human turret was in play here on High Rise because Awakening damn near went unchecked on the sprees that he was able to find because FaZe Black were just so concerned with where Prolute and Purge could have been located at.
And this is just a situation that FaZe Black have not often found themselves in, where they are facing elimination going into a map 4. It almost always feels like FaZe Black is the team that's leading the series, and maybe they give up a map here, maybe they give you a few rounds in S&D or Control, but they're almost always dictating the pace, leading the charge, in the driver's seat. That's not the case whatsoever here in this series. It's taken a turn, and at the moment, FaZe Black are looking down the barrel of elimination, coming into the second hardpoint. Definitely not a sentence I thought I'd be saying coming into this best of 5 series, but there's something to be said about this Omit Brooklyn squad that has just went through this gauntlet of the lower bracket, won series after series, and have looked better and better. Prolute with 31 and 18. My goodness.
I'm sorry, what? But like, look at his damage as well. Like 5,300 damage, 5,400 damage out of Awakening, and again, 29 and 17. 19 of those kills were non-traded. Just keep in mind, you just go there with me. Like, look at the amount of setup that was there continuously out of Awakening. Like Cammy goes even 19 and 19. He was doing his job as Cammy typically does, but Prolute was just benefiting, finding his own timings. 20 non-traded kills is just disgusting for 31 total that he found, but the damage that Awakening was layering in, the FaZe Black, just softening them up for what Purge and Prolute were able to produce. It just felt like that FaZe Black just simply didn't have an answer until what, like round 3, excuse me.
Yeah, round 3, where the desperation starts to set in just a tad bit. And so, we take a breath, we zoom out here for a moment. And the series is not over, but with the way we've seen Omit Brooklyn play these last 2 maps, it feels like we might be primed and ready for a 3-1. It's FaZe Black that need to wake up, that need to grab control. And it is going to come by way of another 6-star. And it's going to get mixy. That's the one thing we know for sure. It's going to be a very mixy, fun map. There is a huge opportunity to come out here and get us to a map number 5, but you need to step up. All of your members need to step up. And I feel like, Andy, I don't know if you feel the same way, but these last couple of maps that we've seen out of FaZe Black, it's only been one kind of standout performance. Can't have that here coming into map 4.
No, you know what's even more baffling is how we had just the most insane map 1 performances out of like Exceed. You also had a Seam, had a massive Rio Hardpoint map number 1. These guys were shooting. All 4 of them on FaZe Black, and then they just get heavily suppressed. Like Exceed still had a decent start to the 6-star search and destroy, and then just completely just got dismantled all the way through to the end of 4 rounds on high-rise control. Do or do not, FaZe Black need to win this map number 4 to force a high-rise search and destroy map 5.
Oh, you couldn't ask for a better moment to see who's going to make it to that main stage for tomorrow up against Lur Gaming. Omit Brooklyn could do it here right now, but it's been all FaZe Black to open it up. Exceed is here to play. He's putting on a bit of a show himself with the Force Breed to open things up and might have a chance at an early cruise missile.
And this is exactly what you need out of Exceed. A Herculean start. Going to be able to hold that cross all the way through the middle. Has a good read on where 2 more players are coming from, but won't win the 1v1 versus Awakening. Nice little double chow to come all the way through. Will unearth the potential of an early cruise missile, but good time comes through here for FaZe Black off of P1. Mind you, Omit Brooklyn did start off on the better side of the map, so they will hold the rotation towards new at the point in time.
And take a look at some of those key performances. It was a Seam that was actually leading the charge there through the map number 1, put up just about the most kills, or tied the most kills at 32. Need that performance here again. Prolute, though, from the pinch, gets a good read on a Seam, and will put together 2. That buys you a lot of time, and now there's a chance to maybe soak up some critical time at the start of this hard point.
Yeah, sure is. Look at the pinch, though. All the way around the back. Spawn outs are going to start to occur as well, as Rex will be able to double down, now up to 3 in a row for Dill. Also able to get the read on the Purge, who just disappeared inside of the vents. I don't know which way that ventilation shaft was going, but that body is gonzo. You're still spawning to the backside of P2 with the Omit Brooklyn, and you look at the time that's left here on P2, that if they can break for this back 20 seconds, it's great. But FaZe Black did a good job at just keeping P2 contested as long as they did, as they currently hold the rotation across the map for 3.
Just 10 seconds remaining here on P2. Dylan Rex gives it a look, doesn't want any of it. Cammy says, all right, I'll soak it up. Thank you very much. Prolute now on the prowl, making his way to new. Needs some key kills to come through the middle. As the stun check doesn't find anything, and he's caught off guard by Exceed, who is still tallying up the kills right now. Solid start at 9 and 3 for Caden, and Rex is there to match it at 8 and 4 with another snapper onto Awakening.
This is what you need. Talked about it, Exceed, at the start of the map. Rex is currently heating things up as well. You need your Slayers to show up here on 6-star. Ride that momentum into a high-rise search and destroy if you can get there. Contested from the front, though, are Omit Brooklyn, but just denied on all different fronts. Brack for 2, Rex still alive on a 4 spree. 2 more kills required for a cruise.
FaZe Black getting themselves a solid cushion. This will be really the last big attempt for Omit Brooklyn, trying to break into the remaining 20. Over the top, Prolute's got no chance. Purge now, trying to give it a go. He's got no shot, and that's 4 down, all wiped off the map. FaZe Black starting to pick it up.
Yep, just a little bit. And talk about on the opposite side as far as uncharacteristic starts. Like Cammy is double negative, 3 and 7, 8 and 9 out of Prelude, 3 and 9 out of Purge. It's just not a good look. Star comparisons of what we got from the map number 3, though. If there's one thing that we've learned, you and I, from this entire weekend, stats don't matter. Pages, notes, be damned. FaZe Black are here to play in map number 4. They are about to be at 100 points here towards about halfway through the final hard point of the first set.
This is not ideal, that's for sure. This has certainly been a wake-up call here for FaZe Black, understanding that the tournament is on the line. Rex, he's been coming up pretty big in and around the point. He's been soaking up a lot of that hard point time as well, while playing his life. You'd love to see that out of one of your key main ARs. Still a little bit of time to play for with 25 seconds left, in FaZe Black, with their control, with their dominance, with their slaying, they've been fairly uncontested, and this is looking like it might be a full 60.
Brack has a cruise missile to be utilized going in towards the second set as well. Could be the potential for the break on P2 if Brooklyn still hold this side of the map. But I mean, the triple negative out of Purge is just so alarming just to see on the score screen at this point in time, because you know Brooklyn would love to be able to get this done in 4 maps. But when you're trailing by 100 points, we've been here before from countless different teams facing off against each other, from challengers all the way up to the CDL, but it is a tall ask. It has to start here on P1.
100-point differential certainly needs to start on P1, and we've seen this turn into a bit of a money hill at times, especially when you get a good read on where some of the spawns are coming through. Prelude trying to get a read on it himself. It's Brack that calls in the streak, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade, so still a chance to try to even things out for as far as the kills, and Cammy says no problem, I'll deliver on 2. 4 in a row now for Cammy, as he's still alive on the point, but he is getting bombarded by stuns and nades.
And from the spawns from Brooklyn, nobody was going to be expecting for the security push to actually come all the way through, so Brack kind of blocks the spawns, and it forces all of them at Brooklyn to spawn over by the sidebar, over on P3. A pinch is here for Awakening, at least from the P2 hallway side, but you're kind of splitting your efforts here if you're at Brooklyn, trying to go for the isolated 1v1 for at least the time. Brack is over here, will gun Prelude. Asim was there for the assistance should Brack fail in his efforts, but not going to be the case at all. The 100-point lead, very much so here for FaZe Black, as they're in possession of the time still.
The rotation has just simply been non-existent here for the side of Omen Brooklyn. This is one of those moments where you need to get into the hill, and they're going to start spawning into the back, but you still don't have a whole lot of presence, a lot of isolated gunfights coming into play, and FaZe Black are ripping you apart when it comes to those 1v1s. Starting to look at what could be 200 points if they can lock in the back 30 seconds. There's a chance still for Omit. They are on the time for now, but they make slight work of them, as there's still another 50-50 battle for 20 seconds remaining.
19 and 9 out of Exceed. 21 and 8 out of Dylan Rax. We're about to be at the end of 6 hard points in a map number 4 after FaZe Black got their butts whooped in the map number 3. This is Call of Duty Esports, baby. Rotation over towards P3 is currently being secured. I mean, Brack is anchoring these spawns, but you see where his assistance is coming from over by the sky bridge. Just a little bit too late. Good realization coming through from Omit Brooklyn, but you gotta shut down Asim finding the trades. Well done.
Gotta tip that. What a little move that is coming through for Asim. Puts together 2, looking for number 3, and will take out Prelude, giving his team just a little bit more reinsurance around the point. Cammy lurking into the back. He's able to actually threaten this back hallway area. It's the team's responsibility to really lock this down, and Cammy's able to win it with the headshot, and now the pinch from the front will allow a break, a much needed one, but they still got a hold with 25 seconds left.
Yep, and look at the spawns as well. I mean, FaZe Black have Omit Brooklyn exactly where they want them. Again, it's 184 to 92, so it's like a pick of the litter. If you can contest this time, you're kind of chilling, but you're also spawning out over by security, so you could try to play for the rotation, but numbers over here for FaZe Black to break for the back 10 seconds. It'll put them closer to 200 points. You have one player that is currently located in the middle of the map through you. Seed's going to take down Purge and is able to almost convert that into 3, but assistance still here, a 1v1 for the rotation as Omit Brooklyn spawn all the way out.
Still a 100-point differential between the two, and FaZe Black could just about put this one out of reach with another solid hold. Last time it was about a full 60. This time around, Omit Brooklyn are here to break through the front. They're able to find 2 of the 3. Cammy able to find Exceed, and now you can start pushing forward, taking away some more space, but there's still a chance to hit this. We'll have to see how FaZe Black decide to do it, and well, it looks like by way of nades, they will break in as well as the streak.
Yeah, late cruise missile being called in there for Dylan. 27 and 12 is just going to keep Omid Brooklyn away from the time and keep them split spawning all the way across the map. I mean, they're split spawning so much that FaZe Black are just keeping their heads on the swivel because they have no idea what they're doing on the map to manipulate some of these spawns. It's now they're spawning over by the P2 side, and Dylan's going to find that information the unfortunate hard way. But at the end of the second set, again, 124-point lead is just absurd to think about what Omid Brooklyn have been able to do in the past 2 maps. But FaZe Black looking to rectify all the mishaps that happened in the past 2 as they're looking to call game.
Oh, they might just do it on P1. Another 15 seconds, and we are headed to a game number 5. Prelude wants to try to extend it just a tad bit further. As Awakening throws himself on the point. Assistance now in from Cammy, but there's still a lot of gunfights that need to be won. Awakening with a transfer and a half to take out Exceed and Brack. Does give them, again, some more time here, but there are so many win conditions for FaZe Black. They could do it on scrap. They could do it on rotation.
They sure can. They're looking to at least play for the ladder of that for the rotation. Is all kind of seeing each other through the middle of the map, trying to at least trap these players inside of P1. Phil and Rex has been on a massive tear through the entirety of this map. And why not join the likes for your AR duo there of Brack? They clean house. This is going map 5.
They're going to get the tick. Somebody from Omid Brooklyn would have to touch and have to touch now, but nobody can get a foot in the hill. And FaZe Black might have looked shaky in map 3, but they regain in map 4, and we are going the distance in the lower final.
Oh, the composure is just so surreal coming through, and I don't know the pep talk that Mayhem gave these boys off of the map 3 into this map number 4, but I'm gonna need a firm recording of that. I'm gonna replay time I go up to hit a PR on the squat bench, but golly, did these boys just come in absolutely shooting. I mean, it just didn't even feel like the past 2 maps happened, right, Austin? Because,
sure,
well, I'll tell you, when Rex is shooting like that, was missing it last map, when Exceed is shooting the way that he was in map number 1 and through map number 4, and Asim is making the same plays that we saw from Rio here to 6-star, yeah, this is the championship caliber FaZe Black team that we saw dominate in Toronto, that we saw dominate at the beginning of the year in Boston as well. Well, short of Miami, but still grand finals nonetheless. Oh, what a tarnish it would be if they cannot get it done again, but this is the team that we expect to see for FaZe Black.
That's right. The biggest tournament of the year. You want to be on that main stage with all eyes on you and a chance to try to bring home that trophy. But Omid, on the other hand, they're looking to go back-to-back. They're looking to make another appearance here in the grand final. Might be a slightly different roster from last year, but Purge would certainly love to grab that himself. Man, what a fun series it's been. Weird to see the flip-flop between the Control as well as the Hardpoint after FaZe Black were just a little bit off, I would say, when it comes down to what we're used to seeing. But that's the FaZe Black that we do typically get. And this one has been a little bit more tame when it comes to the trash talk, hasn't it? Everybody has been completely locked. And, well, gonna have to stay locked going into this map 5.
Take a look at some of the stats here. 33 and 15 out of Rex. 5,700 damage, and 28 of those kills were non-traded, and he almost had 2 minutes of OBJ time. Huh? But then you also go back and you talk about the assists. I mean, damage column be damned. Like, it's just the team shots and the coordination that goes back to the conversation that you brought up before, Austin. It's just the teamwork. It's the core fundamentals of this roster. You have a triage of players that have been playing together through the majority of the season, barring a couple stints, and Asim in and out of the roster continuously. You just feel like that it's just like walking down a sidewalk for them. It's just so natural for some of these double chows that we're seeing. The manipulation of the map just so good, and that was through and through of how that map 4 did play out. And obviously the numbers are quite sexy to look at as well when FaZe Black are playing like this. But hey, map 5 nonetheless, it is do or die now for both of these 2 teams to be at that grand final stage or not come tomorrow morning.
Well, both teams going to have to gear up for one final map. One is going to exit top 3. One will see the main stage for tomorrow. It all comes down to a search and destroy. We wouldn't have it any other way. It's been a banger day. Thank you for tagging along with us, but we got to throw it to one more break. When we come back, we're going to have somebody facing off against Lur Gaming in that grand final. Don't go too far. Hello everyone and welcome back. We only have one map to go and that will end our day 2 as well as clinch one of these two teams that have went through an absolute battle, a war even, in this lower final. See who will match up against Lur Gaming, who are going to be patiently waiting until tomorrow, and then it will be played on main stage to see who comes out on top. But we got to get through a heck of a lot of rounds here. It's been a very close affair between these two squads, Andy. Let's get into it.
Last time we saw FaZe Black play a high-rise search and destroy, they lost around 11 to Lur Gaming, which was the map 2 in their winners finals, best of 5. For game 5s overall, FaZe Black, like I was just talking about, have been there once, lost it to Lur Gaming. That's why they find themselves here on the opposite side. One map 5 win. Coming through for Omit Brooklyn. Let's see how this one shakes out again. Good patience from Cammy, just expecting for XC to pop up. Free first blood.
Yep, that's also got to be good preparation as well. Knowing XC likes to do that. Rex, however, has just turned this one on its head. Purge does get there for the trade. Brack! Oh, he just doesn't get the read, doesn't get the call out in time. And no reaction comes through. A very fast and swift round coming out right away for Omit.
Patience is a virtue. And AR Cammy, just watching for the round 1 pop-up. Very notoriously will you see XC try to go for a late route like that. And it's also interesting for high-rise search and destroy. Now, Omit Brooklyn have not played it at all for the entirety of this tournament so far. And it was a map mode combination that we didn't see them play until winners finals and grand finals of the Elite Season 3, where they played Fort Space Esports 2 times on it, 6-4, 6-3 respectively, and lost 1-6 to Fort Space in group play. So not exactly a well-rehearsed one in recency for Omit Brooklyn, but we know these boys. We know Purge. 3-0 start for him. That was a good search.
Purge hoping to maybe catch the player down low, but Rex with some perfect cover fire over the top. It's going to make sure that they do draw that first blood. FaZe Black, man advantage on the attack now. Good information from Prelude as he throws a Hail Mary over the top, but will not find a connection.
Goes back to that silent across the map, just trying to find some information. You would love a trade here on this cross if you are Cammy. Late to the information, premature shots. It seems gonna slide back across. Late nade. Gonna land, probably just tagging up a player because it seems to has a point on the bomb, but what a read out of Dylan.
Dylan Rex shooting, firing in all cylinders. Has 4 of the 5 kills here. Kick off the S&D, and that also gives him the green light. Try to lay the rock through the backside. Everybody gonna try to just backtrack here through B Street. We know Rex loves to play that clutch spot. And we'll see if he can try to go big if he needs to.
I mean, this retake, you would feel, has to start and stop with Cammy being able to get aggressive with Renetti. Finds the first, but can't go away with his life. Now it's Awakening's turn. Forces out the 1v1. Plenty of time to play with here.
You're not going to read that. Rex is just taking this route to top alley, so he should find a freebie, and he does. So that's a really good route. You know that Rex is often going to play that clutch spot at the back of windows. Rex knows that. So as soon as he starts to see everybody dropping, that's when he makes his move. Finds the freebie here and makes sure that he gets his team on the board here early.
Yeah. Good reposition coming through from Dylan Rex. And, you know, typically when it comes down to those 2v-odd situations, you want to be playing in a tradable situation. But it's high-rise, baby. You get a lot of AR crosses, and there's a lot of angles where that bomb could have been planted for. So, good bounce back coming through. FaZe Black, as you were pointing out there for Dylan Rex, has 5 of the total 7 eliminations that FaZe Black currently have through these 2 rounds of play. Another offensive attempt coming through for Omit Brooklyn. The bomb is quickly moving its way inside of blue. Prelude is on an island by himself. More or less, Purge is also down here.
Yeah, Purge just gets tagged up by the nade, so it really stops any kind of an initial rush he might have been looking at. Rex, responsible for making sure no one does actually manage to get through pit. But it can be a bit of a weird timing. Does decide to back up. Still all 4 members alive on each side. That bomb ever lurking in and around that B site. And those are some good tags to Rex. That's what allows him to get into the site. But it's a seam that is able to just pounce from the side. And he's able to draw 2.
Look at this approach coming through across the B Street, just trying to deny more space. Where's the trade supposed to come through on Brack? Not like this. The ARs for Omit Brooklyn. Just denying the space. Awakening, taking chow after chow. Asim, just about dead to rights, gets away with his life. 2v2. Amy has the bomb, and he wants to wrap this back over towards A.
Oh, Asim tucked in the corner. Awakening, though, has to reposition. And he's not in a great one. He doesn't know where the secondary player is. Exceed was playing for him, but Awakening will find the kill nonetheless. And while this is happening, Cammy's able to get the bomb down. I see him now for a 1v2.
I mean, what are you like? What are you supposed to do when Awakening is playing like that? I mean, the read snap, he was realistically in a 1v2 there because of the railings. You don't exactly get all the aim assists in the world through that, much less being able to finesse the bullets in between the railings to be able to get the kill. Insanity ensues here. The search and destroy goes on in this map number 5. Tension in the air there, I'm sure, for Allen, Texas in that one stadium because they're playing side by side with Ultra in New York, as that's the last series of the night as well, so that can't be too easy. Offense for FaZe Black, again, as standard as you like. They would love to be able to get this high ground, but a nice set nade for Exceed will unearth Purge first blood.
I'm sure Exceed has practiced that one once or twice. That was just perfect. And it's going to give him the chance to drop the bomb. Prelude just rushes to the top of Heli. And Prelude now knows that there is at least one on site as he tries to read where the exits are from, but will he be able to read Exceed close in the corner?
Nope. Awakening there for the trade. Can't get away with his life, though. 1v2. In a post plant. Cammy, not a whole lot of time to be able to find all this information. Not going to expect a player to be inside of E1 because why would you? Omit Brooklyn starting to piece things together here. Showcasing a lot of dents in the armor of FaZe Black in Search and Destroy. Keep in mind, they won the 6-star map number 2, 6-4. And FaZe Black did lose both Search and Destroys to Lur Gaming. This would be a very unfortunate circumstance should this continue on this way.
It would be. Very close, though. Back and forth we go. Cammy playing really well, 5 and 3. Dylan Rex there to match it on the other side. We'll keep our eye on him. But back on the attack for Omit Brooklyn. And a lot of what they've done is been pretty standard. Getting to the bottom of pit, trying to work for B, work for those picks. But this time around, it's Dylan Rex that draws first blood in round 5.
Smoke push to the middle of the map. Prelude just sits inside the smoke, takes the 1v1 versus Exceed. And somehow is able to get away with his life. But benefiting from the smoke is actually Purge gets scouted. And Exceed needs to hold this cross inside of wood, knowing that Purge is very close and nearby.
And despite the first blood, it feels like FaZe Black are still under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Where some of these positions are, because they don't know if Purge is actually going to push all the way through. It gives them options to work towards A if you're able to maybe find 1 or 2 kills here, but someone's going to have to be able to make that first play and get activated. And it looks like Purge is going to send it, but Exceed just slips away in the nick of time. And he's now side by side with his teammate to play for a trade.
They can hold so many bodies as that corner, so Purge is actually inside of the defender spawn. Rex will scout him out and will drop down from the helipad for the final elimination as well. And very, very competitive in between these two teams for this map number 5 on a razor's edge, you would feel. And I feel like the biggest problem for Omit Brooklyn thus far has quite literally been Dylan Rex. I mean, he's 9 and 3 so far.
Yes.
And he's always finding these timings to either be top propane, but most importantly, top helipad. Much like how I was talking about for Awakening, taking advantage of those power positions. Wouldn't you know it, Rex is a pretty straight shooter. Not allow him to be in such a power position like that.
Yeah, perhaps maybe even the straightest shooter that we do have this year. 3-2. Omit Brooklyn now on the back foot after losing a couple rounds on the bounce. Through the middle of the map, the smoke will give them the cover needed to get across. Nobody's going to drop. Prelude, though, is going to take this chance to try to get top heli. Stun's going to lock him up for a second. Did also invest the dead silence for this. We'll see if he decides to try to push forward even further.
Forces Rex to back down. Rex sees 2 players trying to push him out from blue, so the dead silence out of Prelude will subside. Should have Exceed dead to rights down here. 35 HP, almost able to get the headshot there on the Prelude, but the slide will be the final benefactor as the team will complete this flank. Get behind Awakening. The 3v3, and Rex is on the other side of the map.
Oh, this defense is very exposed. Everybody's pushed up into the middle, and they have one person behind them. And God knows where the other 2 are from their POV. So Cammy is now going to be one of 2 players left for Omit Brooklyn, as the trades are actually solid for Prelude and Purge. Brack is tagged. He is one shot. Throws a dead nade. Tries to finesse, but he's got nowhere to go. And Omit Brooklyn will, in fact, respond to keep this one tied.
Dead nade. Turns back around the corner. Saw another player on the other side of the AC unit. Again, I mean, even when it's even ground, for players left alive. It just feels like that FaZe Black just never have a really good grip on the situation, because it's like you said, I mean, the defense was so exposed because you had 2 players try to push for the kill of Exceed, of which they found, and then also try to deal with Rex over by the green tarp. Sufficiently exposed to the middle of the map and still able to convert on a 2-for-1 trade, maintain numbers, and keep us even in around 7.
Huge ice coming through to make sure they don't go down by 2. Still give them a chance to throw in a little risk if they feel it's necessary. Urge, a little mixy down low, a little bait and switch, hoping to find a seam, but they back him down and they grab just a little bit of control. And all that control adds up when you're trying to get a bomb down here at some point in time. Will, of course, be Prolute with that hand. Oh,
Huh?
oh my goodness! What a shot that is, and it's numbers here for Omen.
The hell? My pistol don't shoot like that, but I'm also not playing on land. Asum, 1v3. Has time, but realistically just no advantage whatsoever, being the sole defender left alive, and yet he knew that Awakening was still going to be up top. Awakening's going to be able to get that kill. Omit Brooklyn going to be able to tally another one on the board. Rex rolling up the sleeves, rolling down the sleeve, rolled up one sleeve, rolled down another sleeve. I mean, hey.
Hey, that's what I gotta do to shoot like him.
You know what?
I'll do that.
I'll do that. I'm here for it. I'll roll up one pant leg. I'll wear one sock. Whatever I gotta do. I just want maybe like a single % of gun skill from Rex. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be great. I would certainly be a higher rank than I am, but 4-3 now. Home at Brooklyn. They would love to go up by 2 and really put FaZe Black on the back foot, having to win those must-win rounds here. So this is going to be a huge one, and it is also going to be on the attack for FaZe Black. So you need to get something going, and it's Rex with another first blood. Good long-range shots. Prolo tries to get involved, realizing that one is tagged up in one shot, but nobody can find any more tags. And we slow down for a second, but Omen Brooklyn pedaled to the middle through mid.
Players trapped in and around B. There's nobody underground as well. And FaZe Black are just going to try to force their way all the way inside of B. Awakening does well to go 1-for-1. But numbers still here for FaZe Black. Looking to force a play all the way through the bottom side of Blue. How is he able to win that versus Exceed? Now up on a 4 spree.
Back of a drop shot from Prolude. Oh, it's smoke. It's chaos. It's Prolude for a 1v2. This would also secure the cruise missile if he finds both, but it's a double chow. It's a heck of a read. And FaZe Black continue to go tit for tat, tying us up at 4.
They're getting gas. They got fans behind them. Tension is a fickle thing, but when Rex is 12-5, it just becomes so much more doable for FaZe Black. Potentially take an edge here in this map number 5. So again, we continue to go round for round, but I mean, if there's one just glaring stat line, it is the fact that Dylan Rex is absolutely frying through these past 2 maps. Offense again for Omit Brooklyn. Kind of struggled with this on just being able to commit towards one of these bomb sites. Not to mention how they've been struggling to find first blood on this side of the map.
Intensity just building for this round 9. Nades being thrown out, information being searched for. Not going to find a tag on the site. Urge has also managed to work his way up to the stairs. He realizes that a lot of mid is not being watched. It's Brack who's watching it from an angle at the back of the map. And he's going to be pushed off for the time being. Cammy also lurking around the helipad, seeing if he can maybe find an isolated kill to open up some kind of first blood.
Bro, just dancing with the devil there from that positioning. Gonna get damage on the 1, gets information on a player. He's inside of E-Tube, and Purge able to convert that kill as well. Massive 2-piece for Purge, leaves Brack alive in a 1v4. Good luck, have fun, Carson. We'll see you in the next round, buddy.
Wow, Omen Brooklyn, they take the lead. They are on series point. FaZe Black looking at what could be elimination coming into this round number 10. And what a round it is. Grabbing top propane, bullying them out of some of the elevator positions, getting onto the site, winning critical gunfights. Purge comes up massive. And now FaZe Black backs up against the wall on the attack.
Gotta convert it. Need to pull a rabbit out of the hat. See, a little bit late. Trying to think about the second weapon that he wanted to use. It's going to be an AR. And just look at the honesty that's being called out for FaZe Black. It seems just narrowly stays alive from the detonate over the top. Normally it was FaZe Black that's finding value with that. In this search and destroy, they're forced to play this so far back. Omit Brooklyn are looking to do the same.
Rex just trying to finesse the B Street. This is something that we've seen through almost every single round, and nobody's going to contest it here for Omit Brooklyn. They're all going to gear up for a push inside of blue. And this is a little bit risky, but no one's at the back watching this cross, which actually gives them the freedom to get Purge forward.
Purge only saw one exit. Well, this timing, we're towards the B Street. Sees the first, didn't see the head of the second player, almost able to get back indoors. 3v3.
It's so tense. A 3v2 with 30 seconds left.
Oh,
you gotta play retake. Prolu bouncing in and around the elevators, but Pratt gets help. And now 2v2 we go. Cammy, he comes up with 2. It all falls on Exceed. Exceed finds 1. A 1v1 with 20 seconds left. He's gonna hop it. Cammy's gonna hop it. The vet on the bomb. Oh, but it's Exceed that keeps his team alive. We're going to a round 11.
Oh my gosh. I would say take a breath, but there seems to be hardly any oxygen left. One more round. Who's going to the main stage tomorrow in Allen, Texas to face Lur Gaming? And it's going to be offense for FaZe Black. Their set nades have been ridiculous thus far. And the patience paid off in the previous. What does Omit Brooklyn look to do to not allow that to happen again?
Omit's first round 11. FaZe Black have been here twice so far this tournament. Won one, they lost one. Do not want to be on the negative side of that stat coming out of this match, but they very well might be, because they are on the attack and they are playing this ever so passively, not looking to make a misstep, holding on to some of those nades, but Exceed, the first player to start to get a little bit activated down low.
Their adaptation for Omit Brooklyn was just a stack over by the B Street. Cammy's down low here with a teammate as well. They're going to get information that one player is all the way down low, books it way back inside of blue. And it also meant that Prelude gave up over by the A Street. Cammy's looking to pick that up. Bomb being carried by Asim is on the B site, not by his lonesome. Exceed is here to help.
Asim, look at this! He's put the jets on, but he's tagged up. He can't challenge. He's got to ask for assistance to get him out of this position. Time, though, also becoming a pretty big factor. And Cammy's got great eyes on bomb, and Asim's going to draw it. First blood is drawn.
And now you got to recover that bomb. 26 seconds remaining. Exceed can't convert the kill. 2v4.
2v4, FaZe Black crumbling here before us. The last one left alive is Brack. It would have to be a 1v4. This entire year, they've been so good at getting to the grand final. But Brack would have to do it all to send them there one more time in the final tournament of the year. Cammy's there! And Omit Brooklyn do it! They send FaZe Black packing, and they have a chance to go back-to-back at champs.
Oh, and just the face of defeat, as you said, through every single grand final, through every single Challengers Open that we had. It has been FaZe Black versus a Lur team of many different faces, but not this time, not in the final tournament. Much like how we had an Omit team in the grand finals last year in Vegas, Omit Brooklyn get the lower bracket run. It was 3-0s all day for them on the lower bracket until this point in time, going up against world's #1 seed of FaZe Black with the distance. Map 5, round 11. But when push came to shove versus the other two top teams on the weekend for FaZe Black, they could not win a single Search and Destroy. 0-2 in Search and Destroys versus Lur. 0-2 in Search and Destroys here versus Omit Brooklyn. Commiserations to FaZe Black. They will still be there for the Esports World Cup, but you know those boys wanted to be up on that main stage fighting for that chip.
Oh, absolutely. And the way that they don't get there is through 2 best-of-5s that go the distance and losing both map 5s.
Man.
It's gotta sting. It's gotta sting because this is the team that, myself included, expected to be in that grand final almost no matter what. When you have the performance that you've had on LAN this entire year, and you've been at every grand final, you expect them to do it here again at the biggest tournament, the one that matters the most, with all the marbles. But Omit Brooklyn, other plans. They want to go back-to-back. Purge wants to go back-to-back, and he now has that opportunity to do it up against Lur Gaming.
And you saw just the alleviation from the pressure there from the organizations of the owner for Rafi, all the way back behind, I believe was sitting behind Prelude there. Just the moment that the round had ended, just popped up and was just there with his boys. Again, it is now back-to-back Grand Finals appearances for Challengers Championships for Purge. Can he go back-to-back? Back-to-back Grand Finals appearances for Challengers Championships for their coach of Charles Mystic. And Rafi will be right there to make sure that the boys have everything required to make sure that they are prepared for Lur Gaming. And I'm right there with you, brother. When I was filling out the bracket, I thought that this was going to be the Grand Finals. I thought I was going to have a best of 7 in between Omit Brooklyn versus FaZe Black. But, hey, man, that Lure squad, they came to absolutely play. They were definitely the team to beat today. FaZe Black came up just too short in 4 search and destroys when it mattered most. That one is going to sting, especially on that very long flight that they're going to be thinking about all the way to the Esports World Cup. Sheesh.
Oh man, what a best of 5 it was. Certainly treated late into the night. If you're still here, you're a real one. We love you, and thanks for sticking around for the ride because, man, with the way these boys just played, they certainly deserve it. But man, take a look at this bracket as well, because this has all been from the lower side of the bracket here for the side of Omit Brooklyn. They lost their first opening match, and they were able to go all the way through this lower bracket, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 into what was their first big test here. They go all the way to the map 5, and they still get that job done. Man, what a story it is here for these guys.
And now they get the run back versus Lure, the team that 3-0'd them to start this entire Saturday in a best of 7 on the main stage. This bracket, it's freaking bonkers, man, because, I mean, look, Challengers Finals, you and I, look, we did it last year. We saw it unfold through 2 years now, brother. This is just a continuation of what we expect. Cross-regional matchups be damned. It was a fantastic appearance for so many of these different teams who came up and showed out. Some came up just a little bit short. They already crowned 4 teams to be there at the Esports World Cup representing the amateurs for Call of Duty for the end of the year, the extension, I should say, for the year. The Challengers Finals up on that main stage. Woo-hoo! You're going to have to show up to that venue early because it's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a great one. I believe that one will be taking place at 11:30 a.m. Central. So if you want a chance, of course, to watch it, it will be streamed on the CDL YouTube, I do believe, as well as if you're there and you're in Texas, well, enjoy it because it should be a banger. Those two matching up yet again with all the improvements that we've seen since that first initial match should make for an absolute banger best of 7. Man, it's been a long day, but it's been a fantastic day. Andy, give me your final thoughts, man, after what has been a crazy last 2 days here for Challenger Finals.
You say crazy last 2 days. I say it's been an insane Modern Warfare 3 season. Through all the different roster changes that we saw, you and I got to kick off Boston Open as well, Austin, and we just got to see just how much passion is continuously poured into the pit. Through all the alterations that we saw from teams like Clutch Rain X War, through all the changes that we saw for Omid EU, the dominance that they had for Challengers Elites, didn't happen there on the land stage for FaZe Black, the continuation of the story. Well, it kind of gets shelved here as well, as we will have some new names as far as Grand Finals are concerned of Omit Brooklyn there tomorrow morning. It's been a cracker of a year, brother. To get that extension for Esports World Cup, surely, but I'm just going to be glued to my TV tomorrow because I'm just very excited to see the conclusion of Challengers.
Yeah, I'm amped to see who's going to be able to take it all. Omen, of course, have that opportunity to go back-to-back, and it is just Purge, of course, that was on that roster initially last year that would be able to claim that, and there's only ever been